The hall pulsed with tension, heat radiating from Rigger's sword as he dimmed the flames to preserve mana. His knuckles whitened around the hilt, eyes darting across every flicker of movement. I've lost momentum. The initiative's theirs now. I need an opening. Anything. From across the ruined chamber, Gallas Cleaner sneered coldly. The North Saint had already drawn a new sword, his stance flawless, measured. The massive black troll beside him gritted its teeth, its axe glinting with cruel intent. "Oh, so your brother lied, even in death," Gallas taunted, voice like silk dipped in venom. "He said your race didn't have innate abilities." Funny, he was also quite bitter about not getting invited to the last party. The troll snarled, muscles bulging, rage bubbling to the surface. "What? River, calm down," Gallas barked. "He's baiting you. Don't forget, this brat nearly took your head clean off." River, the black troll, trembled with fury but obeyed. His tail swayed in erratic arcs behind him. Gallas narrowed his gaze. "Don't let his age fool you. This is the Beast Boy, the one who wiped out 5 of the Icy Cold Order. He uses chantless magic. Treat him like a child, and you're already dead." Around the hall, the remaining warriors stiffened, their expressions hardening. Rigger exhaled sharply. "So, you're not the boss then? Just another mutt obeying orders?" Gallas's lips curled. "That mouth of yours is going to get you killed." Without warning, the black troll charged. A wall of thunder erupted as his colossal boots slammed the ground. The axe cleaved toward Rigger like a guillotine forged for giants. Rigger raised his blade, just in time. Steel met steel, and the force of the impact hurled him like a rag doll across the chamber. He barely twisted midair to avoid slamming into the stone wall headfirst. He's faster than he looks. Stronger, too. Rigger's thoughts blurred as a dagger spun toward him. Gallas's throw. With a burst of magic, Rigger vanished using Flash Step, reappearing a few meters away. The dagger embedded itself into the wall, cracking the stone. "You're quick," Gallas said with amusement. Rigger landed in a crouch, surrounded. Warriors circled him, boots echoing on the stone. Chanting filled the air, spells being prepared. Damn it, he raised his sword. Flames surged once again, licking the air like a living creature. With one fluid swing, he unleashed a searing arc of fire, cutting down 3 attackers in a single, blazing stroke. Their screams barely faded before the troll returned. Another blow, wide and merciless. Rigger blocked, but his arms quaked under the pressure. The troll followed with a punch, brutal and direct. Rigger retaliated with a kick, connecting with the monster's ribs. The exchange sent shockwaves rippling outward, forcing both combatants to stagger. An earth wall rose just in time to shield Rigger from 2 charging warriors and a water cannon from one of the mages. He slipped sideways, using Flash Step again, and created a fire ring that forced nearby enemies to retreat. Still, the mages had finished their chance. An ice lance and spiked earth projectile tore through the air. Rigger raised a barrier. Ice shattered with a crystalline screech. Earth crumbled uselessly against his magic. No time to rest. He darted up to the 2nd floor, already collapsing from earlier spells. He buried his sword into the wooden floor to slow his momentum. "He's getting tired," one of the warriors shouted. "Push now. Together, we can kill him." Rigger barely had time to react as the warriors launched a coordinated assault. Leaping into the air, he unleashed his most volatile, still unfinished magic, a vacuum sphere, and detonated it mid-air. A shockwave riddled the hall with holes and obliterated a load-bearing column. He conjured a stone platform, leaping from one to the next while sending earth spikes skewering through the ground, 2 more enemies down. But the troll shattered the 3rd platform before he could reach it. "Running now, boy," River laughed, swinging his axe again. Rigger countered, blade slicing toward the troll's solar plexus, but a black, shimmering barrier emerged from the creature's body, absorbing the blow and sending Rigger flying once more. That damned racial defense. He healed midair with recovery magic, barely shielding himself from a fireball that tore through the room. With renewed speed, He burst-stepped toward the mages and cut them down in one clean swing, his flaming sword slicing through them like paper. But River was relentless. Gallas, meanwhile, had vanished from Rigger's sight. Rigger's instinct screamed. He's waiting, watching, looking for a real opening. Another axe swing. Rigger dodged using water god style. Flow, barely escaping. He aimed straight for River's chest, blade blazing blue now. But instead of dodging, the troll tanked the blow, letting Rigger's blade sink deep into his arm, then grabbed it. With a roar, River hurled Rigger like a missile into a stone pillar. "Thought you were stronger," mocked a distant warrior, advancing with 5 others. Rigger stood, blood on his lips. "You'll regret that." His sword ignited in blue fire, flames twisting like serpents. The hall was collapsing, pillars shattered, stone crumbled, debris falling like rain. Still, Rigger fought like a wildfire. He blocked one strike, kicked debris into another's face, then incinerated the third with a single slash. But he was stalling now. This isn't sustainable. If I use full-force magic, the slaves in the lower levels will be killed. I didn't come here to destroy them. That would make everything meaningless. His focus returned to Gallas. The North Saint was the key. Just then, Rigger felt a chill. He's behind me. He pivoted, sword ready. Finally, a chance to take Gallas by surprise. But he froze. Gallas held a beast girl in front of him, a maid. She trembled in his grip, wide-eyed, tears streaking her face. In that split second, Rigger hesitated. Steel flashed. Swish! Gallas's blade slashed across Rigger's chest, deep and brutal. He staggered back, gasping, blood pouring down. Arc! He detonated the ground beneath him to launch away, just as River's axe destroyed the floor where he had stood. Gallas smirked. "Not so ruthless after all, boy." Rigger coughed, holding his chest, healing himself with shaking hands. "He's cunning. He'll use anyone as bait. I can't make that mistake again." 3 warriors and River charged. Rigger rolled through debris. Flash stepped behind one, only to be nearly crushed by a flying chunk of stone. Standing amidst the ruins, Rigger wiped sweat from his eyes. "I can't keep this up. One decisive strike. If I take Gallas out, the rest will fall." A plan formed. Freeze everything. It wouldn't destroy the building. It wouldn't harm the slaves below. But it would stop Gallas, if he could just charge it long enough. He glanced at the North Saint. "Let's see how clever you are," he murmured. He fought while laying traps, walls of stone, bursts of wind, maintaining just enough pressure to mask his spell prep. 7 warriors. The troll. Gallas. Meanwhile, wind gathered at his feet, spiraling slowly. The temperature dropped. Snowflakes formed midair. A cyclone of frost was coming. Gallas narrowed his eyes. He was too sharp. He'd sense the change. If he finishes that spell, I'm done, Gallas thought grimly. Time to trap the trapper. The final clash was near. Both sides, battered and bloodied, braced for the storm. The slaver's base had become an icy graveyard. Shattered ruins, frozen corpses, and splintered stone bore silent witness to the chaos that had unfolded. At the epicenter stood Rigger, surrounded by the aftermath of his freezing nova, steam rising from his breath, blade still humming with residual energy. His chest heaved, not from exhaustion but performance. Every strained breath, every staggered step was deliberate. He needed Gallas to believe he was finished. He gripped his sword, Tsukikage, its golden flames flickering out as if mana reserves were depleted. Around him, wind twisted into a loose cyclone, lifting shattered debris into the air. Slavers hesitated, uneasy, then suddenly, flicker, crackle, the flames died. The tornado dispersed with a pitiful sigh. The illusion of weakness was complete. But in truth, Rigger was silently charging a second spell, deadlier than the last. In his left hand, he built up energy for an unleashed freezing nova, a cold that would stop the battlefield itself. He's cautious, damn cautious, Rigger thought, still not showing himself. I need to push further. Letting his shoulders slump, he feigned another misfire, a crumbling earth wall that shattered before forming. The slavers rushed in. Even the black troll growled in anticipation. its monstrous axe cracking the stone as it pounded forward. Still not enough, Rigger realized grimly. Then I'll need to bleed for it. In a blur, Rigger struck first. He dashed forward, sword parrying a greatsword, then delivered a brutal punch to the warrior's chest, crushing ribs and hurling the man like a broken doll. The opening worked. The troll roared and lunged. Rigger raised Tsukikage, but too late. The axe came down in a titanic blow, breaking his guard. He was flung like a rag doll through a collapsed wall. Dust, stone, and splinters consumed him. The pain was real this time. He let show. He groaned, blood dripping from his brow as he hit the rubble. He attempted to conjure a wall, but let it crumble at the last second. Every motion, every spell, sold the lie of collapse. I swear, I could make a living in theater, Rigger mused through the pain. And finally, he felt it. That familiar chill behind him. Swift steps. A sharp, practiced intent. Gallas cleaner. The North Saint had taken the bait. Rigger didn't look. He didn't need to. He gathered all the power he'd stored into his hand, and now he twisted, slammed his hand to the ground, and released freezing nova. The explosion of cold was instant. A wave of pure elemental frost surged outward, freezing everything in its path: flesh, flame, steel, and shadow. The warriors, the black troll, Gallas himself. Debris mid-air froze solid. Flames extinguished into ice. Bodies encased in crystal-clear prison. The sound of the explosion was followed by an unnatural stillness, the wind echoing off frozen ruin. POV, Gallas cleaner. I should have listened to my instincts. The boy was too strong. I'd heard rumors from the mercenaries, how he tore through trained warriors 3 years ago. I believed them, but I thought I could plan around it. I allied with River and brought my best to end him here. He was said to be 9, barely a child. But this was no child. Every spell he cast, every swing of that sword, he was holding back. I knew it. And then he stumbled, misfired a spell, took a brutal hit. Now, I told myself. I sprinted in, blade ready to end it. And he smiled. The cold hit before my thoughts could finish. Back in the silent graveyard, Rigger knelt, panting, wounded, but victorious. Around him, the battlefield was glassed in frost. Warriors frozen mid-attack. The black troll, encased in a glacier. Gallas, frozen with sword raised, eyes wide in shock. I did it, Rigger thought, chest rising and falling, steam rising from his breath. He cast a gentle healing spell to begin mending his wounds, even as the cold bit at his skin. He had calculated the nova's radius, diverting most of its force to spare himself and the slaves. Still, the cost was high. Just need to be sure. He raised his hand, preparing a wind burst to shatter the statues. That's when it happened. Crack. A low rumble. The ice around the black troll fractured. Then, boom, the glacier exploded. Rigger shielded his face as shards ripped outward. Through the veil of frost and smoke, the troll emerged, breathing, grinning, and still alive. His skin was scorched with frostbite, aura flickering and dim, but his strength remained terrifying. "Ha ha! Did you really think that would kill me, boy?" he roared. Rigger smiled faintly. "Well, I hope." The troll dragged his axe across the ice, eyes burning with vengeance. "I am River Kinkard, leader of this glorious syndicate," he bellowed. "Wow, dramatic much?" Rigger sighed internally. How does someone with this much brute power end up in charge of anything? Still, he welcomed the delay. He was almost fully healed now. "I'm Rigger Dedoldia, leader of the Iron Legion," he replied, raising Tsukikage once more. "Shall I consider that your final speech?" River laughed heartily. "If I die, let be to a warrior worthy of me." The air cracked as the troll charged. The second clash began. River swung his axe like a falling mountain. Rigger dodged narrowly, the blade shaving eyes from his cloak. He retreated strategically, hiding in the wreckage, calculating every move. He's still stronger than me, but I'm faster, smarter. And then, an idea. A tribute to one of his favorite warriors. Yamamoto's Zenkan no Tachi East. A sword that focused all heat into a single deadly point. I don't need perfection, just enough to pierce that barrier. Rigor channeled flame. Blue turned to gold, gold to violet, violet to a terrifying, brilliant white at the tip of his blade. The concentrated magic made the very air ripple. River saw it but didn't stop. With a primal scream, Rigor dodged one final axe swing and drove his sword upward, directly into the troll's chest. Tsukikage met the dark shield of energy, but this time, it didn't stop. The concentrated heat shattered the barrier, melting armor, piercing flesh. River's eyes widened. Wah! Then, boom! A blast of searing fire erupted inside his body. The explosion annihilated his torso in an upward arc, sending a column of flames skyward, melting the battlefield's ice and collapsing what remained of the ceiling. River's half-torso slumped to the ground, still kneeling, still smiling. "If I had to die," he murmured, "I'm glad it was at the hands of a great warrior." Then he collapsed, dead at last. Rigor stood still, the wind brushing through his hair, flames crackling along his sword. He sheathed it slowly, eyes taking in the devastation. "Make better choices if you live again," he said softly. Then, without fanfare, he turned toward the underground passages. There were still slaves to free. His battle was not yet over.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The chilling mist, still lingering in the air, served as a silent reminder of the massacre that had just occurred. As Rigor moved across the debris-strewn terrain, his thoughts returned to Gallas. He hadn't destroyed the ice statues. The thought struck him, quickening his pace. If he's escaped, Rigor muttered to himself, that would be troublesome, or perhaps Gallas would simply flee to another country. Still, Rigor wasn't willing to take that risk. He silently prayed that Gallas was still there, trapped and unable to escape the ice that encased him. When Rigor arrived at the location where the statues stood, he exhaled a sigh of relief. They were still there. The frozen forms of the mercenaries remained motionless, their expressions twisted in pain and shock, eternally etched into the translucent ice. Gallas was among them, though his condition was different. Rigor stepped closer, narrowing his eyes to examine him more carefully. The ice encasing the advanced warriors was complete, penetrating deep into their bodies. Rigor could sense no trace of life within them. However, Gallas, with his robust Tuki, had resisted more than the others. The ice had not penetrated as deeply, leaving him partially frozen but still immobilized. His wide eyes reflected the terror and agony of someone who had endured indescribable torment. Rigor recognized this as a truly terrible way to die. In such a situation, being weaker might have been better, as death would have come instantly. "This ends here," he murmured, raising his hand. A sharp gust of wind surged from his palm, obliterating the ice statues in an instant. Shards glittered in the air like crystalline rain, dissolving into the blood-stained ground. With that done, Rigor climbed atop a mound of rubble and surveyed the entire complex. He closed his eyes and activated his mana vision, allowing energy to flow into his field of view. Every corner of the structure was analyzed, his senses attuned to any signs of life. There was no one left on the surface. All enemies who hadn't fled were dead. Unfortunately, even the servants and slaves in the upper levels had succumbed to the chaos. Still, Rigor detected movement below ground. The underground area teemed with activity, mana signatures pulsing with desperation or confusion. He closed his eyes again, deactivating his mana vision, and took a deep breath. There was still more to be done. With firm steps, Rigor left the ruins to meet his group, who awaited him outside. The sight he encountered brought a mix of relief and concern. Scattered around them were bodies, evidence that the battle had extended there. At the center, Yen lay wounded and unconscious on the ground. Rigor paused for a moment, realizing he had completely forgotten about Yen, whom he had ordered to attack the base with him. "Idar, were there any complications?" he asked. Idar, breathing heavily, nodded. 2 advanced warriors showed up. The Dedoldia warriors, and I managed to handle them together. Rigger turned to Rufus, who was staring at the lifeless bodies on the ground but seemed unharmed. "And you, little one, how are you?" "I'm fine," Rufus replied. Rigger's gaze fell on Yen, whose breathing was irregular. Kneeling beside him, Rigger quickly examined his injuries before raising his hands to cast a healing spell. Luminous energy enveloped Yan's body, gradually closing his wounds. Once finished, Rigger stood and looked at Idar with a grave expression. "How did he survive?" "I froze the entire base. I thought no one could escape." Idar ran a hand through his hair. "He managed to infiltrate, killing 3 people by pretending to be an ally. But when they discovered him, an advanced warrior chased him down. He barely escaped with his life." Rigger studied him for a moment, assessing his words. He knew Yin wasn't particularly skilled, which made the extraordinary luck that had kept him alive all the more evident. "He's incredibly lucky. I really had forgotten about him," Rigger said, a shadow of a smile crossing his lips before turning to the rest of the group. "Okay, let's free the slaves. Let him recover here." Rigger's statement was met with resolute nods. Despite their evident exhaustion, a glimmer of determination shone in everyone's eyes. They knew the fight wasn't over just because their enemies were dead. As they prepared to re-enter the building, Rigger cast a glance over the battlefield around him. The weight of his actions hit him like a wave. He knew that day would be remembered, both by the people they saved and by the enemies they made. Moving forward, he led the group back into the building. The slave rescue would now begin. The group approached one of the entrances to the underground area, where a heavy, frozen, reinforced wooden door blocked their path. Rigger raised his hand and conjured a powerful gust of wind. The cutting blast shattered the ice instantly, scattering gleaming fragments into the air. One of the group's warriors stepped forward and pushed the door open with a loud creak, revealing a staircase descending deep into the earth. Rigger led the way for a moment, carefully observing each step before abruptly stopping. He turned to the group and spoke in a firm yet controlled tone. "There are 4 guards lying in wait to ambush us ahead. They aren't strong. You handle them." Idar and the Dedoldia warriors nodded promptly, stepping ahead without hesitation. Rigger glanced around before crouching down to pick up Rufus. The 4-year-old looked at him curiously, sensing his mentor's reflective tone. "What do you think of this mission?" Rigger asked as they descended, his voice softer this time. Rufus tilted his head, pondering for a moment before replying, "I think it's cruel." Rigger smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. "You're right. It is cruel. Many things in life are like that. Sometimes you have to choose, weighing the benefits." He paused, looking at Rufus seriously. "I don't want you to think that the Iron Legion is an ally of justice. To some people, we'll be exactly the opposite. We just protect our own and fight our enemies. There will always be differences in opinion between people, perhaps even within the Legion itself. And that's when strength makes the difference." Rufus remained thoughtful as Rigger paused. Then he continued, "I want you to keep this in mind during your training. I'll teach you to be strong, and you'll always use that strength to defend your own justice. There will be moments of doubt, and when they come, you can always ask me anything." The child nodded slowly, absorbing his mentor's words as the sounds of battle echoed ahead. Within minutes, the group caught up with the others. The 4 guards who had planned the ambush lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies motionless. Idar and the warriors were unharmed. They continued descending until they emerged into a vast underground chamber. The sight was striking in its immensity, lit by torches mounted on the walls. Metal cages lined the space, forming endless rows housing hundreds of slaves. The conditions were horrific. Many were malnourished, some already in critical condition. Various races were present, but most were humans and members of beast folk, with some demons scattered among them. Rigger looked up at the ceiling. It was full of cracks, with some stones already fallen to the ground. The entire structure seemed on the verge of collapse. He walked slowly down the main corridor, his gaze somber as he surveyed the scene. "Start freeing everyone," he ordered. The others immediately dispersed, forcing the cages open and helping the slaves out. Many were too weak to walk on their own. Some initially resisted, scared or distrustful, but Rigger's calm presence and the others' efforts eventually convinced most to cooperate. Rigger, in turn, focused on healing those on the brink of death. With his hands enveloped in luminous energy, he moved from person to person, restoring just enough vitality for them to move. Unfortunately, not everyone survived. In some cells, lifeless bodies were piled up, and the pain on the survivors' faces was a stark reminder of the horrors they'd endured. Finally, after long minutes of work, the group managed to gather all the slaves on the surface. The sight awaiting them was striking. The complex, once an imposing fortress, was now a frozen landscape, with structures covered in ice and stalactites glistening under the first light of dawn. Many of the freed slaves stood in awe, unable to fully process the scene before them. Rigger remained silent, observing the expressions of shock and relief around him. He knew this was just the beginning. Freeing the slaves was a victory, but now they needed a path forward. Rigger stepped into the center of the group of newly freed slaves, his relatively small figure standing tall on a stone platform he created, drawing the confused and fearful gazes of dozens toward him. The chills still emanating from the surrounding ice heightened the atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. He took a deep breath, projecting his voice firmly, but without aggression. "You are free now." His declaration echoed across the open space, reverberating among the nearby trees and the frozen walls of the destroyed complex. Some slaves exchanged glances, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. "I don't know where you all come from, whether you became slave voluntarily, were sold, or attacked, nor do I care. I saved you primarily because of those of my own race. But I know that many of you have no place to return to. Some younger ones don't even know a trade to live by." Rigger paused, his gaze sweeping over the tired faces marked by pain. "I'm offering you a choice. You can join us, become part of the Iron Legion. You'll work alongside us, fight alongside us, for your lives and for the lives of others like you. If you decide to stay, you'll have security and support. I won't promise an easy path, but you'll have a chance to make a difference. The Iron Legion isn't an alliance of justice. We don't fight for an absolute ideal, but for ourselves and those who choose to stand with us. We are the shield and blade for those who trust in our strength, but that doesn't mean we are free from mistakes or judgment. What matters is that we walk with purpose, determined to bear the weight of our choices." Some expressions shifted to curiosity, while others remained skeptical. He continued, "If you don't want to stay, no one will force you. You're free to follow your own path, return to your homes. But always remember this debt, and if we ever need your help for any reason in the future, I hope for your cooperation. The choice is yours." There was a heavy silence after his words, broken only by the sound of the wind rustling through frozen branches and hesitant murmurs among the slaves. Most of the beast folk had already made their decisions, but the other races remained hesitant. A human man stepped forward. He looked slightly stronger than the others, but his body was still marked with deep scars. "Will you give privileges to your own race? I have nothing left, and I'd likely become a mercenary after this. But if you tell me your organization will be based on merit and not race, I'll give it a chance." Rigger looked directly at him, surprised by the man's perspective. "I don't discriminate against any race. Everyone is welcome, and everyone has equal opportunities. Of course, those who join earlier will have more chances to prove themselves. I'll give you all time to think it over." The man hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Others began murmuring among themselves, and gradually more figures started stepping forward. Turning around, Rigger saw 10 individuals from the beastfolk race approaching. He greeted them warmly, and then turned to the 2 Doldio warriors accompanying him. He noticed their emotional expressions as they looked at 2 of the newly freed captives. "Do you know them?" Rigger asked, curiosity evident in his voice. One of the warriors, a man with brown hair and deep-set eyes, responded with a trembling voice. "Yes, they're from our tribe. We thought they were dead. They were captured years ago." He swallowed hard, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Rigger nodded, understanding the weight of the moment. Then he continued, "I'll need your help. Take these 10 to the underground chamber. There's a room where the organization hid its treasures. It's too much for just the two of you to carry, so take them along. Your mission is to retrieve everything you can and bring it to the surface." The two warriors nodded immediately, now filled with renewed energy. They turned and began leading the 10 volunteers toward the underground chamber. Rigger watched them disappear into the entrance before turning his attention back to the remaining slaves. He also made his way to the battlefield, retrieving weapons and valuables, including the black troll's axe and a black gem embedded in the troll's chest. It appeared to be part of the creature's body. He theorized that it might be the source of the troll's dark energy and decided to take it for further investigation. Rigger gave the slaves time to decide their fates. Many were still confused, discussing in small groups, some with teary eyes as they pondered the young warrior's words. Meanwhile, the Dedoldia warriors returned from the underground chamber, carrying everything of value they could find: sacks of gold, jewelry, and high-quality weapons. Some beast folk who had joined Rigger helped carry heavy chests. Rigger observed silently as the group reorganized. Once the final load was brought out, he approached the entrance to the underground chamber. His expression hardened, and his heart raced. "Everyone, step back at least 100 meters, he commanded, his firm voice cutting through the murmurs. The warriors, slaves, and even Idar retreated, forming a wide circle around him. Rigger drew his sword in a slow, deliberate motion. Its blade shimmered in the icy light around them, but was soon engulfed in flames. At first, the fire was a timid flicker, but it quickly grew, fueled by his magic. He intertwined compressed wind, amplifying the flame's intensity. The fire roared now, burning in shades of orange, red, and finally, violet. The temperature skyrocketed. Rigger could feel his skin burning from the heat radiating off the blade, but his gaze remained fixed on the frozen base before him. He murmured to himself, justifying what he was about to do. Killing 2 saints was a statement, but I don't know if it's enough to deter the more powerful organizations. And it's certainly not enough for melees. They need proof, something they can't ignore, something to show that I am not someone to be trifled with. As he continued gathering fire into his sword, Rigger sharpened his senses. He wanted to ensure there were no innocent lives in the direction of the impending destruction. His perception confirmed. No villages, no nearby life, just a vast forest with animals and a few monsters. The wind around him began to spiral violently, driven by his magic. Everything nearby started to melt. The ice, the stones, even the ground seemed to dissolve. The heat was unbearable, but Rigger's supernatural resilience healed his burns as he fed more power into the growing inferno on his blade. The violet fire reached an intensity he had never seen before. His blue sword seemed alive, pulsating with the accumulated energy. He knew this was the most powerful spell he had ever cast, a strike not just of destruction, but of declaration. Hellish Slash, he whispered, naming the move as he pulled the sword back. With a devastating swing, he unleashed the blade's power. The world seemed to freeze for a moment before a wave of violet fire consumed the slaver's base. The explosion was deafening, a surge of heat so intense that even those far away felt their lungs burn from the scorched air. The base and its underground chamber were obliterated in seconds, reduced to ash. The devastation didn't stop there. The forest behind the base was engulfed in flames, a voracious wave of fire consuming everything in its path. The impact was so powerful that the ground trembled, and the sky was lit by a purple glow that rivaled the sun. As the smoke and echoes of destruction began to fade, Rigger stood still, staring at the scene before him. The blast radius could have destroyed a city 5 times over. A smoldering, fiery void replaced the former complex. The distant forest was gone, with a few lingering flames still spreading. He looked up at the sky, noticing rain clouds gathering, and decided to let the rain extinguish the remaining fires. Slowly, he turned to face the group behind him. Their expressions were a mix of fear, admiration, and shock. Many were speechless, unable to find words for what they had just witnessed. Idar was the first to approach, his expression serious but respectful. Before he could speak, Rigger said, "I'll help the others." His voice was calm, but carried unyielding determination. He looked at the slaves and added, "Let them make their choices. Those who wish to join us, take them to the city." Without waiting for a response, he turned and ran toward the city, the violet light of his flames still burning in his memory. The proof he left behind was not just an act of destruction. It was a warning, one he hoped he would never have to use again. The city buzzed with unusual commotion, even though the sun had just risen. The hurried footsteps of guards echoed through the streets as civilians watched from a distance, murmuring among themselves. Nights in Zant were typically quiet, but today, tension was everywhere. Rigger moved across the rooftops. He didn't need to listen to understand that news of the attacks on the bases had spread. Combined with the large explosion outside the city, it had caused fear and concern, leaving Zan on high alert. His eyes quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for signs of the two groups led by Taze and Kidder, who were supposed to be completing their missions. After a few minutes, he heard familiar sounds from one of the main streets. It was Taze's group. He quickened his pace, moving like a blur until he positioned himself on a nearby rooftop, from where he could observe everything clearly. Taze led the group with authority, followed by a crowd of freed people. Some of the slaves, tears streaming down their faces, knelt at the warriors' feet, offering their profound gratitude. Others, quieter, stayed with the group, hesitating to part from their rescuers. Rigger watched as Taze organized the freed individuals into small groups before guiding them to a safe location. He didn't approach. He didn't lead the Iron Legion alone and needed them to handle this on their own. Instead, he turned and set out to find Kidder's group. It didn't take long to locate them. They were heading toward the outskirts of the city, their group slightly smaller, but just as efficient. Kidder also seemed to have completed his mission without significant problems, with the freed slaves being guided in an orderly line by his comrades. Rigger counted silently, satisfied to see that the number of rescued individuals was significant. He stayed hidden, as before, merely a shadow observing from the darkness. The mission was nearly complete, but there was still one more thing to do. The Lord's mansion in Zant was a monument to opulence, illuminated even at night. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, and the movement at the gates reflected the unrest brought on by the recent events. Rigger approached silently, scaling the outer walls until he reached a vantage point where he could see the main courtyard clearly. That's when he spotted him, the Lord of Zant, hurrying out of the mansion. His expression was a mix of fear and anger, his eyes focused on something distant on the horizon. The sky still bore remnants of the flames and glow that marked the attack on the base. Surrounded by a dozen guards, the Lord appeared to be giving orders, but Rigger didn't care about his words. He jumped from the shadows, appearing in the courtyard as an imposing figure, his presence overwhelming. "I advise you not to get involved." His voice cut through the air like a blade, carrying an intensity that made even the most seasoned soldiers step back. The bloodlust emanating from Rigger was suffocating, a reflection of the accumulated fury from the night's events. The Lord stumbled backward, nearly falling, as he stared at Rigger with wide eyes. What do you want?" Rigger stepped forward, and the guards, frozen, didn't move to protect their master. "Tomorrow, we will leave this city with a large number of freed slaves. If you wish to avoid the fate of the traffickers, return to your mansion and pretend you saw nothing." Before the Lord could respond, Rigger vanished. One moment he was in front of him. The next, only a sharp wind remained, leaving a superficial cut on the Lord's throat. The man clutched his neck as blood trickled lightly, his body trembling. The guards looked around desperately, but Rigger was already gone, like a shadow that had never been there. As the lights of the mansion faded behind him, Rigger made his way through the deserted streets toward the tavern. The tavern buzzed with activity, though the atmosphere carried a palpable tension. People came and went, some carrying crates of supplies, others delivering hurried messages. At the center of it all, Pycak stood at a table covered in papers and lists, orchestrating the commotion like a conductor leading a chaotic orchestra. Rigger was thoroughly impressed. This man was truly efficient. No. The wheat goes straight to the tavern's kitchen, not the warehouse. And you, he turned to another group. Bring me the receipts. If I can't keep track of the expenses, we'll be bankrupt before we even get started. In the middle of his rant, a shadow appeared beside him. I see the preparations are going well. Pycak jumped, knocking the papers off the table and clutching his chest. Could you stop appearing out of nowhere? I'm too old for these surprises. Rigger smiled, crossing his arms. Sorry, but I don't waste time with introductions. He glanced at the scattered papers. You seem busy. Of course I am. Pycak huffed, quickly gathering the papers. I've already spoken with the main suppliers. They can provide everything you need, but as I said, it's last minute. This will cost a fortune. He shot Rigger a pointed look. Do you have the money to pay for this? Rigger nodded confidently. I do. Prepare enough supplies for 300 to 400 people. He estimated this number based on the freed slaves and how many he expected to join the Iron Legion. Many would have places to return to, but a significant number would likely stay with them. Pycak's eyes widened, nearly dropping the papers again. 300 to 400? Are you insane? What are you going to do with so many people? Before Pycak could continue, Rigger raised a hand to interrupt. He leaned slightly forward, continuing, I suggest you warn your merchant friends that there will be a significant increase in demand for travel supplies. Many people will be looking for work or leaving the city soon. Pycak blinked, processing his words. He began connecting the dots. The explosion at the slavers' base, the city's current unrest, and now an influx of new members to the Legion. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as the bigger picture became clearer. Seeing Pycak's discomfort, Rigger gave an enigmatic smile. Besides that, Pycak, I have an invitation for you. Pycak raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An invitation? I want you to join the Iron Legion. The surprise on Pycak's face was evident. Me? Exactly. You would be our logistics manager. Before you respond, I suggest you investigate and understand what we accomplished tonight. But this is just the beginning. We're going much further. Pycak seemed torn between shock and curiosity. I extended this invitation because, from what I understand, you value interests above all else, Rigger continued. Think carefully. At 50 years old, you still have the chance to achieve something great. This is your opportunity to be part of something bigger. Pycak opened his mouth to respond, but Rigger raised his hand again. I'll only make this offer once. Consider it carefully. Before he could say anything else, Rigger disappeared into thin air, leaving only the rustling sound of papers falling to the ground. Pycak stood still, confused and stunned, his hands instinctively clutching the papers. Rigger's words echoed in his mind as he struggled to process the unexpected proposal. Outside Zant, a clearing bustled with activity, resembling an improvised small village. Tents lined the area, filled with people engaged in various tasks. The air was rich with the smell of fresh food as makeshift cooks stirred large pots over open fires. Healers used magic on injured and weakened ex-slaves, while others trained with rudimentary weapons. Wagons laden with supplies were parked near the forest, and the clanging of hammers and tools echoed as workers prepared for a long journey. Bringing everyone into the city for a day would have been wasteful, and here they could learn how to set up camp more securely. Inside a large central tent, Rigger was meeting with Taze, Kidder, and Joseph, the human mercenary who had spoken to him the previous day. Although Joseph still seemed somewhat out of place among the Legion's warriors, he had already earned a degree of trust with his straightforward demeanor and efficient reports. Taze began his report. Boss, we had some delays, but everything will be ready for departure tomorrow. He glanced at the sheet in his hands. There's still one issue to resolve. One of the bases I attacked had a large number of animals and monsters in captivity. What should we do with them? Rigger crossed his arms, considering the matter. Kill the adult monsters and sell the adult and young animals. As for the monster cubs, are there any noteworthy ones? Taze quickly scanned his notes before replying. Yes, there are 3 ebony wolf cubs that survived. They're cubs now, but when fully grown, they become rank A monsters. Rigger smiled, clearly pleased with the news. Excellent. Bring one to me. I'll try to raise it. Keep one for yourself, and the third. Kidder, you take care of it. Kidder folded his arms and shook his head. Sorry, but I don't want to take care of any monster. Then give the third to Rufus. He'll appreciate it, Rigger replied without hesitation. Our goal is to tame them. Additionally, encourage others to choose monster cubs to raise. For those left unclaimed, either kill them or use them as food for the ones that are. Rigger's gaze shifted as he reflected. The history books Verdia had shown me described how people tame monsters as allies in ancient times. I've always kept that idea in mind, but other priorities have kept me from pursuing it. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I won't let it slip away. If this works, the Iron Legion could take our vision even further in the future. Taze nodded, though he still found the idea of taming monsters a bit strange. Kidder seized the moment to continue his report. As for final numbers, 450 have decided to join us. Rigger raised an eyebrow in surprise. 450? That's more than I expected. Kidder gave a faint smile and elaborated. Many were impressed and inspired by the display of power you gave. Rigger contemplated this. It helps create a temporary sense of unity. Even without a clear chain of command, at least they have an absolute leader to follow. Of course, this will only work as long as I remain overwhelmingly stronger, which I plan to be for a long time. He nodded, seeing the logic. This will be useful until we fully establish the hierarchy. Kidder continued. We've already begun the screening process you suggested, dividing everyone into the divisions you created: training and education, internal control and security, commerce and diplomacy, exploration and reconnaissance, medicine and alchemy, communication and intelligence, administration and human resources, research and development, logistics and support, and combat and tactical operations. But it'll take a few days to finish. We're assessing their skills and figuring out where they fit, as you instructed. Kidder let out a sigh. But it's confusing, and most of them have no idea what their roles will entail. Is Killian applying the same system in the Great Forest? Because even I don't know what some of these divisions are supposed to do. Taze couldn't suppress a laugh, which drew a faint smile from Rigger. It doesn't matter if they don't understand for now. Just call them first, second, third, etc. To simplify things, Rigger replied. I'll explain gradually during the journey what each division is responsible for. And yes, Killian is implementing the same system in the Great Forest. He then turned his attention to Joseph, who was waiting to speak. The human began as soon as Rigger looked at him. All the children without parents or guardians chose to stay. That's the majority of them. I spoke with Pycak and managed to integrate most of the freed slaves into temporary jobs. They planned to save some money and then travel to their homes. Many decided to travel with us for safety. Joseph paused briefly before concluding. We're finalizing the last details now. Everything should be ready by nightfall. Rigger nodded, satisfied with the progress. Looking at Taze, he asked, What about the Lord? Any movement? Taze shook his head. After some guards investigated the trafficker's base ruins and made their reports, he hasn't left his mansion. Rigger smiled. Good. We'll leave at dawn. At that moment, a warrior entered the tent with a message. Boss, Pycak is here. He wants to see you. Rigger gestured with his hand. Let him in. Pycak entered with firm steps, his posture brimming with pride. He crossed his arms and looked directly at Rigger. I accept your proposal. Rigger grinned broadly, clearly pleased. He glanced at the others in the tent and made an enthusiastic announcement. Meet our new commander of logistics and support. The others exchanged surprised looks as Pycak tried to maintain his composure under the sudden attention. Rigger, however, seemed more than satisfied with the decision. It had been a few days since they had left Port Zant. The sun rose on the horizon as the first rays touched the damp earth, awakening the city. A faint mist still lingered in the air, rendering the landscape ethereal, as if nature itself wished to prolong the peaceful silence of dawn. Slowly, the Iron Legion's camp came to life. Warriors and group members moved with precision, dismantling the last tents, loading carts with supplies, and adjusting the horses' saddles. At the center of it all, an open space had been chosen for the morning training. The rhythmic sound of wooden swords meeting water echoed in the distance. Rigger stood facing Idar, his body relaxed but his eyes sharp. Both wielded wooden swords, practicing the water god style, their postures fluid and graceful, like the movement of a river. Rigger's focus was clear, to master the flow. The flow is akin to the long sword of light of the sword god style. Once fully mastered, one becomes a water saint. But even knowing how to use it was the key to being considered a truly advanced level warrior in the water god style. He had already learned all the necessary techniques, but he needed to apply them flawlessly. One mistake and the flow would break and the technique would fail. "Control your haste, Rigger," said Idar calmly, pausing momentarily and assuming his fluid posture. "If your body and mind are not in sync, the flow will never come, and you are too hasty." Rigger nodded, closing his eyes for a moment. He took a deep breath, concentrating. The sound of footsteps, voices, and horses in the distance seemed to fade. His mind focused only on the movement. When he opened his eyes again, he struck. Their wooden swords clashed, but Rigger didn't stop. He continued the movement with a spin, gracefully dodging Idar's counterattack. His sword followed like a current of water, flowing from defense to attack and back to its original position without breaking rhythm. It was an agile and graceful dance, but it wasn't perfect. "You're almost there," Idar praised. "You have as much talent as I do in this style, perhaps a little more, but you still feel the need to force the movement. Flow is natural. It's letting the sword decide the path, not you." Rigger paused and observed Idar assume the posture once more. The 15-year-old youth didn't hide the confidence in his movements. He was on the verge of mastering the flow completely, and when he did, he would be recognized as a water saint-level warrior. An impressive feat for his age. He had been a bit shaken when he first met Rigger, questioning whether he was truly talented. When he asked Idar about it, Idar simply told him that he was a monster and that he shouldn't compare himself to monsters. Rigger smiled faintly. Indeed, Idar could be considered talented if he was close to reaching the saint level. He just needed a push. "You're really talented, Idar. I also have some talent for it, but I'm not focusing on it as much as I should. Anyway, counterattacks and techniques to cut through magic are too useful for me to abandon." Idar laughed, relaxing his stance and resting the wooden sword on his shoulder. "You're a monster, Rigger. If you wanted to, you could surpass me in this style in no time." Rigger shrugged and averted his gaze, noticing another scene not far away. Rufus sat on the ground, his brows furrowed in concentration as he murmured the words of a chant. Beside him, two brown wolf pups rolled on the ground, playing and nibbling at each other. The fear they had shown in recent days seemed to have vanished, replaced by the pure, childlike joy that only someone like Rufus could inspire. After being fed, cared for, and most importantly, welcomed, the pups had finally calmed down. Rigger decided to name them after the legendary wolves, but there already seemed to be a Fenrir in this world, so he named his wolf skull Rufus Jerry and Taze Frecky. Rufus noticed Rigger's gaze and smiled, jumping to his feet and stretching his arms wide as if showing off a treasure. "Chief, I finished memorizing the chant." Rigger approached, leaving his sword aside and observing the small boy carefully. Next to them, the wolves momentarily quieted, as if they knew something important was about to happen. "Ready?" Rigger asked with an encouraging smile. Rufus nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm ready." He turned to a thin tree, raised his hand, and took a deep breath. His voice came out clear and firm, filled with determination. "Let the earth's solidity manifest and answer my call. I summon a rock, swift and true, here and now. Stone bullet." At that instant, a small stone formed in the palm of his hand and shot toward the tree. The stone bullet flew fast and true, striking the trunk and shattering it with a dry crack. The thin and fragile tree wavered for a moment before falling. Rufus froze for a second, eyes wide. Then, he let out a shout of joy and began jumping around, celebrating as if he had won the greatest battle of his life. "I did it! I did it!" he shouted, running circles around the fallen tree. Rigger smiled broadly, satisfied. "Very good, Rufus. Now that you managed to cast it with the chant, I want you to try to replicate the feeling and cast it without it." Rufus stopped jumping and looked at Rigger. Okay. Rufus had always seen them using magic without chants, so Rigger hadn't told him it was a rare skill, thinking the challenge would be easier if the boy simply believed it was possible. Without hesitation, Rufus focused again, perhaps because he had never doubted the possibility, or maybe due to a natural talent. He closed his eyes, extended his hand once more, and took a deep breath. A moment later, a small stone bullet formed in his palm and shot forward, though less powerful than the first. Rufus opened his eyes, widening them in surprise. "I did it! I did it again!" This time, he looked at Rigger with almost indescribable joy. Rigger nodded, placing a hand on the boy's head. "Well done, Rufus. Always remember what I told you. Don't teach magic to anyone without my permission. Don't hurt anyone without my permission, and always use up your mana every day. That will ensure you keep growing strong." Rufus smiled broadly, his face glowing with confidence and happiness. He nodded vigorously before running off toward Idar to show what he had done. From afar, Rigger watched the small boy, feeling a slight warmth in his chest. He truly saw himself in the child. He believed he would have turned out like Rufus if he hadn't been a reincarnate. He looked around and saw Kidder approaching, wearing a serious yet calm expression. "We're ready to leave, Chief." Rigger looked at Kidder with a faint smile, accepting his suggestion. "Let's go then. It'll be a long journey." He cast a thoughtful gaze at those accompanying him. Tinover, a city near Melitian, the capital of Meles, was their destination. He knew Verdia had a wealthy friend in the city and had lived with her for some time. Now, they planned to use her help to secure a base in that location, a unique opportunity perhaps. Rigger looked at the horizon as the group prepared to depart. Over the coming months, he would need to instill in everyone the future workings of the Iron Legion. He needed to be ready for the challenges ahead, which involved training, coordination, and, of course, building bonds within the group. The journey to Tinover wouldn't be difficult. The Holy Sword Road, famous for being safe, cut through the lands and was far from the usual monster attacks. He felt relieved by this, but at the same time, curious. That road, what had made it so different from the others? Was it truly carved by human hands? He couldn't help but be impressed by the idea. If so, it would be incredible. As the group marched, Rigger observed his companions. Up ahead, Taze was in lively conversation with some of the former Beast People's slaves, including a beast girl. If he remembered correctly, in a few months, the mating season would start again. Just thinking about it made Rigger feel an exhaustion building. Beast girls, they always brought that subject up, and with it came arguments, tensions, and often a mental burden for him. The instinctive nature of his new body and the difficulty of balancing it with his human thoughts made him avoid such relationships, but he couldn't avoid it forever. He sighed, looking ahead once more, trying to focus on the path before him. More important than that was the future of the Iron Legion. Establishing a base would be the next step, and time was passing far too quickly. The convoy began to move along the road, the creaking sound of the wagons echoing as their wheels rolled over the packed earth. The sun stood high in the sky, and the landscape around the Sacred Sword Road was peacefully beautiful. Rigger settled himself onto one of the wagons, sitting cross-legged as the gentle movement of the vehicle seemed to invite him to relax. He glanced back and then heard Pykak's voice, loud and clear, shouting something he couldn't quite make out. The sound was distant, but the force of Pykak's words remained evident. Rigger smiled, appreciating the man's unyielding spirit. He sighed again, his thoughts drifting away from the group's voices and focusing instead on his own mind, where a storm of thoughts mingled. Although they were moving, with their destination of Tinover still months away, Rigger felt the weight of his responsibilities growing heavier with each passing moment. His savings were still considerable. After all, they had looted the treasure of an entire network of slave traffickers, one of the richest on the continent, and the money they had recovered was enough to secure a good amount of resources for his legion. But he knew what that meant. Those resources wouldn't last forever, and soon they would need to find a sustainable way to keep the legion running. A pragmatic but necessary realization. He reflected on what he had discussed with the key leaders of the Iron Legion. Decisions had been made. The future of the Legion would be built not just with swords and magic, but with actions that ensured its financial stability. Part of the members would become adventurers, traveling across the continent in search of contracts to earn resources. Others would join the Legion's mercenary group, protecting villages and towns, and taking on missions for clients. But it wouldn't end there. Other members of the Legion would spread out into businesses, small enterprises they would start and sustain over time. The former slaves possessed various valuable skills, and Pykak, always pragmatic and clever, had offered some excellent ideas on how to utilize them. Once again, Rigger felt grateful for bringing Pykak along. Over the past days, the man had proven to be more than just a simple tavern keeper, offering creative solutions and organizing the Legion's operations in ways Rigger could never have imagined on his own. It was good to have someone he could trust, someone who thought about the future and the logistics of everything they were doing. Looking at the scenery before him, Rigger thought about the people of the Legion, the members who had fought by his side and who now, with the Legion's growth, would need to learn to live more organized lives, work together, and build something lasting. As the convoy moved along the peaceful road, Rigger's thoughts also drifted elsewhere. He looked around, observing the Legion's members, and his mind naturally turned toward others in distant places. How were Killian, Persina, and the others doing in the Great Forest? Rigger always worried about everyone's training, but he knew that those who were farther away, like his friends in the forest, ran the risk of neglecting their training. He sighed again. If there was one thing that always irritated him, it was when someone, especially those two heirs, fled from training whenever the opportunity arose. They, more than anyone, needed to focus on perfecting their abilities. But this also made him reflect on his own situation. He hadn't neglected his own training and knew that, for the Legion to grow and prosper, he needed to become even stronger. Training would never be enough. It would never be easy. He also thought about how his parents were doing. He worried about them, but even more so about his master. The few months he had spent away from her had been harder than he had expected. A quiet longing gripped his heart, something he tried to hide under the facade of the Legion's leader. He needed to send them a letter once they reached Tinover, sharing news about his journey and the Legion's future. He also knew he had to tell them about Ghislaine, what had happened to her, and how she was doing. He wasn't sure how they would react, but he felt no need to hide it. Rigger made a mental list of his goals for when they reached Tinover. Establishing and organizing the Iron Legion effectively was, undoubtedly, the most important task. But there were other things that needed to be done. He had to buy back Idar's brother from the Lord of Tinover, or, alternatively, kidnap him if circumstances turned favorable. He also knew that the opportunity to approach other territories might arise, and at some point, he needed to find a way to reach the rank of Sword King. Furthermore, he needed to travel to the dwarves' territory and embed a magic stone into his sword. His master had said that doing so would instantly increase his strength, as all of his magic would be amplified to some degree, depending on the magic stone. Beyond all this, there was another, darker, more personal goal. He needed to investigate the Joylore house and, when the opportunity arose, assassinate Linstar Joylore. The reason was crystal clear in his mind. Linstar had attempted to kill his master, and Rigger couldn't let that go unpunished. He also knew that, depending on the situation, greater retaliation against the entire Joylore house might be necessary. But he also had to tread carefully. It wasn't yet the right time to become a direct enemy of Mealy's. Not yet. He wasn't strong enough, and he knew it. The convoy pressed forward on its journey, and Rigger felt the weight of his own thoughts piling up. Yet, while the others continued their conversations and tasks, he forced himself to focus on the present. He looked around, observing the people with him, and noticed something curious. Most of the gazes he met were respectful and reverent. Few showed fear. He realized that, Over the past days, his frequent interactions with the Legion's members had shown them that he was more approachable than he seemed. The gazes that might once have been filled with distrust were now laced with trust. He had become someone they could rely on, not a distant leader, but someone flesh and blood who shared the same struggles and difficulties. He decided to try to learn lightning magic again. He attempted to create a small cumulonimbus cloud in his hand, as he had done on previous occasions. He concentrated, feeling the magic flow through him, and, to his surprise, the cloud formed. A moment later, a small lightning bolt crackled within it. A satisfied smile crossed his lips. Finally, he managed to create the first lightning. He looked forward once more, feeling that the long road ahead would hold many more obstacles. But for now, he was ready to face whatever came. Rigger walked slowly through the empty building, observing the details of the space around him. His steps echoed through the imposing rooms, filled with dust but with sturdy structures still well preserved. He stopped in the middle of the main hall, a spacious area that could easily be turned into a large meeting point. The tall windows allowed sunlight to illuminate every corner, and Rigger let a subtle smile escape. Not bad, he murmured to himself, satisfied with the place. He exited through the main door and, outside, saw the vast grounds surrounding the property. The open fields and abandoned gardens needed some care, but they were also space to be used for other purposes. Near the entrance, a small but impressive figure awaited him. It was an elderly lady with purple hair, tied up in an elegant bun. She was dressed in fine clothes and a decorated hat, exuding the aura of someone who had achieved everything they wanted in life. She was Rubia, the richest person in Tinover, a lady who commanded much of the real estate industry, restaurant chains, and tavern rentals in Tinover. Beside her, in silence, stood Kidder with a serious expression, as if he were the elderly woman's bodyguard. Rubia smiled warmly as Rigger approached. "Is the size enough, my young man?" she asked in a firm yet warm voice. Rigger looked again at the place and nodded. "Yes, it's very good. We also have plenty of space to build new things. Thank you for your attention." The lady chuckled softly, hiding part of her smile behind her hand. "Foo-foo. No problem, my dear. This property once belonged to a noble house here in Tinover. They moved to the capital, and I decided to hold on to it until a good price came along. But," she paused and smiled even more, "it also serves to pay off a favor." Rigger's heart weighed slightly as he remembered the past. Rubia was the same young woman who had been saved by Verdia, his master, many years ago. When he introduced himself as Verdia's disciple and handed her the letter, Rubia became extremely kind and eager to help. It was a precious connection. "You can send the payment to my property," Rubia continued. "I'll have someone reliable to receive it. If you need anything, just let me know, young Rigger." "I appreciate your generosity," Rigger replied with a slight nod. Rubia turned towards her luxurious carriage, where a coachman and a guard were already waiting. Before stepping in, she waved her hand delicately. "Goodbye, goodbye," she said with a smile. Once the carriage left and disappeared down the busy street, Rigger looked at Kidder, who still silently accompanied him. "Kidder, call everyone and settle them at this property. I want Pycac to organize the members into divisions and start planning new constructions. And ask the commander of the trade division to conduct a market survey here in Tinover." Kidder gave a brief bow and nodded. "Understood. Will you be leaving, Chief?" "Yes," Rigger replied, adjusting his sword at his waist. "I'm going with Idar to rescue his brother." Kidder didn't question him and quickly departed to carry out the orders. Rigger then glanced to the side, where Idar, the promising young swordsman of the Legion, was attentively observing the property, as if already calculating what they could do there. "Idar," Rigger called. Idar immediately turned, his eyes sharp. "Let's go. We have to get your brother back from the city center." The young man nodded, and the two of them began walking together toward the bustling heart of Tinover. During the journey, Rigger took the time to reflect on the progress of the Iron Legion. It had been almost 2 months since they left Port Zant. The trip had taken longer than expected, both due to the size of the group and the need to keep everyone organized. He had spent that time guiding, training, and assigning roles to each member of the Legion. The work had been exhausting, more tiring even than the physical training, as he had to consider all the future possibilities in his organization. They hadn't yet mastered everything they needed to, but at least they had a basic understanding of their responsibilities. The division commanders he had chosen had already taken up their roles solidly, so he no longer had to be as involved. Rigger took a deep breath as he walked, feeling a mix of fatigue and relief. Tinover marked the beginning of a new phase. The Iron Legion was starting to strengthen, and now the focus would be on building a solid base so they could operate as a true organized force. Moreover, something else had been bothering him in recent days. The mating season was about to begin. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, bringing a strange anxiety he preferred to ignore for now. Rigger, how do you plan to talk to him exactly? Idar asked, breaking the silence. Rigger looked at the young man and smiled slightly. I haven't really thought about it. I'll just give him a beating if he's too expensive. Idar laughed. They continued their walk in silence, as the city of Tinover revealed itself in all its grandeur. Bustling streets, shouting merchants, and imposing stone buildings. The noise and lively atmosphere of the city were signs that a new phase was just beginning. The good news was that a month and a half ago, Rigger had finally learned lightning magic. Although his first attempts were still rudimentary, he could already cast a basic straight lightning bolt. The problem, however, lay in control. After casting the spell, he lost nearly all precision, and the bolt would follow a wild, uncontrollable path. But Rigger didn't worry about that. His mastery was improving quickly, and he was constantly advancing. Now that he had mastered the basic spells he considered essential, like fire, wind, water, earth, healing, and lightning, he could finally start working on more complex projects that had been brewing in his mind. Gravity, summoning, and space-time magic were the next long-term goals, but he soon realized that the theoretical knowledge he had wasn't enough to perform these spells. The theory only helped visualize the processes, not make them a reality. Creating a lightning bolt from scratch, for example, only became possible due to practical inspiration, the cumulonimbus spell which he had studied and replicated. Without an example, he would be limited to what he could imagine, and trial and error could take years or even decades. He remembered stories of people easily creating magic based on theoretical knowledge, but the issue was that these physical elements from his previous world weren't controlled by magic. The interaction between the natural mana of this world and these elements was the key. Of course, when you had a practical example of magic, that theoretical knowledge helped further develop your spells. The idea of invading the flying fortress and talking to the armored dragon king seems more and more feasible. Rigger murmured, frustrated with the limitations. However, he didn't let himself get discouraged. While searching for information on more advanced magic, there was still much to explore in other areas. In recent months, Rigger had begun developing elaborate ideas related to Tuki, manipulating its properties to make it faster, more resistant, or stronger. His idea was that different fighting styles shaped Tuki differently, replicating different effects. He theorized that if he could manipulate these changes instantly, he would react faster and be much more versatile than his enemies. Another thing he needed to experiment with was the black gem he had pulled from the chest of the black troll. Some demon races had strange powers derived from magical gems, but that was for the future. Combining this with barrier magic and magic circles, the potential was almost unlimited. Ironically, or not, barrier magic was the one Rigger had the least natural talent for so far, but at the same time, it was the one that gave him the most ideas for application. He had already concluded that magic circles and barriers worked similarly to programming from his old world. Both required structure, modularization, and logic. It's almost like someone is actually trying to apply that knowledge to magic, he whispered to himself as he scribbled a magic circle in the dirt with his hand, testing small effects. For a long time, he hadn't dedicated himself to this. He knew it wouldn't be a quick and straightforward study, and there were always other, more efficient spells that would increase his immediate strength, something he had needed since the beginning of his life. But now, with the Legion beginning to stabilize and having established a deterrent force for the Great Forest, he could invest time in the magic circles, which had much greater long-term potential. Rigger had already applied many of the concepts almost from the beginning, using modularization to break spells into smaller, more manageable parts. For example, summoning a stone cannon, harden the bullet, increase rotation, add propulsion force. It was basic, but the principle was clear. Modularizing a spell into independent parts allowed for more precision and better results. However, the true potential of magic circles lay in the more advanced possibilities. Rigger began to sketch more complex applications. Automatic reactions. If I'm attacked with fire, automatically cast a fire barrier. Magic circuits and items. Create spells that activated under specific conditions, like an instant healing spell upon use, focused on specific parts of the body. These were just the simplest applications he thought of at the moment. Rigger's mind was buzzing with ideas for magic, enchanted items, and possible combinations that could revolutionize his combat style. This would go far beyond just shooting fireballs or wind blasts, he thought, excited. It's like creating magical programs that perform actions automatically. I could even replicate many technologies from Earth with this. However, he knew he would need to keep working on magical control. Mastery over mana would never be a problem. On the contrary, the more control, the better. Elemental magic still had a lot to explore too, like vacuum magic and flight magic, underwater breathing magic, earth molecular magic, nuclear magic. These first two in particular would be a gift for his master, Verdia. It would be perfect if he could create enchantments for them, but if not, he would personally bring them to her. Rigger also believed that magical control would be essential to mastering advanced barrier magic. Even though it was one of his weakest spells, he was determined to use it in a way no conventional mage would even consider. If I can control the barrier with extreme precision, I could use it like Tuki, sticking it directly to my skin. By using the barrier in direct contact with his body, he could drastically increase his defense and, at the same time, surprise unsuspecting enemies. After all, who would expect a barrier, usually used as static defense, to be mobile, flexible, and offensive? Rigger felt a surge of motivation flow through his body. With the Legion finally settling in Tinover, he would have the time to experiment, fail, and perfect these new ideas. Every little advancement brings me closer to the top of the world, he murmured, closing his eyes for a moment. Idar, who had been silently walking beside him, finally glanced over, intrigued. Rigger, are you okay? You suddenly got quiet. Huh? Oh, Rigger replied, snapping out of his thoughts with a smile. I was just thinking about a few things. Thinking? Like battle strategies? Idar asked, curious. Something like that. Rigger answered without going into details. Let's keep going. We still have your brother to rescue, don't we? Idar smiled, full of hope, and nodded. The two continued walking as the gears in Rigger's mind spun faster and sharper than ever. Hey, I think it'd be much better to just kidnap him, Idar suggested, breaking the silence with a firm tone. Some of the beast race will be heading to the Great Forest soon. A blacksmith is going to teach them how to forge weapons, and others are delivering letters. My brother is blind, Rigger, and he's still so young. He's only 6. I'd rather send him to live in the Great Forest with my grandmother. There, he can learn something in safety. Rigger paused for a moment, processing Idar's words. His logic was simple and direct. That's true. If the Lord of Tinover finds out we're here to buy him, he'll probably jack up the price. And if we kidnap him later, we'll be the prime suspects. So, why not just take him now? Rigger glanced over at the sprawling city ahead and smirked. All right, Idar. I'll go get him. In the meantime, post a job at the Adventurers Guild. Something like a magic instructor. The requirement will be an advanced mage proficient in all attack magics. We'll need someone to train the more common members of the Legion too. Idar smiled, satisfied. I'll leave that to you then. Sometime later, Rigger stood before the Lord of Tinover's mansion, an imposing structure of stone and fine wood. But to him, it was far too vulnerable. This is too easy. With his mana sight activated and his keen sense of smell and hearing, Rigger moved like a shadow through corridors and windows. No guard, No servant escaped his perception. His stealth was impeccable, the result of years of training and refinement. I could also create an alarm system with barriers. My master mentioned that in Malician, they have barriers like these to protect large mansions. This has to be a priority. If I can infiltrate this easily, others can too. After combing through the halls and eavesdropping on snippets of servants' conversations, he finally found the boy. The child, with dark hair and worn clothes, stood in the middle of a grand hall, cleaning the floor with an old cloth. The way he moved, meticulously and in sections, showed that he was guided only by touch due to his blindness. Rigger paused for a moment, observing the scene. He felt some compassion, or perhaps pity, but there was something about the boy, perhaps his calm or resolve, that made him hesitate briefly. I don't feel like wasting time with conversation. In one swift motion, Rigger covered the boy's mouth, preventing any scream or reaction. The boy flinched but quickly went still, likely realizing that resistance was futile. Rigger grabbed him firmly and, like a speeding shadow, escaped the mansion as easily as he had entered. He gently placed the boy in a chair, then knelt in front of him, speaking firmly but without aggression. "Hey, kid, I'm a friend of your brother, Idar. I came to rescue you. You'll see him soon, so just wait patiently." To Rigger's surprise, the boy didn't ask questions or struggle. He merely nodded, remaining quiet. His behavior caught Rigger's attention. He's not shaken. He didn't scream or try to run. He's probably been through worse. This calm, it's like he's used to being treated this way. For a moment, something inside Rigger stirred, a feeling of empathy. "You'll be okay soon," he murmured before standing up and leaving. Back at the new base of the Iron Legion, the activity was already bustling. Members of the Legion were carrying crates, arranging makeshift furniture, and training in small, open spaces. Rigger arrived, carrying the blind boy in his arms. Upon entering, he looked at one of the nearby members and ordered, "Tell Joseph to come talk to me." Out in the makeshift training ground, Rigger observed Rufus practicing with Skoll and Jerry, the two wolves that were growing rapidly. Rufus was becoming increasingly skilled with earth magic, raising pillars and controlling projectiles with impressive precision. Noticing Rigger, Skoll trotted toward him, tongue hanging out, ready to pounce. "Chief," Rufus shouted, stopping the wolf before it could leap. Rigger simply waved back with a faint smile. "Good work, Rufus. Keep training." He then walked to the room he had designated as his office. Closing the door behind him, he dropped into his chair, feeling the weight of all his accumulated responsibilities. "I'll have to deal with Mealy's diplomatically at some point." This looks so much easier on TV. Rigger ran a hand through his hair and smiled faintly. "I'll need to prepare. The more we advance, the easier it will be to attract unwanted attention. But for now," he leaned back in his chair, satisfied with their current progress. POV. Aoi Dedoldia. The wind of Tinover blew gently through the stone streets, carrying the distant smell of active forges and goods being unloaded. Aoi walked calmly along the sidewalks, his hands in his pockets and a serene expression on his face. Beside him, Lisa walked with short, almost skipping steps, her eyes sharp and observant of everything. "It's so different here, don't you think?" she said, with a light smile as she watched the merchants shouting their offers. Aoi glanced down at her. Lisa was small for a beast girl, perhaps due to malnutrition before he rescued her, but her eyes were lively, full of an energy he couldn't ignore. It was something he increasingly liked as the days passed, that smile, which seemed out of place in the dirty and cruel world they lived in. Different enough to keep the mind distracted, Aoi replied, shifting his gaze to the horizon. His calm, almost bored tone contrasted with the constant vigilance in his eyes. Even while walking, he was alert. "Never let your guard down," the chief always said. They passed through a more isolated alley, where the movement dwindled. Lisa paused to watch a group of children playing with clothball. For a moment, Aoi allowed himself to relax, crossing his arms as he watched her. "She really is small," he thought, almost smiling. That's when they appeared. Two men stepped out of the shadows, blocking their path. Their expressions were those of opportunistic predators, filthy grins plastered on their worn faces. One held an improvised club, while the other had a dagger strapped to his belt. Well, what do we have here?" said the first, his malicious gaze lingering on Lisa. "Beasts wandering through isolated alleys? Did you get lost, or are you offering yourselves up?" Tay said nothing. He remained still, his expression unchanging. Lisa, however, stepped back slightly, feeling the weight of the men's intentions. He could see she was scared and about to say something, but Taze raised a hand slightly, cutting her off. Just as the chief said, Taze took a deep breath, looking at the two men with no emotion. Ignorance was a blessing. The major organizations on the continent already knew of the Iron Legion. They knew enough to keep their distance, at least for now. But these small fish, as Rigger liked to call them, had no idea what they were up against. They were far too bold, or just stupid. "I was in a good mood." Tay spoke for the first time, his voice almost lazy, yet laced with something cold. "Let's get this over with." The first man laughed, but the sound quickly died. In an instant, Taze moved. He advanced with a speed the men hadn't expected. His right hand grasped the hilt of the small blade at his belt, and in one clean, calculated motion, he stabbed the first attacker directly in the neck. The man choked, his eyes wide, and fell without making a sound. Lisa gasped, surprised. The other man turned pale, terrified. He pulled out the dagger with trembling hands, but Taze didn't move. He simply watched him, letting the fear grow. "Do you have a group?" Taze asked, his voice devoid of emotion. The man opened his mouth, trying to form words while staring at his fallen companion's lifeless body. "Why, yes," he cried, almost sobbing. "Yes, we have a group. It's just us and 3 more. Only a small group? I swear." "Where?" "Near the abandoned market, in the back." "Please don't kill me." Taze thought for a moment. He still didn't know all the details of the city. "Take us there." He turned without looking at the man lying on the ground. Lisa hesitated but followed him, still stunned by how quickly the situation had unfolded. She glanced at the man, who ran ahead eagerly. As they walked toward the market, Lisa finally asked in a low voice, "Are you going to let him go?" Taze didn't answer immediately. He just kept walking, his eyes fixed straight ahead. "That depends on him." The abandoned market was a cluster of broken stalls and crumbling structures, covered in dust and cobwebs. Tay's footsteps echoed through the empty walls as Lisa followed closely, her gaze more serious now. The small group of bandits wasn't hard to find. Loud voices and laughter could be heard behind an old wooden building. Tay stopped at the entrance, observing. 5 men and 1 woman, all seated around an improvised campfire, chatting without a care in the world. 6 small cages were arranged beside them, and inside, 8 thin and filthy people stared at him in silence, their eyes full of fear and despair. "Slaves." Lisa looked at Taze, waiting for his order. He drew his blade once more and smiled faintly, an empty smile, as if he were merely carrying out any other task. "Wait here." Lisa nodded and stayed behind. Taze advanced alone, like a predator in the night. The group didn't notice his presence until it was too late. The first one fell with a clean strike to the nape. The others screamed, grabbing makeshift weapons, but Tay's calm and methodical expression never wavered. He moved like a shadow, blending the flexible techniques of the North God style with chantless magic, each strike precise and fatal. Within minutes, it was all over. Silence once again dominated the abandoned market, and the slaves looked at him with tears in their eyes. Taze wiped his blade on a piece of cloth and turned to Lisa, who approached slowly, her gaze fixed on him. "Let's go," Taze said, beginning to unlock the cages. As they walked back to the base, the slaves following in single file, Lisa moved closer to Taze. Something in her expression had changed. She watched him with a mixture of admiration and something more. "You're not just a boy, are you?" Lisa whispered, her face flushed. Taze didn't reply, but a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. POV narrator. Rigger sat at the end of the long wooden table, his sharp eyes scanning the faces in front of him. The key commanders of the Iron Legion, responsible for keeping the Tinover branch thriving and well-managed, occupied their seats, exchanging attentive glances as the meeting progressed. The housing constructions are nearly finished, Chief, said Derek, a robust human with his arms crossed over his chest. He was the commander of the Administration and Human Resources Division. The eastern part of the base can already shelter 50 more people, and the blacksmiths managed to finish most of the tools we requested. Good, Rigger nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. And what about supplies? We're well stocked until the end of winter. Some merchants here in Tinover have shown interest in doing business with us. It seems we're starting to draw attention. We've also started your idea for livestock farming, but we have some concerns about the area where the animals are kept, as many are escaping, Pycak added, a hint of doubt in his voice. Rigger let out a quiet sigh. It was expected that nobles and merchants would begin to approach. The Legion's success wouldn't go unnoticed for long. I'll take a look and see what can be done about the stables. Nearly all the meat consumed by the population came from hunters and adventurers, since monsters were far more dangerous than common animals. He hoped to start a new trend, but it wouldn't be easy. Which merchants have reached out? He asked, looking at Launark, an elf who was the commander of the Trade and Diplomacy Division, taking notes beside him. A few, the elf replied calmly, his blue eyes focused on the paper before him. The Redwald family sent a representative to probe for potential agreements. They're prominent along the southern caravan routes. Additionally, there's a merchant named Lorian who primarily deals in minerals and weapons. He's been quite insistent. Keep in touch, but don't commit to anything yet. Evaluate these names and find out what you can about their intentions. Understood, Chief, said Derek, bowing his head. Rigger then turned to Taze. Taze, is the eradication of hostile forces complete? Some groups fled, but they've all been dissolved in Tinover, Taze promptly responded. The meeting continued, touching on other matters, patrol schedules, reinforcing external defenses, and even negotiations with other small mercenary groups operating in the city. Everything seemed in order, but Rigger knew appearances could be deceiving. It was then that Gorham, the dwarf commander of the intelligence division, cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. Gorham was a relatively old dwarf with a long, graying beard braided into strands and a sharp gaze that always seemed to see beyond the obvious. His presence carried a natural air of seriousness. Regarding that investigation the chief asked me to conduct, Gorham's deep voice filled the room. He raised a worn parchment and placed it on the table. About the Joylor house, we questioned some key figures in Tinover and uncovered a few things. Rigger leaned in, needing as much information as possible before acting against them. Gorham leaned forward, pointing to the parchment. The Joylor house is a noble family, decadent, in theory, at least in the public eye. They maintain a facade of humility and discreet businesses, but we have reason to believe they're behind certain clandestine operations in the city, including some sacrificial rituals and slave trafficking. They're quite an extremist, noble house in Mealy's. Silence fell over the room. Rigger wasn't surprised. It had to be something like this for them to become enemies of his master. Location? Strengths? He asked after a few seconds. We have a location of what we believe to be one of their main mansions, closer to the center of the capital, Militia, Gorham replied. It's well protected, with hired guards and a surveillance system with classic noble barriers, nearly impenetrable, which suggests a well-funded family. However, we still need a deeper investigation to be sure of what's happening inside. Rigger nodded, reflecting on the words. He felt the need to remove this thorn as soon as possible. After all, Linstar Joylor had already hired a saint to kill his master. He had to resolve it before it grew into a real threat for the Legion. All right, he said, breaking the silence. Continue the investigation, but don't alert the enemy. I want every possible detail before we take any action against the Joylor house. As you wish, Chief, Gorham replied, bowing respectfully. Rigger leaned back in his chair, relaxing for a brief moment. It was good to know things were progressing, but another issue had been on his mind for some time. He looked at Taze and Kidder. As soon as we're fully established here in Tinover, I'll leave for a quick trip to the dwarven territory. What? Kidder looked up from the map he was analyzing, surprised. I have plans for my sword. I need to embed it with a magic stone, Master Verdia told me several times it would greatly increase my strength, as long as it's a powerful magic stone, Rigger explained, touching the hilt of the blade at his waist. And the only ones capable of modifying one of the 49 swords are dwarven blacksmiths. Are you going alone? Taze asked, concerned. Yes. It'll be faster that way. I won't take more than a few months. You'll all be responsible for maintaining order here while I'm away. The commanders exchanged brief glances, but no one objected. They knew that even if Rigger wasn't there, his strength still existed, and few would dare to cross them. As you wish, Kidder finally replied. Great, Rigger said, resting his arms on the table. For now, focus on strengthening our base. Derek, finish the constructions. Kidder, investigate these potential partners. And Gorham, continue gathering intel on House Joylore and other noble houses and factions in Mealy's. I want results by the end of the week. Understood, they responded in unison. Rigger watched as the commanders stood and left the room one by one. Once alone, he let out a low sigh and stood up, walking over to the window. The city of Tinover stretched out before him, bathed in the light of the setting sun. One step at a time. But before anything else, he needed a sword worthy of his ambitions. After the meeting with the commanders, Rigger left the Iron Legion's base and made his way to the bustling center of Tinover. His boots struck the stone ground firmly, and the noise of the busy streets barely fazed him. This time, he had a clear goal: to register as an adventurer. That was the first thing I thought of when I realized I was in a magical world. It was a distant memory, back when he was just a child surrounded by forest, dreaming of all the things he could achieve. Becoming an adventurer had seemed like such a simple and straightforward dream back then. The idea of exploring ancient ruins, hunting legendary monsters, and amassing fame and fortune made his heart race with excitement. But in the tribe, there are no guilds, no nearby cities. It was just the Dedoldia tribe and the forest. The world felt too small back then. Now, however, the circumstances were different. Becoming an adventurer was no longer a distant dream, it was a necessity. Some members had registered as adventurers some time ago, but their progress had been frustratingly slow. Of course, it's not as advantageous as I once thought. Rigger reflected as he walked. There were many types of adventurers. Solos, those who acted alone. Few could survive this way, but they existed. Groups, which were the norm. To form a group, there were no restrictions except that members' ranks could not be more than one level above or below the group leaders. Clans, created when at least two groups joined forces. Recently, some members of the Legion had formed their own adventuring groups and naturally united to create a clan. It was a positive step, but it brought a new problem: the lack of available jobs. Most of the missions in Tinover were too simple for large groups or offered little reward, and Rigger knew that, over time, members of the Legion would scatter across the world. This problem will eventually resolve itself, but for now, we need a solution. One way to fix this was for him to become an S-class adventurer. If I can achieve a higher rank, I'll gain certain privileges. The clan will be able to take on more challenging missions, reducing the scarcity of jobs. But will the administrators allow it? It was an ambitious thought, but Rigger always preferred fast, direct results. If rank became an obstacle, he'd negotiate with those in charge, or use more persuasive methods, if necessary. The Adventurers Guild was a large two-story building with a facade reinforced by dark wooden beams and a golden emblem above the door. Inside, it was filled with adventurers of all kinds, from poorly equipped rookies to veterans boasting gleaming armor and impressive weapons. As soon as Rigger entered, the hum of conversation seemed to dip for a moment. He could feel the eyes on him. It wasn't surprising. His presence, silver hair, fierce eyes, and an intimidating aura rarely went unnoticed. Ignoring the whispers, he walked straight toward the main counter. Before he could say a word, a man leaning against the wall in light armor called out to him. "Hey, beast boy." The voice carried a mocking tone. "You part of that iron group, or something? I'd suggest you bring some backup." Rigger paused, turning his head in the man's direction. He was a tall human with an irritating smirk and a superior gaze, like someone used to provoking newcomers. For a moment, Rigger considered ignoring him. But the weight of the past few weeks had worn his patience thinner than he cared to admit. This is getting increasingly irritating. He took a deep breath. Lately, he found himself less willing to deal with these kinds of situations. Strong or not, he still looked like he was in his early teens, an easy target for intimidation. Many times, he thought about simply killing anyone who acted this way, but always chose not to. Maybe I should start training Skull to intimidate these people. One growl from him would make any idiot think twice before opening their mouth. Rigger stared coldly at the man, releasing a faint killing intent without another word. The subtle pressure made the adventurer hesitate for a moment, as if he realized he'd stepped on a dangerous ground. Rigger turned back and continued to the counter, where a half-elf receptionist waited for him, her expression neutral. "I want to speak with the person in charge of this branch," he said bluntly. The receptionist blinked, surprised by his direct approach, but maintained her composure. "The guild master is currently busy. Do you have a specific matter to discuss?" "Registration and rank classification," Rigger replied. "Tell him I'm the leader of the Iron Legion." The receptionist hesitated for a moment, but something in Rigger's gaze convinced her to comply. "Very well. Please wait a moment." While waiting, Rigger crossed his arms and surveyed the hall. Adventurers came and went, discussing missions or showing off their rewards. It was a dynamic world, one where everyone chased their own glory. For a moment, he thought of his younger self, the one who dreamed of standing where he was now, becoming an SSS-class adventurer, a rank that didn't even exist in this world. If I told my younger self this, he'd never believe it. But he wasn't here chasing glory. Rigger had a greater purpose, and he was willing to use every resource at his disposal to achieve it. After some time waiting, the guild receptionist returned and said, "He is waiting in his office. Allow me to escort you there." Rigger followed her deeper into the guild's building. "He is in this room. You may enter." She bowed and left. The office of the Adventurer Guild branch leader was spacious, yet simply decorated. Books and scrolls lined the shelves, while a detailed map of the region covered the main wall. Behind a sturdy desk, the leader, a tall, bearded man, gazed at Rigger with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. He gestured toward the chair in front of the desk and said, "Who would have thought that the leader of the Iron Legion would be just a boy barely entering adolescence?" Rigger sat calmly, showing no emotion. He was used to being underestimated, though the comment still mildly annoyed him. After all, he was nearly 140 centimeters tall, which made him look older than his 9 years. However, he didn't bother correcting the man. "I'll get straight to the point," Rigger said, his voice calm but firm. "I want the Adventurer Guild to grant me an S-rank classification, along with 5 S-rank classifications for the core members of the Iron Legion. I also expect certain benefits when it comes to mission selection." The leader raised an eyebrow, surprised by the bold request. Crossing his arms, he replied, "Unfortunately, it's not that simple. There are rules to follow. It wouldn't be fair to other adventurers if we just handed you all S-rank classifications. High rankings require a proven record of successful missions. These missions are also a way for us to evaluate adventurers. We have a code of conduct here and can't allow just anyone to reach S rank." Rigger remained impassive. "I don't think it's wise for you to refuse this proposal," he said, leaning slightly forward. "You've probably done your research on me as soon as I entered the city, but let me be clear. I'm only 9 years old and already a king-tier earth and wind mage, as well as a sword saint. The Iron Legion is constantly training and systematically growing stronger, physically, economically, and politically. Soon, it will be a force recognized worldwide. I can guarantee that. What I can't guarantee is that you'll have the advantage of supporting US while we're still in our early stages." The leader narrowed his eyes, but didn't interrupt. Rigger continued, "Moreover, granting these classifications would benefit the guild. With the reputation the Legion will have in the future, there will be a significant influx of high-level adventurers through the Legion, boosting public trust in the guild and attracting more mission requests." The man rested his elbows on the desk, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Before he could speak, Rigger concluded, releasing a faint magical pressure into the room. "And of course, I'd strongly recommend you accept. I'm still somewhat displeased with the reception I received upon arriving here. The pressure in the air wasn't suffocating, but it was enough to make the leader uncomfortable. He took a deep breath before hesitantly responding. I can grant you the S rank, but only for you. As for the other 5, I can offer A rank classifications on one condition. They'll need to complete specific missions to justify their promotions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make it official, as even I cannot bypass the rules. Rigger tilted his head slightly, as if considering the proposal. In truth, he already knew his request was bold, but that's how negotiations worked, and he had the advantage of his strength. Pushing the limits was part of the strategy. Securing 5 A-rank positions for his members was a win, as his primary goal had always been obtaining his S rank. Very well. I'll send the members in question to speak with you later. What mission would I need to complete? The leader sighed in relief, visibly relaxing as Rigger agreed. He pulled a scroll from the cabinet behind him. This is a material hunting mission, but it's been gathering dust here for quite some time. A noble requested blue dragon scales to forge a flashy armor. The scales can only be obtained in the Blue Dragon range, an extremely dangerous region, which is why it remains incomplete. The reward is quite good, though. I recommend taking a group. Rigger quickly read through the scroll, analyzing the details. Internally, he felt satisfied. He was already planning a trip to the dwarven territories, and with this mission, he could combine his goals. Perfect. I'll accept this mission. The conversation became more relaxed after the two established an initial cooperation. They discussed future collaborations, such as sending members of the Legion to guild branches in other parts of the continent with fewer adventurers, strengthening the guild's presence while Rigger expanded the influence of his organization. Both recognized the potential for a mutually beneficial partnership. When Rigger finally left the guild, he looked at the new adventurer card he had received. His name gleamed with the S rank beside it. He couldn't help but feel a slight sense of pride. This was just another step toward consolidating his position in the world. Name, Rigger Dedoldia. Gender, male. Race, beast race. Age, 9 years. Job, magic swordsman. Rank S. Group, Iron Legion. With a faint smile on his face, he tucked the card away and walked back to the barracks, already thinking about how to inform the selected members of the Legion about their future rankings and the new mission awaiting them. The sound of heavy footsteps and labored breathing echoed through the clearing. Skull, the massive, ebony-colored wolf, charged with ferocity, his coat shimmering in the sunlight. Though he was already the size of a horse, he was still just a pup. Ebony wolves seemed to grow very large. His eyes shone with determination as he tried to bite Rigger, who moved with superhuman agility. Around them, Taze, Kidder, Idar, Joseph, and 5 other members of the Iron Legion encircled Rigger, coordinating their attacks. It was an uneven battle, 10 against 1, with Rigger limiting himself to auxiliary magic, relying on his sword, monstrous strength, and extraordinary senses and combat instincts. Yet the difficulty of the match was evident. Kidder was the first to strike, his enormous sword roaring as it cut through the air. He aimed a direct blow at Rigger's side, who parried with his blade. The earth around them immediately shifted into spikes, but Rigger sidestepped using flash step, vanishing momentarily and reappearing several meters to the left. Before he could catch his breath, Skull was already on his heels, his claws tearing through the ground. With a swift spell, Rigger used earth manipulation to raise a rock barrier between himself and the wolf, but Skull shattered it with brute strength, leaping at him. Rigger spun his azure sword with precision, deflecting the attack and creating a gust of wind that forced Skull to retreat. "Nice try, kid." Rigger smiled, even as he analyzed the movements of the group around him. Idar then took the lead, engaging in close combat, his water god style evident in his fluid movements and counterattacks. He advanced with a series of rapid strikes, exploiting the gaps created by Taze and Joseph. Taze, with his fire-imbued sword, used earth and wind spells to create distractions, while Joseph alternated between the ferocity of the sword god style and the versatility of the north god style, switching between quick attacks and weapon throws. Rigger blocked Idar's strikes with impressive ease, but had to manipulate the surrounding earth again to deflect Taze's magical barges. Joseph seized the opportunity to attempt to strike from behind, but Rigger was already prepared. He vanished again with flash step, reappearing behind Joseph and knocking him down with a punch to the ribs, sending him flying. The combat unfolded at breakneck speed, with the clearing constantly reshaped and destroyed by the impacts. Joseph retreated, groaning. Skull took advantage of the distraction to lunge at Rigger from the side, his enormous jaws aiming for the azure sword. Rigger moved swiftly, dodging and channeling Tuki to enhance his strength. He then delivered a flying kick to the giant wolf, sending it sprawling. Kidder shouted as he swung his massive sword in a powerful attack. At the same time, Idar re-engaged Rigger in close combat, while Taze, from the opposite flank, unleashed supercharged fire and wind spells at Rigger. The coordinated combination forced Rigger to fight on multiple fronts. Rigger retreated a few meters, blocking Kidder's blade with his own and using flow to cut through Taze's combined magic with a vertical slash, splitting the fiery wave. In a fluid motion, he dodged Idar's strike and created a shockwave by spinning his sword, knocking down two of the weaker members of the group. The battle continued at a stalemate for a while. Shockwaves, explosions, clashing blades, and the destruction of trees filled the forest. Whenever Rigger was about to take someone out, Taze would save them with some creative use of magic or face him head-on with his sword. "You're improving," Rigger noted, deciding to end it for today. With an explosive leap, Rigger soared above the field, landing directly in front of Taze. Before he could react, Rigger struck the ground with force, using earth magic to create tremors and cracks that unbalanced the entire group. Skull tried to intercept him, but Rigger leapt again, slamming his sword into the ground to create another shockwave. What followed was a swift and relentless hunt of the disoriented group. When the dust finally settled, only Rigger was left standing. Rigger spun the blue sword, brushing off the dust from its blade, before turning to Taze, who was still kneeling, catching his breath and healing himself. "An adventurer told me something about the North God style at the saint level and beyond the other day," Rigger began. "It requires the use of any tricks or methods necessary to win. And you utilized that very well today." Taze lifted his head, still panting heavily. "Even though you're still lacking in terms of physical strength and Tuki," Rigger paused, observing the young man. "However, overall, your battle strength has already reached the level of a saint." Taze's eyes widened in surprise. "I can't officially name you as such, but you can already consider yourself a saint of the North, Taze." For a moment, the young man remained silent, trying to process what he'd just heard. Then, a wide smile spread across his face. "Thank you, Chief. I won't let you down." Taze had always worked hard to reach this point. As a child, he trained tirelessly to defeat and surpass Rigger. But during the attacks of slave merchants on the tribe, his perspective began to shift. He realized it might not be such a bad idea to follow Rigger, and time had proven his decision right. He had often worried his strength was falling behind. His leader improved so quickly that Taze feared his own abilities would become obsolete. This drove him to never relax in his training, copying Rigger's methods and developing various magical combat techniques. Today's event was a major step in the right direction. He was confident he was no longer a burden and felt genuinely happy. Rigger nodded slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. Taze returned the gesture, still wearing his radiant smile. "But don't get complacent. You only reached this level through magical tactics. Without those, you're still at the advanced level." "Understood," Taze replied, his enthusiasm unwavering. Rigger then said his goodbyes to the rest of the group and left the clearing. As he reached the edge of the training grounds, he spotted Pycak waiting for him, looking eager to talk. Rigger walked along the trail leading back to the headquarters of the Iron Legion, listening to Pycak beside him. The logistical commander was deep in thought, discussing the steady growth of the Legion and some important decisions that needed to be made. Pycak asked about all sorts of matters: new recruits applying to join, trade agreements, training methods, and plans for future outposts. Rigger knew that if he were to manage the Iron Legion alone, the work would never end. That's why he instructed Pykak to only bring him the most critical issues. Mealy's has also shown no signs of interference or hostility so far. Pykak glanced at Rigger with an approving expression. It seems your strength is a greater deterrent than we anticipated. This gives us room to operate with more peace of mind. Rigger nodded. For now, things seem to be under control. He could proceed with his plans to travel to the dwarven territories without significant concerns. It had been over a month since the Iron Legion established itself in the region, and the base was more solid than he had expected. Even so, something continued to trouble him. The Joylore house is also quiet. Too quiet. They must have learned by now that I'm Verdia's student. I was expecting a stronger reaction, he said, frowning as his unease became evident. Pykak snorted. Maybe they've backed off after the last saint you killed in the Great Forest. Or they're planning something big. Rigger didn't respond immediately, his thoughts drifting over the possibilities. Another matter, however, had been occupying his attention more frequently. The mating season had started again, and it was creating complications. He let out a soft sigh as he recalled the behavior of the Legion over the past few weeks. Taze was already involved with Lisa, one of the slaves who had joined the Iron Legion after being rescued, and he seemed to handle the situation well. But for Rigger, things were different. Almost all the single beast women in the Legion were trying to seduce him in every way imaginable. Even some who were still children were attempting to impress him with glances or small gestures. No matter how much he tried to stay calm, Rigger couldn't ignore the growing strength of his instincts. He was only 9 years old, but the blood of his race already coursed through his veins with intensity, and controlling himself was becoming increasingly difficult. He still had enough self-discipline, but he knew this control wouldn't last forever. More importantly, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Some of the women in the Legion genuinely attracted him, and denying that would be a lie. Still, two things kept him cautious. First, he was too young. The little Rigger still hadn't grown much, so he preferred to wait a bit longer. Second, there was the risk of losing control to his instincts during sex. Having a child impulsively wasn't part of his plans for the next few years. I'll just hold myself back for now, he thought. When he finally arrived at the Legion's headquarters, his gaze was immediately drawn to several beast women watching him. Some smiled openly, while others cast furtive glances. Rigger took a deep breath, crossing the gate with firm steps, as a faint, mischievous smile formed on his face. His journey was just beginning, and every step brought him closer to his destiny, and to challenges that only continued to grow. Rigger walked through the Iron Legion base, observing the activities and progress of each sector. Wherever he passed, the members greeted him with respect, some with evident enthusiasm. He waved back, offering a discreet smile as he continued. It was fascinating to see how everything was developing. As he crossed one of the training zones, his gaze settled on a group of children led by Rufus. Yin, the former slave trader, had reinforced the training of the younger children in the Legion and seemed to be adapting well to this new life. In fact, his son was among the young trainees, showing dedication and determination. Rufus, in turn, seemed to have befriended a peculiar boy from the Beastmen race named Garrison. He was part deer, with small horns beginning to sprout from his head. Despite his delicate appearance, Garrison demonstrated remarkable combat talent, particularly with spears, which was his favorite weapon. However, Rigger couldn't help but notice some prejudice associated with the use of spears among warriors. He knew this was deeply tied to stories about the Superd, a demon race described as terribly evil. His master, Verdia, once told him she had met a Superd. According to her, he was incredibly strong, but Rigger had never seen reason to judge someone just based on a weapon they wielded. Still, he had yet to meet a Superd to form an opinion on them. In fact, he made it a point to cultivate diversity in weapons within the Legion. To him, the predominance of swords as a symbol of combat was too restrictive. There were countless possibilities beyond that, and he wanted his warriors to explore each of them. Rufus Wolf, Jerry, was also growing quickly and helped with the children's and Rufus training. The animal seemed to be almost a celebrity among the children, admired as much as Rufus himself. Rufus' skill with magic and having such a large wolf made him a kind of unquestionable leader among the youths. After watching for a long time, Rigger couldn't help but smile as he noticed Rufus trying to imitate his way of giving orders. It was an endearing sight, and he felt proud of the boy's progress. He had already taught Rufus most of the beginner-level magic, and even some advanced spells. His latest advice had been for the young man to focus on improving his magic control and practical skills without chanting, something crucial for future magic. As he observed the training, a beast girl from the Dedoldia tribe approached him. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with reddish-brown hair and strikingly beautiful features. Pushed by her friends, she took a few hesitant steps, her ears twitching nervously. "Hey, leader," she began, her voice trembling. "Would you like to go for a walk around the city with me?" Rigger turned to her, surprised for a brief moment before giving her a kind smile. The girl's tail wagged frantically as she waited for a response, revealing her excitement and nervousness. "Unfortunately, I don't have time at the moment," Rigger replied politely and sincerely. "But I appreciate the invitation. Maybe another time." Her poorly expressed words left her, and the girl's expression changed noticeably. Her ears drooped, and her tail stopped moving. "Of course," she murmured, disappointed, before slowly moving away. Rigger sighed softly, feeling a little concerned, but he knew he had priorities to attend to. He thought about all the divisions that the Legion's outer branch currently had. First Division, Combat and Tactical Operations. Commander, Taze Dedoldia, Beastman, Feline. Vice Commander, Dravos Bloodscale, Demon Race. Second Division, Training and Education. Commander, Anira Viner, Human. Vice Commander, Yen Human. Third Division, Logistics and Support. Commander, Pykak, Human. Vice Commander, Liana, Human. Fourth Division, Communication and Intelligence. Commander, Goran Redwine, Dwarf. Vice Commander, Tovan Adoldia, Beastman, Canine. Fifth Division, Internal Control and Security. Commander, Joseph Longrob, Human. Vice Commander, Myron Frostvale, Elf. Sixth Division, Research and Development. Commander, Jory Genavrio, Dwarf. Vice Commander, Calda, Human. Seventh Division, Exploration and Reconnaissance. Commander, Idar, Human. Vice Commander, Elucer Ragebear, Elf. Eighth Division, Medicine and Alchemy. Commander, Lyra, Human. Vice Commander, Elian, Human. Ninth Division, Commerce and Diplomacy. Commander, Launark, Elf. Vice Commander, Selena Warith, Beastman, Rabbit. 10th Division, Administration and Human Resources. Commander, Derek, Human. Vice Commander, Lewis, Beastman. Estimated number of members, 844. It was quite a lot, and their numbers were growing rapidly, as one of the main activities of the Combat and Tactical Operations Division was attacking and recovering slaves from various places. In the Commerce and Diplomacy Division, Rigger found Darvin negotiating with a local merchant. 15 gold pieces for the lot is a robbery, the merchant exclaimed. Darvin, calm, countered, "With our protection on the roads, the profit will triple." Rigger sat down, listening to the conversation. "He's right," Rigger said. "But remember, we want allies, not just business. Offer a small discount as a gesture of goodwill." The merchant thanked Rigger. "Thank you, sir. You won't regret it." Rigger walked calmly through the base, his eyes scanning each sector attentively. He arrived at the Research and Development Division, where he was greeted by Calda, the vice commander of the division. "Master Rigger," Calda said, bowing respectfully, "we were expecting you. How's the research on the black gem going?" Rigger asked, getting straight to the point. Calda sighed slightly before responding. "We've confirmed that it is the same type found among the demon races. The type that grants specific abilities, but we're facing difficulties extracting the black energy you mentioned." Before parting ways, Rigger looked at Calda and asked, "And the other research? Any progress?" Calda adjusted his glasses and answered, We're testing the compatibility of minerals with mana for the mass-built magical weapons project and investigating simpler, easier enchantment symbols. There's still a lot of work, but the initial results are promising. Rigger nodded, satisfied. Great. Make sure to keep this well documented. Rigger pondered for a moment before giving his orders. Designate someone to continue the research on the black gem. The rest of the team can disperse to other projects. I don't want all focus to be on this. Understood, sir. Calder replied, agreeing. With that settled, Rigger left the sector, walking through other areas of the base. He observed the divisions of the Iron Legion functioning at full capacity and felt a pang of pride at the progress. The base was growing day by day, and the members were becoming increasingly well-organized. Rigger paused for a moment, observing Skoll, Jerry, and Frecky playing in a corner of the training field. Despite their already intimidating sizes and the strength they displayed, they still had a youthful energy that made the Legion's children adore them. Taming them had been easier than he expected, perhaps because they resembled dogs so much, or because many of them were of beastman descent. He still had time to figure that out. He didn't dwell on the future. In a few months, it would be his 10th birthday. The members of the Legion had planned to throw a big celebration, but he wouldn't be present to take part. His next journey would take him to the dwarven territory, and he would be leaving soon. Rigger didn't pay much attention to birthdays. In his current life, he had only celebrated once with his mother when he was 5, and he didn't miss it. However, before leaving, he wrote a few letters. Messages were sent to the Great Forest, addressed to his master, Verdia, his parents, Hantar and Celine, Killian, and Gustav. He wrote about his progress, expressed how much he missed them, and mentioned he was preparing to travel to the dwarven territory. He had decided that his wolf, Skoll, would travel with him. These animals had grown faster than expected and had shown remarkable loyalty to their owners. Skoll would be his trump card, his final ace in case something went wrong during the journey. Although he was out of action, he didn't think he could do much, but hey, why not? As his thoughts wandered, he decided to give some basic instructions to those who would focus on things in his absence. He would hold a meeting. Rigger considered himself a good leader, as he carried ideas from his previous world to implement innovative and efficient strategies. More importantly, he was strong enough that no one questioned his orders, only offered suggestions. Rigger found this quite useful. Even with his previous life, there were people who had lived 10 times longer than he had, and their experience was valuable. Sometimes he wondered if he was worthy of such a position, but he quickly discarded the thought. The first step toward doubting himself would be doubting his own abilities. He would do his best and correct his mistakes with their help. In the days leading up to his departure, Rigger gathered the commanders of all the divisions in a large meeting room at the center of the base. They sat around a circular table while Rigger stood, observing each one with a firm and determined look. As you may have already been informed, I will be away for some time, he began. I want everything to continue running perfectly in my absence. Each division has an essential responsibility for the growth of the Iron Legion. Trust each other, support one another, and stay focused. In my absence, follow the leadership of Kidder Dedoldia. The commanders nodded, but one of them, Joseph, in charge of internal control and security, crossed his arms. With all due respect, sir, it's difficult to maintain order without your presence. The members rely more on you and your strength than on us. Rigger didn't hesitate. This is why we are building this structure. The Legion cannot depend only on me. If something happens to me, you must be able to lead. Believe in your abilities. I believe in you. The weight of Rigger's words eased the tension, and Joseph, though reluctant, nodded. During the meeting, Rigger delegated specific tasks to each division and made it clear that he trusted each commander to maintain a stable base. Later, Rigger found Idar in the main courtyard. "Are you really going alone?" he said. "That doesn't seem wise. The blue dragons are rank S monsters, and they almost always travel in groups." Rigger replied, "I won't be alone. Skoll will be with me, and I trust my own strength to escape from a group of flying lizards if necessary." Maybe you're one of the few people who calls dragons flying lizards. Rigger laughed. "It's necessary. The other day, I tried using a staff from one of the Legion members to cast magic, and it made a normal fire spell 3 times stronger. It's an excellent staff, and it made me realize how much of a leap it would be if I could have a magical stone embedded in my sword. It's essential for my future plans. I'd our side, but respected Rigger's decision. The next day, Rigger gathered Rufus, Garrison, and the other children of the Legion for one last training session before leaving. He watched Rufus giving orders to the others, and the resemblance between the young boy and himself made him smile. "Rufus," Rigger called. "Come here." Rufus moved over with Jerry at his side. "Yes, Chief. While I'm away, you are the leader of the children's division. I want you to take care of them and continue their training. Teach them what you've learned and keep the order. Can I count on you?" Rufus puffed out his chest with pride. "You can count on me." Rigger stroked the wolf Jerry's head before standing up. "I trust you. Don't disappoint me." Finally, Rigger visited the base's forge. The heat of the flames was intense, and the sound of the hammer striking metal filled the space. He spoke briefly with the blacksmiths, ordering repairs for his weapons and checking the supplies. Before leaving, he thanked them for their hard work. On his last night before departure, while watching the base lit by moonlight, a messenger approached. "Sir, we've received information about House Joylore. Still no movement, like most of the noble houses in Mealy's. At this moment, there are no issues with your departure." Rigger stared at the horizon, where the territory of the expected years awaited him. "Understood. Keep monitoring and inform me of any updates." The Iron Legion was strong and united, but he knew that the next step of his journey would bring even greater challenges. The dawn rose over Tinover as Rigger made the final preparations for his departure. In front of the Iron Legion base, a small group waited to say their goodbyes. Taze, Rufus, Kidder, and the wolves, Jerry, Frecky, and Skull were lined up. Taze, with a firm gaze, was the first to speak. "Take care, Chief. I know you're strong, but it's like you always tell me. Never let your guard down." Rigger nodded with a confident smile. "Don't worry, Taze. You all take care of the Legion while I'm away." Rufus, looking anxious, handed over a small wooden talisman. He was anxious because he hadn't been apart from Rigger for a long time after being rescued. "It's a protection talisman. Mr. Pycak said the dwarves use one when they go on long journeys." Rigger took the talisman and tied it beside the sheath of his sword. "Thanks, Rufus. I'll use it as a reminder to come back in one piece." He ruffled the little dwarf's hair. Kidder, who would now take command of the Legion, stepped forward. "Don't worry about anything here. I'll keep the Iron Legion in order. When you return, we'll be even stronger." Rigger placed a hand on Kidder's shoulder, showing his trust. "I trust you. I know you'll do a great job." The wolves approached, led by Skull. The large wolf, with ebony fur, looked at Rigger excitedly, as if he understood the importance of the moment. Rigger petted his companion's head, climbed onto his back, and adjusted his posture. The silence was broken by a howl from Skull, echoing through the forest, followed by others from Jerry and Frecky. Rigger gave the group one last look. "See you later." And then, with a swift movement, Skull dashed down the forest trail, leaving a trail of dust behind. The run was intense. Skull's speed made the trees blur around Rigger. He was used to moving fast, but riding Skull was a unique experience. Despite this, he estimated the journey would still take about 15 to 20 days, even at that speed. "If I ran alone at full speed, I'd probably get there in less than half the time," Rigger muttered to himself. "But I think I can use this time to hunt some monsters, train some techniques, and test new tactics." Rigger felt that he was about to enter a period of great physical growth in the near future. His senses were becoming sharper with each passing year. He could hear the faintest snap of twigs on the ground or the distant sound of a river flowing. His eyes, adapted to the wild environment, could distinguish shapes and movements even in the twilight of the forest. His physical strength was already impressive, capable of rivaling weaker Saint-level warriors even without Tuki. However, his mana capacity was slowing his growth. He felt that his progress was becoming slower with each passing day. Rigger knew from his experiments that a person's mana capacity increased exponentially during childhood, but slowed as they approached the age of 10. After that, growth would be insignificant often taking decades to notice any significant change before eventually halting completely. Maybe it's something that varies from person to person, but I don't have to worry about that for now. I think I'm already one of the people with the most mana in the world right now, and I know more than 100 spells of different elements and uses, he reflected. That, combined with my physical strength and Tuki, already places me at a level that few can reach in their lifetime, and I'm still only almost 10 years old. Still, Rigger was not satisfied. He desired more. In his thoughts, the idea of becoming the strongest in the world surfaced. But he knew that such a title was not easily attained. He didn't even know who the 3 first of the 7 great powers were. The demon god Laplace, the 4th ranked, was the strongest known, and his mentor, Verdia, had described his strength as divine. Rigger thought that eventually he could surpass him after learning a bit about what he was capable of. But the others, the dragon god, the god of technique, and even the missing fighting god were enigmas. It's no use thinking too much about it now. I have plenty of time ahead, Rigger said, giving a light pat on Skull's neck. A long lifespan means many opportunities to improve. He also pondered his future plans. The Iron Legion was just starting, but he already envisioned its influence expanding throughout the central continent, reaching Meles and maybe even the demon continent. His goals were grand, but he knew he needed to be cautious and patient. After hours of running, the sound of the forest changed. Skull slowed down, his ears standing up, signaling danger nearby. Rigger dismounted carefully, adjusting his sword while scanning the surroundings. "Monsters," he murmured. From the trees, a group of grotesque creatures emerged. They were mutated wolves, with black fur and red eyes, larger than any ordinary wolf. Rigger counted at least 5 of them, moving in formation. Well, looks like the training has already begun. He signaled for Skull to take a defensive position. "I'll handle this alone." With a swift movement, Rigger advanced. He used reinforcement Tuki on his legs, increasing his speed. The first strike was direct, snapping the neck of one of the wolves. He spun in midair, dodging the attack of another while kicking the attacker in the jaw. Rigger's senses were at their peak. With each step, each movement, he anticipated as if he could predict the next few seconds. When the last wolf attacked, he grabbed the creature by the neck with his bare hands and slammed it into a tree with brutal force. "That was a good warm-up," he said, wiping his sword with a quick swipe. Skull approached, barking softly, as if approving of the performance. That night, while they rested around a campfire, Rigger looked up at the starry sky. Skull was lying beside him, his eyes alert to the surroundings. "There's still so much to do, Skull." The large wolf responded with a small grunt, resting his head on his front paws. Rigger smiled, watching the flames dance. "Let's see what tomorrow brings." And so, the journey continued, with new challenges and discoveries ahead. As Rigger and Skull continued their journey through the vast and wild land, Rigger's thoughts wandered far beyond the dangers of the road. His immediate goal was clear: reach the dwarven territory. But in moments of silence, his mind occupied itself with matters he had long avoided. "I need to start looking for a wife when I return. It would be good to find someone soon," Rigger reflected with a slight sigh. Among his many thoughts about the future of the Iron Legion and his own plans to become the strongest in the world, he had always wanted someone by his side. The first person who came to mind was his master, Verdia. "At least the first step has already been taken. I need to win her over gradually when I meet her again." Rigger murmured to himself, with a small smile, though there were obvious complications. It was widely known that elves, even the most affectionate ones, had a low libido, which initially left Rigger conflicted about it. He didn't see himself as an insatiable sexual beast, but he knew he wanted a more active relationship with his future wife. This dilemma, however, was gradually resolved as he adapted to the social peculiarities of this world and to his master's teachings, who had said that she herself had once had a passion for someone who already had 3 wives. Polygamy was common in this world, especially among nobles, tribes, and cultures like his own, and he realized this could be a solution to his dilemma. He still remembered the moment when Gustav, the tribe leader, suggested with absolute seriousness, "You should take the 2 heirs and your master as wives." At the time, The suggestion shocked him. But the more time passed, the more he grew accustomed to the idea of polygamy, as long as he had the approval of his other eventual wife. Of course, it would have to be someone I really like, and who likes me too, Rigger pondered. He began to catalog his preferences. I like more mature women. That hasn't changed since my past life, he thought. He still remembered the women he admired back on Earth. But here, in this world, something had changed. He had developed an admiration for powerful women. Not just physically, but those who possessed undeniable strength of character, skill, and presence. Back on Earth, strength or power didn't mean much. Maybe if the girl went to the gym and did some workouts, she'd gain some points, he thought with humor. But here, it's different. Strength is a symbol of effort and influence, of domination. And I really want someone who shares that. He mentally evaluated the women in the Legion. Some were attractive and competent, but he knew they would fall far behind in terms of strength, power, and skill. This thought made him wonder if his preference for strength and power had been influenced by living among beast folk. Maybe I've been more influenced by the tribe's culture and my beastral DNA than I realized, he thought, laughing to himself. But even amidst these reflections, the name of his master always returned to the center of his thoughts. Verdia, he whispered, remembering her fondly. Her image was clear in his mind, her golden hair waving in the wind, her eyes full of wisdom and kindness, the confident posture of a mage with countless accomplishments and stories, and a teacher. It was an irresistible combination. Verdia was not only beautiful, but also strong, experienced, and caring. He thought about the things his master still desired, flying through the skies and diving into the depths of the seas. Among her goals was the development of flight magic. He had clear ideas for creating it, as he could already fly with wind magic, but it was still rudimentary, based on multiple small wind bursts. He had an idea, but needed to gather practical information to make it work. His main reference would be the Chaos Breaker, the floating fortress of Perugius, the armored dragon king. He believed that, by understanding the principle of magical buoyancy applied there, he would be able to replicate something similar, even on a smaller scale. I'll need to reach the central continent to see this up close, he murmured. In addition, there was water magic. He had a skill in mind that he had seen in Avatar in his past life, something related to precise control of water and air to create protective spheres that maintained oxygen inside. This would be relatively simple with the amount of mana he currently possessed. He just needed magical control. Even so, there was something that worried him: the creatures of the ocean depths. Even in his previous life, where there was no mana, marine animals were terrifying. He didn't want to imagine how dangerous they could be in this world, where even the most common beasts were already lethal. I'll need to be cautious when I get to that stage, he thought. For now, Rigger decided to leave those thoughts for the future. He was confident that time would bring him the answers, and if he couldn't find anyone to interest him, his master would suffice. With a determined smile, he looked at Skull, who was tirelessly running through the forest. Yeah, Skull, the goals keep piling up, but one step at a time. And so, Rigger continued his journey, his thoughts divided between the challenges ahead and the possibilities of a future yet to be built. The metallic sound of swords being unsheathed echoed through the forest. Rigger had already noticed the ambush even before the bandits revealed themselves. 5 men emerged from behind the trees, their faces marked with greedy smiles and cruel gazes. All were armed, surrounding him. "Hey, kid, why don't you leave your stuff and save us the trouble?" one of them said, wielding a heavy axe and looking at Rigger with disdain. Rigger responded with an incredulous look. Did this guy not notice that he was mounted on a massive wolf? This was getting ridiculous. Was his intelligence being reduced by the plot? He advanced without a word. One of them attempted an initial strike, swinging his sword toward Rigger. Rigger dodged with an agile movement, leaning to the side, and in the blink of an eye, drove his fingers into the man's throat. A choked sound echoed as the bandit fell, clutching his neck. Next, Rigger's voice was focused. The others hesitated for a moment, but rage quickly spurred them on. 2 of them charged together, attempting to coordinate an attack on both flanks. Rigger spun his body, dodging a vertical strike, and in a fluid motion, delivered a kick to the knee joint of one attacker. A sickening crack echoed as the man collapsed to his knees, screaming in pain. Before he could react, Rigger delivered a straight punch to the man's temple, knocking him out instantly. The second bandit tried to seize the moment, but Rigger was faster. He ducked, passing under the opponent's strike, and with a savage movement, drove his fingers like a blade into the man's heart. The bandit fell backward, dead before he hit the ground. The two remaining bandits were terrified. One of them took a step back, but the leader shouted, "Don't retreat." Hesitation proved fatal. Rigger dashed toward the leader, his movements like those of a wild beast, agile and unpredictable. He landed a direct punch to the man's chest, shattering his sternum. The bandit dropped his axe and fell to his knees, coughing blood. The last bandit dropped his sword and tried to run, but Skull appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him from behind with a ferocious bite. The man fell, screaming desperately as the wolf held his limp body between its teeth. Rigger stood in the clearing, looking at the bodies strewn around. His breathing was controlled, his gaze disinterested. Weak, he approached Skull, who still held one of the bandits by his tattered clothes. "Drop it." The wolf released the corpse, licking his lips, his tail wagging. Then Rigger heard a sound coming from the road, shouting and the sound of a moving wagon. He turned toward it and saw a small caravan being attacked by another group of bandits. Without hesitation, Rigger climbed onto Skull. "Let's go." With a few powerful leaps, Skull crossed the forest, quickly reaching the caravan. The bandits turned toward him, startled at the sight of Rigger mounted on a colossal wolf. They barely had time to react before Rigger leaped off Skull and dispatched them with the same ease as the previous group. The travelers, initially terrified, soon approached with looks of relief and gratitude. A man, apparently the group's leader, bowed. "Thank you, sir, for saving us. We can never repay you." Rigger waved a hand, cutting him off. "Just move along. Take care of yourselves." He climbed back on a Skull and left without looking back. It had been 7 days since he began traveling, and the recent fights had helped him refine his technique. Rigger was developing something unique. Deciding to start unarmed, his recent battles had helped him lay the groundwork for what he had long planned to create. A versatile and powerful style adaptable to any situation. Inspired by the aggression of the Sword God style and the versatility of the North God style, he incorporated constant movement, precise and brutal attacks on the enemy's weak points. He also adapted elements from his previous life, recalling an Israeli combat style focused on survival, Krav Maga, attacking quickly at lethal points like the throat, heart, and joints. Mixing these techniques with the wild style of the Dedoldia tribe and some grappling advances, he created something unique, a fighting style that embodied the ferocity of a beast. It was still just the beginning. He knew he had much to learn. The three great styles still held many secrets he needed to master, and there were other fighting styles scattered across the world that he had yet to discover. But he wasn't in a hurry. There was time for everything. His goal now wasn't to instantly create a combat style, but to have an initial idea in his mind of his preference in battle. As Rigger reflected on this, a name came to him. Beast God style. He murmured to himself. He smiled. That would be the name. One day, when he became worthy of carrying the title of God, the style would be complete. With Skull running through the vast forest and the road ahead of him, Rigger felt he was on the right path. The future was promising, and he was ready to conquer it. Rigger felt the cold wind on his face as he rode atop Skull. The scenery around him had changed drastically. Trees still spread out on one side of the landscape, but on the other, immense mountain ranges began to dominate the horizon. He knew he was nearing the Blue Dragon Mountain Range, a legendary formation that harbored tales of ancient glories and blue dragons. At the foot of those mountains lived the Coal Mine Tribe, renowned for their exceptional skills in mining and forging. Rigger's destination was close, and he couldn't wait to reach the dwarves to finally strengthen his sword. Skull advanced with steady strides, his sharp eyes scanning the terrain. It was then that Rigger noticed something peculiar in the distance. A small camp of about 20 people stood out among the trees, near a trail leading to the mountains. Rustic tents, made of hides reinforced with wood, surrounded an extinguished campfire. Curious to find out who they were, Rigger decided to approach. However, before he could get close, a metallic glint caught his attention. It was fast, almost imperceptible, but instinct and training acted faster. An axe hurtled toward him at high speed, slicing through the air with a menacing sound. Rigger raised his hand in an automatic gesture and conjured a physical barrier in front of himself and Skull. The impact was loud, echoing through the area. The axe ricocheted off the barrier, flying to the side and embedding itself in a nearby tree. Skull halted his run with an agile leap, landing on a boulder as if preparing for the next move. Rigger, still mounted on the wolf, looked toward the camp with a firm gaze. His voice rang out clear and commanding. "Is this the coal mine tribe's welcome?" He wasn't certain, but the odds were high. The impact of his words was immediate. The dwarves, who had been grabbing weapons and shielding their women and children, froze, confused. Murmurs spread among them, and then, from the trees, a dwarf emerged. He was short, as expected, but of sturdy build. His skin was marked by the harsh life of mining, and his reddish hair was tied back with leather strips, while a thick beard adorned with metallic beads hung down to his chest. A runic axe, heavy and lethal, rested on his back. "Dedoldia," the dwarf shouted, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. "Forgive me. I saw an ebony wolf charging toward the camp and attacked without thinking. Is it yours?" Rigger nodded, maintaining his composure atop Skull. "Yes, he is." The dwarf scratched his head, visibly uncomfortable. His eyes shifted between Rigger and Skull, clearly impressed by the wolf's imposing presence. "Well, you don't see a Dedoldia around here often, let alone one commanding a beast like that. Come in, lad. Let's make up for this misunderstanding." Despite the welcoming words, Rigger noticed the camp was still on edge. The dwarf's eyes remained alert and suspicious as he and Skull approached. Rigger dismounted when they reached the camp's center. The weight of wary stares still lingered, but the tension began to ease as the dwarf, who had introduced himself as Rainfall, walked ahead. "You from the Dedoldia tribe? I am Rainfall of the Coal Mine tribe," he said, extending a calloused hand. "Apologies for the incident. It's not every day we see an ebony wolf in these parts, especially one tamed." Rigger shook the dwarf's hand, feeling the strength in his grip. It was clear Rainfall wasn't just a miner or blacksmith, but a seasoned warrior. "Rigger Dedoldia," he replied simply. "And this is Skull. I thought the dwarves lived deeper in the mountains. What brings you here?" The wolf sniffed the air, watching the dwarves cautiously. Some still hesitated, but others looked at Skull with curiosity and admiration. Rainfall gestured for Rigger to follow him. "We're just a caravan. Our mission is to deliver a shipment of weapons to a group that ordered them from our clan. We're not used to unexpected visitors, but since you're here, have a seat and rest." Rigger followed Rainfall to the center of the camp, where weapons were neatly organized in reinforced crates. Swords, axes, and spears, all of exceptional quality, gleamed under the sunlight filtering through the trees. As they talked, Rigger couldn't help but study Rainfall. The way he moved, the muscles in his arms, and the runic axe on his back all spoke of his experience in combat. An idea began to take shape in his mind. "You seem strong, Rainfall," Rigger said suddenly. "How about a sparring match?" The dwarf blinked, surprised, but then broke into a wide, enthusiastic grin. "A spar?" He laughed, stroking his beard. "You want to test your luck against a dwarven warrior, boy?" "I want to test your strength," Rigger replied seriously, crossing his arms. "I want to see what you're capable of." The dwarves around them, already attentive, began to buzz with excitement. Murmurs spread, and soon the small crowd gathered to watch the challenge. "Very well," Rainfall bellowed, pulling the axe from his back. "But let me warn you, I don't go easy, not even on guests or kids." They moved to a more open area, with other dwarves eagerly following to watch, forming a circle around them. The match began, and Rigger immediately realized Rainfall was a formidable opponent. The dwarf attacked with brute force, swinging his axes in powerful arcs and using earth magic to create obstacles and project attacks. Though he still required chanting, limiting his efficiency, the mere fact he could use magic was a testament to his skill. His abilities were those of a well-trained, advanced warrior, perhaps even close to a saint-level fighter. Rigger retreated and observed, studying Rainfall's every move. Despite the dwarf strength, Rigger felt confident Taze could probably defeat him. But that didn't mean this fight would be easy. Finally, after understanding the patterns in Rainfall's attacks, Rigger decided to end the match. He used the Long Sword of Light, the ultimate technique of the sword god style. The sword's brilliance illuminated the battlefield as he disarmed Rainfall and stopped the blade just a centimeter from the dwarf's throat. Silence fell. The dwarves, who had been cheering moments before, were now stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. He beat Rainfall, one of them murmured, incredulous. Not just anyone defeats one of the strongest warriors of the coal mine tribe. And isn't he just a kid? Rainfall raised his hands in surrender, smiling despite his exhaustion. I'll admit, boy, you're far more than you seem. It was an honor to cross blades with you. Rigger lowered his sword and sheathed it, nodding. Thank you. It was a good fight. The dwarves seemed less suspicious of him after the victory, and many approached to congratulate him. Some even tried to get close to Skull, but the wolf growled softly, making them retreat with nervous laughter. As night fell, the camp transformed into a festive place. Without any apparent reason, the dwarves decided to celebrate. Barrels of beer were opened, and abundant food was distributed. Rigger joined in the celebration, impressed by the hospitality of these people who, just hours before, barely trusted him. Skull seemed to be enjoying himself too. Some bolder dwarves played and pretended to fight him, laughing as the wolf growled playfully or pushed them away. Between sips of beer and hearty laughter, Rigger felt the dwarves were far better than he had imagined. He had formed a great first impression of the coal mine tribe and was beginning to better understand the dwarven society. They were gruff and distrustful, but also knew how to welcome someone who proved their worth. Dawn brought a frantic rhythm to the dwarven camp. They were preparing to move on, loading their weapons and supplies into large carts pulled by sturdy oxen. Rainfall, as the caravan leader, was organizing the final details when he approached Rigger. Young Rigger, before you go. Rainfall extended a small object to Rigger. It was a piece of or carved into the shape of a shield, with 3 crossed swords engraved on its surface. Show this to the guards of the main city of the coal mine tribe, and tell them you're my friend. This should reduce their initial suspicion. Also, if you show them this sword and say you're here to modify it, they should let you in more easily as well. Rigger accepted the gift and examined it, admiring the craftsmanship in the details of the carving. Thank you. This will be useful. Rainfall smiled. If you're truly looking for a blacksmith capable of working on your sword, seek Godbard. He is the current god of, or the best we have. He prefers forging weapons from scratch, but if anyone can embed a magic stone into one of the 49 blades of Dragon King Kajikut, it's him. Rigger nodded respectfully. I will seek him out. Before leaving, Rigger handed the dwarf some magical scrolls, carefully drawn with advanced level attack and healing circles. In case you're attacked on the road, these scrolls might save lives. Good luck on your journey. Rainfall was surprised by the gesture, but thanked him with a firm nod. You're more than a skilled warrior. If we encounter anyone from the Iron Legion you mentioned, we'll be friendly. May your journey be safe. With that, Rigger stepped back a few paces and leaped high into the air. In perfect synchronization, Skull dashed beneath him and caught him midair with ease before speeding off toward the horizon. The dwarves watched the scene, impressed by the bond between the young man and the wolf. After a few more days of running, Rigger began noticing changes in the environment. The dense vegetation gave way to rockier terrain and majestic mountains rising in the distance. He knew he was nearing the main city of the coal mine tribe. When he spotted the first dwarves, they were on guard, weapons in hand. Clearly, the sight of Skull, large and intimidating, had alarmed them. Rigger decided to proceed cautiously. He dismounted Skull and walked alone toward the guards. Stop right there, one of the dwarves shouted firmly. Who are you, and why have you come here? Rigger raised his hands in a gesture of peace. My name is Rigger. I was told to seek a dwarven blacksmith for a special weapon. They say only you can handle something of this level. He slowly unsheathed Tsukikage, the blue blade gleaming in the daylight. The dwarves approached, fascinated by the weapon. A sword like this. One of the guards murmured. You're right, lad. Only a dwarf could work on something like this. The dwarf declared proudly. Rigger felt like saying it wasn't a dwarf who forged it, but kept the thought to himself. The guard hesitated for a moment before continuing. All right, you can enter, but the wolf stays. Rigger frowned. Skull comes with me. He's domesticated. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. Before they could insist, Rigger whistled and called Skull. Sit. The wolf immediately obeyed. Roll over. Skull spun on the ground without hesitation. Play dead. Skull dropped to the ground, motionless. Also, Rainfall is my friend. He told me to show this to you, so I could be allowed entry. He showed them the emblem. The dwarves were astonished, murmuring among themselves. It was rare to see an ebony wolf, and even rarer to see one so well trained. After more discussions and hesitations, the guards finally relented. Very well, he can enter, but if he causes any trouble, it's on you, and we won't go easy. Don't worry. He's more disciplined than he looks, Rigger replied with a slight smile, calling Skull to follow. With that, he and the wolf passed through the gates that marked the beginning of the coal mine tribe's territory, ready to discover what the legendary dwarven city had in store. One of the guards followed Rigger to ensure he wouldn't be stopped for entering with a beast in tow. As they passed through the gates into the dwarven city, Rigger noticed a subtle change in temperature. The air became heavier, laden with heat and the scent of molten iron. Walking beside him was Fortwind, a dwarf with a thick, unruly beard and sharp eyes that never strayed from him or Skull. The finely crafted hammer in Fortwind's hand symbolized his strength and rank. The entrance was a vast gallery leading to a larger cavern. The walls were adorned with runes and reliefs depicting ancient battles, blazing forges, and what appeared to be dwarven gods wielding tools instead of weapons. Fortwind remained silent as they descended a gentle slope, their footsteps echoing in the passage. With each step, Rigger noticed the environment transforming. The natural rock gave way to tunnels reinforced with wooden beams and intricately carved stone. Using his magical eye, he detected faint mana flows within the walls, like shimmering veins pulsing in rhythm. Magical minerals, he thought. The energy was denser here than on the surface, almost as if the mountain itself were alive. When they reached the city proper, Rigger paused to take in the sight. The dwarven city was entirely subterranean, built within a colossal cavern that stretched for what seemed like miles. Massive crystals in the ceiling shone like stars, casting golden and orange hues that mimicked an eternal sunset. The air was filled with the rhythmic clanging of hammers striking metal, resonating from all directions. The buildings were sturdy, carved from stone with intricate details. Rounded doors and small windows adorned homes that, though compact, exuded resilience. Suspended bridges connected various parts of the city, while small underground rivers flowed along the edges, channeled through artificial canals likely used for drinking water or cooling the forges. The city wasn't solely comprised of forges. It hosted a variety of trades, though the dwarves' penchant for craftsmanship was unmistakable. The stairs were unavoidable. Dwarves paused their work to watch him pass. Some eyed Skull with obvious distrust, while others seemed genuinely curious. Rigger noticed children, even smaller than the adults, pointing at them, whispering excitedly to each other. A bolder group attempted to approach, only for an adult to pull them back with a stern glare directed at Rigger. You sure cause a stir, Fortwind remarked without turning around. Maybe they're not used to visitors, Rigger replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Visitors, yes, we see plenty. Merchants coming to sell rare minerals or buy the world's finest weapons. But you and that beast, he gestured slightly with his thumb towards Skull, are something they don't see every day. As they continued walking, Rigger reactivated his magical eye, observing more closely. Behind the walls and structures, he detected intense mana presences concentrated in certain areas of the city. Some were clearly enchanted objects, likely weapons, but others seemed to move, belonging to people. These dwarves had an impressive latent strength, something Rigger resolved not to underestimate. They eventually arrived at what appeared to be the heart of the city, an even larger cavern than the one before. It resembled a natural amphitheater, with tiers of structures encircling a massive central stone pillar that stretched from the ceiling to the mountain's depths. Here, the activity was at its peak. The hammering was louder, and the heat seemed to pulse through the air, creating subtle visual distortions. This is the heart of the city. If the forges are our veins, this is the heart, Fortwind explained, glancing sideways at Rigger. Rigger nodded. It feels alive, he said, his tone reflecting a mix of admiration and caution. Fortwind let out a short laugh. You're here to see Godbard, right? He's over there. He pointed toward an isolated but clearly significant structure built around a crack in the cavern wall. Heat visibly radiated from it, and Rigger could feel the pulse of energy even from where he stood. I'm not sure he'll want to speak with you, Fortwind said hesitantly. He will, Rigger replied confidently. Without further words, they began walking toward the structure. Along the way, Rigger continued to absorb every detail. The suspended bridges over glowing rivers, dwarf children darting among adults, artisans intently shaping iron and steel, and the powerful presences he felt pulsating beneath the surface. This city was a place filled with history and secrets, and he was ready to uncover them all. His master, Verdia, had once mentioned meeting the last or god. He had been a legitimate Earth God-level mage. From him, Verdia had learned her Earth King-level magic and had nearly mastered the Emperor-level earthquake spell. However, he was at the end of his life when he taught her, having lived since the Laplace Wars. Verdia had also mentioned the good fortune of Godbard's emergence as a talent in recent centuries to replace him. For the dwarves to have had a god-level mage in their final generation was impressive enough. If possible, Rigger wanted to attempt to learn that god-level spell himself. The closer they got to Godbard's forge, the more the heat intensified, reaching stifling levels. Rigger could feel it, but paid it little mind. His resistance to heat was extraordinarily high due to his combat style and extraordinary physique. Fortwind, walking ahead, was drenched in sweat but pressed on, as though accustomed to such an extreme environment. Skull, usually impassive, let out a low growl, clearly uncomfortable. The rhythmic sound of hammering grew louder and steadier, resonating like a heartbeat in the cavern's core. When they reached the entrance, Fortwind pushed open the heavy metal doors. As soon as they entered, Rigger was struck by the sight of the forge, a vast space illuminated only by the fiery glow of flames, which danced in furnaces scattered along the sides. At the forge's center stood the current or god, leader of the dwarven tribe, Godbard of the splendid celestial peak, deeply focused on his work. The dwarf had the average stature of his race, but his presence was immense. His physique was honed, and he wore a leather apron darkened by years of use. His muscular arms, covered in soot, moved with absolute precision. His long, thick beard was braided and adorned with small iron rings engraved with runes. His eyes glowed like embers, reflecting the intensity of the surrounding furnaces. Rigger activated his magic eye, and what he saw made his heart race. The amount of mana in Godbard was colossal, rivaling his own. Rigger could confidently say he'd never seen anyone with more mana than Godbard, except himself, not even his master, Verdia. He wasn't sure if it was enough for a god-level mage, as his magic eyes, while incredibly useful, weren't perfectly precise. Mana always appeared somewhat blurred. However, without a doubt, Godbard's mana was at least Emperor level. It emanated from him like an almost tangible aura. At that moment, Godbard was finishing his sword. The blade was made of a dark iron that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He cooled it in a vat of frigid water, releasing a blast of steam that filled the room. When the mist cleared, the blade gleamed with a dangerous intensity. Rigger, who had witnessed the work of some of the most skilled blacksmiths in Tinover, some of them quite renowned, had to admit, none compared to this dwarf. Every hammer strike seemed to sculpt perfection, and the sword before him was a masterpiece that transcended mere craftsmanship. After the final touches, Godbard lifted the blade, examining it with critical eyes. Then, with a calm gesture, he sat on a nearby workbench and turned to face his visitors. Fortwind quickly knelt, bowing his head in respect. "For God, this boy wishes to speak with you. He wields one of Kajikut's 49 swords and is a friend of Rainfall," he said, his voice full of reverence. Rigger remained standing, with Skull by his side. The wolf eyed the dwarf, as though sensing his strength. Godbard's eyes, deep and filled with stern wisdom, fell on Rigger. He raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "And who might you be, beast boy?" he said, his voice resonating like the sound of a hammer striking metal. "To stand without bowing before thee or God?" As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Rigger's golden gaze with evident interest. The tone wasn't aggressive, but carried unquestionable authority, as though he was more curious than offended. Even so, the atmosphere seemed heavier, as if the sounds of the surrounding hammering had softened slightly, awaiting Rigger's response. Rigger stood his ground in the forge's center, his golden eyes fixed on the dwarf before him. "I am Rigger Dedoldia, leader of the Iron Legion," Rigger began, his voice firm and full of authority. "I believe you've heard of me." Godbard didn't respond immediately. Instead, his narrowed eyes scanned Rigger from head to toe, taking in every detail, his crossed swords, his commanding presence, and especially his golden eyes, glowing like molten gold. After a moment of silence, Godbard tilted his head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his face. "The Red Wolf," Godbard said, testing the nickname. "I suppose that title suits you better in battle." He crossed his arms, adding with a tone that blended curiosity and subtle sarcasm, "I've heard you fight with a flaming sword, and that you breathe fire from your mouth." He chuckled softly, though his eyes continued to assess Rigger with caution. Rigger understood the underlying message immediately. Godbard was testing him, gauging his strength and character. The purpose of Rigger's visit wasn't just to modify his sword, though that was part of it. Why not seize the opportunity to bring the Coal Mine tribe into the Iron Legion? His goal was to make them allies, though for what he'd seen so far, they might be better as equals rather than subordinates. Rigger decided to increase the pressure. Without saying another word, he took a step forward and, with a controlled motion, unsheathed Tsukikage, the blade shimmering in turquoise hues under the forge's light. Fortwind moved instantly, gripping his hammer as his eyes locked onto the sword. He seemed ready to act at any moment. "Do you want a demonstration?" Rigger asked, his voice laced with challenge. Without waiting for an answer, he began channeling mana into the blade. Flames ignited around the sword, casting a bright glow that illuminated the surroundings. The temperature, which had already been uncomfortable, started to rise rapidly. "Skull, wait outside," Rigger said calmly. But before he could finish his sentence, the wolf had already exited, as if anticipating what was about to happen. Godbard observed intently, his focus sharpening. An experienced blacksmith who had spent a lifetime in scorching forges, he was accustomed to intense heat. But now, his skin began to burn as if the air itself were aflame. Fortwind, on the other hand, was already at his limit. He stepped forward, visibly uncomfortable, and opened his mouth to protest. "Sir, perhaps it will be better. Wait outside as well, Fortwind," Godbard commanded, cutting him off. The guard hesitated, casting a worried glance at his leader, but eventually obeyed. The moment Fortwind left, Rigger intensified the flow of mana. The flames around Tsukikage began to shift in color. First, they transitioned from orange to a deep blue, then to a radiant purple. Each change brought a surge in temperature, and even the heat-resistant materials nearby started to succumb. Metal tools melted, and the stone floor beneath Rigger's feet began to warp and distort. Despite Rigger's careful control to prevent the heat from spreading across the subterranean city, the surrounding dwarves felt its effects. A wave of nearly unbearable heat radiated from the forge, stopping many in their tracks as they turned to look toward the building. Inside the forge, Godbard stood motionless, though his skin burned as it never had before. Still, he maintained a stoic posture, his eyes fixed on the boy before him. Rigger, too, felt the heat. Standing at the epicenter of his own magic, the flames around the blade were nearing catastrophic levels. However, with his exceptional physical resilience, the Tuki flowing across his skin for protection, and a regeneration spell constantly mending any damage, he bore the intense environment with little visible strain. Lifting Tsukikage high, he spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. This is one of the 49 blades forged from the bones of the Dragon King Kajikut. Tsukikage. You can guess its ability just by looking at it, can't you? Godbard didn't reply. His gaze locked on the blade, a mix of awe and dread in his eyes. Then, slowly, Rigger began to lower the sword. The flames surrounding it burned fiercely, and it seemed as though the blade was about to strike the ground and unleash an unimaginable explosion of heat. Godbard tensed, fully aware of what such magic could do to the heart of the city. But at the last moment, Rigger extinguished the flames entirely. The fire vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. However, the residual heat released one final shockwave through the forge, causing tools and materials to rattle and vibrate. The blade touched the molten stone floor with a soft metallic sound. Rigger sheathed the sword with the same composure with which he had drawn it. Then, turning to Godbard, he ignored the dwarves who had started to gather around the forge, drawn by the intense heat. "I'm here to modify it," Rigger said firmly, "but I'd also like to discuss some cooperation." For a moment, Godbard remained silent, his eyes still fixed on the young man. But the initial astonishment on his face slowly gave way to something more profound: respect. Taking a step forward, he crossed his arms and inclined his head slightly, the heat still radiating from the ground beneath his feet. "You have my attention, leader of the Iron Legion," he said, his deep voice now tinged with genuine acknowledgement. "All right, Rigger Dedoldia, correct? Let's take this conversation to a more appropriate place," Godbard said, cleaning the excess coal from his hands and walking toward the forge's exit. As they left the forge, the entrance was surrounded by armed dwarves. The dwarven guard, four-twinned, stood at the forefront, seemingly preventing them from storming the forge. Their armor was dense and solid, with the dark sheen typical of mountain iron. One of the dwarves stepped forward, raising a calloused hand to block their path. "God of War," the dwarf said with a slight bow, his voice hoarse. "Who is this stranger?" Godbard raised a hand to calm the group. "It's all right, Galdar. This young man is an esteemed guest of the coal mine tribe. You can return to your posts." Galdar eyed Rigger suspiciously for a moment, but then nodded, signaling to the other dwarves. They dispersed, some returning to the forge, and others assuming positions around the tunnel. A few dwarves approached and greeted Rigger, thanking him for saving them at Zamport. Rigger was surprised, but after some thought, he realized it made sense. He had visited Tinover and taken his time along the way. The dwarves who traveled directly to their homeland must have arrived much earlier. These interactions helped ease the other dwarves' acceptance of his presence. Many regarded him with admiration and skepticism upon hearing of his feats. Rigger observed the scene of soldiers moving in an orderly manner, impressed by the dwarves' level of organization and discipline. "The dwarves' strength surpasses my expectations," he commented, attempting to lighten the tension. But he was genuinely impressed. The dwarves were all equipped with excellent weapons and armor, and their average mana levels seemed higher than the beast race. "We do what we must. It wouldn't be feasible to have such fine weapons without warriors to protect them," Godbard replied as he resumed walking. "Our people have suffered greatly because of thieves, slavers, and raiders. Much like the races of the Great Forest, the strategic location of this city and the alliances we've forged with some powers in human territories ensure that, at least within this city, you won't be attacked. Indeed, it's certainly a difficult place to lay siege to," Rigger remarked while imagining ways to invade. But it's not invulnerable. And as you said, you're confined to your territory, aren't you? Godbard gave Rigger a cautious look. That's right. There are some monsters that could wipe this mountain off the map, rendering any siege defenses useless. I've heard about what you did outside Zamport. Rigger simply smiled. Skull let out a low growl, seemingly complaining about the heat around them. They continued following Godbard through a tunnel that opened into a vast cavern. At the cavern's center, a monumental structure captured Rigger's attention. A massive tower, carved directly from the rock, rose to the cavern's ceiling like a supporting pillar. Magical lights glimmered along its spiral stairs, giving the environment an ethereal touch. The council tower, Godbard said, noticing Rigger's impressed gaze. This is where we make all the decisions for the tribe and safeguard our legacy. I can summon a council meeting tomorrow, depending on the terms you wish to discuss, but I'll hear you out alone today. Incredible, Rigger murmured, feeling small before the grandeur of the construction, not because of its size, but because of the intricate details and sculptures winding around the tower. It was truly a masterpiece to behold. The group climbed several staircases until they reached an ornate room. The walls were covered with detailed tapestries depicting dwarves in epic battles and legendary forges. At the center of the room, a long stone table dominated the space, surrounded by chairs with intricate carvings. Godbard motioned for Rigger to sit, but he remained standing, approaching a pedestal near the table. He observed Rigger for a moment before speaking. You wanted to talk about your sword, Godbard began, gesturing for Rigger to present it. Rigger nodded, carefully drawing the weapon from its sheath. He placed it on the table, where the blue gleam of the blade captured the torchlight, reflecting a nearly living azure glow. I want to embed a magic stone into it, he explained. Something similar to what's done with wands and staffs used by magicians, but without compromising its abilities. I want it to help me reach a new level of skill. Godbard stepped closer, his eyes scrutinizing every detail of the blade. He remained silent for long moments, his fingers tracing invisible lines in the air above the sword, as if sensing its energy. Finally, he shook his head. No. Rigger blinked, surprised. The conversation had been going well, and he expected this part to be relatively simple. What? But why? I'm a creator, Godbard replied, his voice firm and definitive. I do not modify existing weapons. My work is to create from scratch, imbue each piece with my vision and purpose. Altering this sword would be a disrespect to its essence. It is already a masterpiece. Rigger frowned. He had traveled far to have this sword modified, and this was his answer? Couldn't you make an exception? Just this once. Godbard narrowed his eyes, as if the suggestion were almost offensive. No, this is my principle, and I will not break it. However, he gestured toward the room around them. Here in the tower, there are other blacksmiths, some almost as skilled as I am, and not all share my personal philosophy. I'm sure you'll find someone willing to help you. Rigger sighed, feeling disappointment settle over him, but he quickly pushed it aside. I understand, he said, trying to sound composed. Thank you. Skull approached, sitting beside Rigger, as if sensing his mild frustration. Fort Wind, on the other hand, floated in circles, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Rigger had come to the dwarven territory determined to hire the best of the best to modify his master's gift, whether through force or payment. But judging by Godbard's personality and what he had seen so far of dwarven society, the blacksmith could become an excellent ally under the right circumstances. He didn't want to ruin this chance just to make the sword a bit stronger. Besides, if he forced the matter, the final work might turn out poorly. In the ornate chamber atop the tower, Rigger and Godbard settled into intricately carved stone chairs, illuminated by a crystal chandelier that cast golden light across the walls. The atmosphere held a ceremonial weight. Rigger glanced at Skull, resting calmly beside him, and then at Fort Wind, hovering near Godbard. Godbard, as you've likely guessed, I'm not here just to seek your help with my sword. I want to propose something bigger, something that would benefit both your tribe and the Iron Legion. The dwarf raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his broad chest. Go on. Rigger unfolded a map from his bag, highlighting Tinover, the Great Forest, and Mealy's. He pointed to strategic regions. My legion is establishing bases throughout Mealy's, and we won't stop there. I'll spare you an inspiring speech about our goals. You probably already know enough about our activities. My proposal is simple. I want coal mine tribe dwarven blacksmiths working in these locations and teaching as well. In exchange, you'll receive full protection from our forces to trade safely outside your territories. I also have a mineral that might interest you. Godbard stroked his beard thoughtfully. Dwarves rarely leave their lands, Rigger. Not because we fear the outside, but because the world beyond the mountains is chaotic. And what exactly do you expect from our blacksmiths? I want to give dwarves the chance to operate on a larger stage. Rigger responded without hesitation. You're the best at crafting weapons, armor, and tools. I want that excellence to be available to those in need. With our protection and secured trade routes, your products could reach markets that were once unimaginable. On paper, that sounds very nice. But does the Legion already have that capacity? Godbard still seems skeptical. We're far beyond what the dwarves have likely heard, and we'll keep growing as long as I'm there to defend them, Rigger said confidently. Godbard seemed to ponder for a moment. You mentioned a mineral? Rigger smiled, prepared for the question. He pulled a small, shiny stone from his bag. Not an ordinary stone, but a piece of mineral he had shaped himself using earth magic. The piece had a unique metallic black luster, with blue veins and a texture that seemed to defy the laws of nature. I call it erathium, he said, placing the stone on the table before Godbard. A mineral I created myself using earth magic. It's incredibly dense, durable, and resistant to any kind of impact. It's not easy to produce. It consumes a lot of mana and requires absolute concentration. But it's proof of what we can achieve working together. Godbard's eyes lit up as he examined the erathium. He turned it over in his hands, tapped it lightly with his fingers, and even pressed it against a short blade he carried at his belt. The metal seemed unyielding. Interesting, he murmured, carefully placing the stone back on the table. I've never seen anything like this. I'll need to test it in forging to see if it's as good as it looks. But if you could teach someone how to mold it, that would be ideal. Rigger nodded. That's the plan. I can teach the process of shaping erathium, but only to those who join the Legion. This will strengthen both your people and our cause. The dwarf leaned back, rubbing his chin. Interesting. We'd send only the young, the most promising, those with much to learn. And in return, you guarantee they'll have the freedom to return whenever they wish. Rigger nodded again. Agreed. More than that, if your tribe needs anything, raw materials, protection, military assistance, the Legion will be there. They spent hours refining the details, discussing terms, and outlining potential trade routes. Godbard suggested safe stops through the mountains, while Rigger mentioned how the elves of the Great Forest could collaborate with the dwarves, trading rare herbs for tools. The more Rigger spoke with Godbard, the clearer it became that the dwarf cared for two things above all: his tribe and his forge. As long as either benefited, Godbard would remain an ally. Rigger had brought both to the table. With each passing agreement, Godbard's demeanor grew warmer, his tone more like that of an old friend. Finally, when everything seemed settled, Godbard laughed, slapping the table. Young Rigger, you talk like a merchant, but have the heart of a warrior. Tomorrow, we'll present these ideas to the council. Tonight, we'll seal this alliance in true dwarven fashion, with a celebration worthy of the occasion. Rigger chuckled, relieved. A celebration? That seems fitting. Hope you're ready, Godbard teased. Dwarves throw parties that topple even the strongest. A grand feast was quickly announced, and the meeting hall transformed into a lively banquet. Long tables were set with roasted meats, rustic breads, fragrant cheeses, and barrels of frothy ale. The rich aroma even stirred Skull, who rarely showed such interest, into growling in anticipation. Rigger started cautiously, serving himself a large cut of meat while observing the dwarves around him. They were already downing tankards and singing boisterous songs accompanied by rustic but skillfully crafted instruments. Fort Wind hovered above the crowd, vibrating in tune with the lively music. "Skull, enjoy yourself," Rigger said, tossing a hefty chunk of meat to the wolf, who caught it effortlessly midair. As the night wore on, Rigger decided to sample the dwarven ale. "It can't be that strong," he muttered, raising the tankard. The golden liquid burned on the way down, but he laughed. Not bad. A few hours later, moderation was a distant memory. Rigger stood atop a table, thumping his chest and gesturing enthusiastically. And then, he declared, his voice slurred but triumphant, I drove my blade into his chest and blew half his torso apart. The dwarves roared in approval, urging him on. One particularly impressed dwarf shouted, "And what happened next, lad?" Rigger grinned, launching into another tale. "After that, I swept through the black troll's base and took out everything in that direction with a single sword strike." He twirled his blade dramatically, a move that nearly toppled a tray of mugs. Skull, sprawled nearby with a belly full of meat, let out a lazy growl of contentment. Even the wolf seemed to enjoy the infectious energy of the celebration, occasionally howling along with the rhythm of the songs. From across the hall, Godbard observed Rigger with an intrigued expression. Slowly, he approached, stopping before the young warrior and tilting his head. "Those eyes of yours, golden, aren't they? Now I remember why they seem familiar." Rigger blinked, his drunken grin still intact. "My eyes? What's so special about them?" Godbard crossed his arms. "The same eyes as the ancient god of, or my master. He could see mana with those eyes." "Can you?" Rigger blinked again, the words cutting through his haze of drink. "I can. But was he a dwarf? I thought that was unique to the beast race. Maybe it's more mysterious than I thought," he murmured. "To the golden eyes." Rigger lifted his tankard high. The dwarves laughed and joined in the toast, the festivities carrying on with more tales, songs, and food. Despite the revelry, Rigger felt truly welcomed. The dwarves were uninhibited and cheerful, their camaraderie making him feel as though he were among old friends. He knew this night would be etched in his memory, not just for the alliances forged but for the laughter shared. After the party's intensity, Rigger finally found a moment to retreat. Though the halls still echoed with singing and laughter, he slipped away to a room offered to him for the night. Skull lay beside the bed, snoring softly, clearly as exhausted as his master. Still feeling the dull weight of drink, Rigger took a deep breath and cast a detoxification spell. The magic coursed through him, washing away the effects of the ale and leaving him clear-headed. A satisfied smile crept across his face. "The dwarves are strong, but I can still best their ale," he murmured before collapsing onto the comfortable bed, his eyelids growing heavy. Sleep came swiftly, but instead of peaceful rest, Rigger felt himself being pulled elsewhere. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the dwarven halls. Instead, he stood in an infinite white expanse. There were no walls, no floor, no ceiling, only an oppressive, endless void. "Where am I?" he murmured, glancing around, trying to sense any magical presence. But there was only silence. Then a figure appeared in the distance, walking toward him. The humanoid shape was pure white, without any discernible features, its face a blank mosaic save for a chilling, malicious smile that stood out unnervingly. "Hello, Rigger. I believe this is our first meeting." The figure spoke, its voice resonating from every direction at once. "Point of view: Lilia Greyrat. Central Continent, Azura Kingdom, Fitoa region. It had been exactly 1 year since the birth of my daughter, Aisha Greyrat, and Zenith's daughter, Norn Greyrat. A year, and I still wondered how much my life had changed in such a short time. Lilia Greyrat, the woman who almost ruined the Greyrat family's life, was now a part of it, and everything I did seemed tied to this strange twist of fate. He forgave me. After everything I did, after who I was, he forgave me. I didn't know how to process it at the time. I couldn't understand it, but I knew that something in me, something in my heart had shifted. Rudius, that boy who had always made me uneasy, who frightened me with his intelligence since birth, a mix of innocence and wisdom, had saved me, saved both me and my daughter. That boy, whom I believed incapable of understanding the world around him with those enigmatic eyes of his, became my savior. I owed him everything. Of course, I also owed Zenith for allowing me to stay, and I would never forget that either. What they did for me, for Aisha, it was as if they had granted me a second life. From that day onward, I made a decision. I would raise my daughter to serve him. After all, she wouldn't even exist if not for him. She was still young, yes, but she already displayed an intelligence I hadn't expected from such a small child. I worried about it a little, knowing that Zenith's daughter, Norn, didn't share the same vigor or curiosity. I felt it was my responsibility to teach Aisha to respect her sister, so she wouldn't grow arrogant. At that moment, the two of them were seated at the table, eating porridge. Aisha, always lively, was more focused on playing with a toy that, without my noticing, she had stolen from Norn. "Aisha, you must treat Miss Norn with respect," I said, taking the toy and returning it to Norn, trying to maintain authority. Aisha looked annoyed at my scolding, but soon sighed and gazed out the window, as if wishing to escape the situation. I followed her gaze, distractedly, toward the sky. It was a beautiful day, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze in the air. But as I kept looking, I noticed something strange. The sky in the direction of Roa, the city governing the Fatoa region, was growing darker. Sinister clouds were forming, spreading in vibrant and bizarre colors across the horizon. A tightening sensation gripped my chest. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it wasn't normal. I grabbed Aisha and Norn, holding them close to my chest, trying to ward off the growing sense of dread. Aisha seemed excited by the sight, captivated by the sky's strange movements, but I was uneasy. It was a bad omen. Something terrible was about to happen. Paul and Zenith were too engrossed in their own affairs to notice the change in the atmosphere. Paul, with his lascivious looks, was attempting to flirt with Zenith as she hung clothes on the line, but neither of them seemed to notice the storm brewing. Almost without thinking, I turned to warn them, but before I could open my mouth, an explosion of light illuminated the sky, advancing rapidly toward the village. A light so intense it blinded my eyes for a moment, and a deafening roar followed in its wake. I pulled the two children closer to me, holding them tighter than ever, and screamed desperately, "Watch out!" It was the only thing I managed to say before being consumed by the light. Point of view: Rudius Greyrat. I was sitting at the base of a tree, with Sylphie by my side. I was teaching her the principle behind cooling and heating using water magic. It was something fun, and Sylphie seemed to think of it as a game. Both of us were 7 years old now, and while I hadn't advanced much in magic since Master Roxy had left, I knew enough to teach her plenty of things. She was trying to modify an ice spell after it had been cast, but the ice cannon trembled and exploded into small shards, and her ears drooped in disappointment. "I failed again," she said, sitting down. "Don't worry, Sylphie, you'll get it. Try again, just focus a bit more," I said, trying to encourage her, and her mood instantly brightened. It wasn't anything new. Sylphie always seemed extremely happy with any praise I gave her. She was very cute, and that only made me want to protect her even more. Sylphie had no one else but me. She didn't have other friends, no one to play with, no one to lean on besides me. And I knew that. How could I leave her? How could I abandon such an adorable girl? I had received a letter from my master, Roxy, saying she had become a king-tier mage, and I had told Sylphie that I planned to go to Renoa to study. But she was devastated and begged me not to go. I had made up my mind. When I returned home today, I would ask my father, Paul, to help pay for Sylphie tuition too. I was about to correct Sylphie magic again when something happened. A massive rumble shattered the tranquil silence of the afternoon. It was so powerful that the ground seemed to tremble. I looked up and saw an explosion of light heading toward us, fast as lightning, shining intensely with a color beyond description. Before I could do anything else, I threw myself forward, shielding Sylphie with my body, as if that could make any difference. The light engulfed everything. My senses blanked out momentarily. The flash completely blinded me, and the sound of the explosion seemed to come from everywhere, swallowing everything around us. I held Sylphie tightly, trying to protect her from it, but in the blink of an eye, everything went white. Point of view, Ghislaine Dedoldia. The sun was rising when I started training with Eris. She was focused, attacking fiercely with her sword, as she always did. Heya, her energy was uncontrollable, something that reminded me so much of myself when I was younger. At the same time, she had extraordinary talent. I corrected the details in her stance, all while thinking about the heights she could reach. Lower your shoulder, I said, watching closely. Your feet are too close together. Remember, your stance is key to every strike. She was so eager that she didn't always focus on the finer details, but that didn't surprise me. Eris had boundless energy, and I liked that, but I knew it needed to be controlled. I glanced to the side for a moment, and there was Philip, Eris's father and the son of the Lord of Fitoa, Sorrow's Boreas Greyrat. He was watching the training from the second floor of the house. He seemed calm as always, but I knew he was paying attention to every move. He was so involved in the household affairs that he rarely had time to watch the training, but even so, he occasionally observed from a distance. I looked at Eris as she came at me again, and thought, if she could reach the saint level of swordsmanship by age 15, under my guidance, I would plan to take her to the sword sanctuary. But that was still years away, and on top of that, being a noble, she likely wouldn't have as much time to dedicate to the sword. Currently, she was at the beginner level of the sword god style, almost reaching intermediate. That was already impressive for a 9-year-old girl who had only started 2 years ago. However, something worried me. Eris didn't care much about anything else. She was exactly like me, a child who only cared about the sword, about fighting, about training. As a noble, she should learn more than just how to fight. She should be concerned with studying languages, proper noble etiquette. But, like me, she showed no interest in any of that. Personally, I had struggled with this as an adventurer, but that was for her parents to deal with. As she tried to dodge my strikes, my senses sharpened. Something was wrong. I stopped the training abruptly, and Eris shouted excitedly, full of energy, "What is it, Ghislaine?" I momentarily ignored her, my gaze fixed on the sky. Something was happening. I lifted my eye patch, using my magic eye. What a colossal amount of mana, I thought to myself. I had never felt anything so massive, so powerful. This wasn't normal. Something was coming, and it was immense. "Master Philip," I said firmly, without taking my eyes off the sky. "Alert the guards." He noticed the seriousness in my eyes, and after looking up at the sky, he made a gesture with his hand, signaling to the guards nearby. They began to prepare, and Philip moved toward the stairs to give more specific orders. "Young miss," I said, already turning to her, "let's go to your mother." She looked confused, agitated, and shouted, "What's going on, Ghislaine?" I didn't know, but I felt that something big was about to happen. We needed to act fast. On the way, as we left the training field, something happened. An explosion of light illuminated the sky and the earth. I instinctively threw myself over Eris, trying to shield her. The light was so intense, so immense, that it seemed to swallow everything around it, including the entire Fitoa region. And then, everything turned white. Point of view, Rigor Adoldia. Rigor was surrounded by an absolute void. White stretched in all directions, dense and immeasurable. He felt his instincts screaming danger, as if a predator was watching him. "Hello, Rigor Cohen. I think this is our first meeting," a voice said, casual and carefree, but the malice in its tone made every hair on Rigor's body stand on end. He reacted instantly, trying to draw his sword, but his hand found nothing. Looking down, he noticed something strange. He was completely naked, while his body still had the appearance of a beastman, with his defined muscles and familiar features. He had no weapons or clothes. A mocking laugh echoed. "This is your spiritual body," explained the white figure in front of him. A man entirely white, with a mosaic-like face and a carefree smile, looked at him with amusement. "You don't carry your weapons here. Fascinating, isn't it?" Rigor frowned, ignoring the comment. He prepared his claws and focused, trying to sense his surroundings. He closed his eyes, searching for something, anything, with his magical perception. But he found nothing, only an oppressive void. "Who are you?" he asked, keeping his tone cold while his eyes assessed the strange being from head to toe. "I am a god," said the man, still smiling. "The human god Hitagami." Rigger narrowed his eyes. Many people assume grand titles without any qualifications. "What qualifications do you have?" Hitagami seemed surprised, but laughed again. "That's quite offensive. I've been protecting you this whole time throughout your life." As he spoke, Rigger analyzed his options. Every primal instinct within him screamed that this man was exceedingly dangerous. He tried gathering magic, experimenting with summoning different types of barriers, but it was challenging. Something was blocking his magic, making everything harder than it should be. "Protecting me?" Rigger retorted, keeping his tone dry. "I don't recall you helping me with anything, and why would you? I'm not human, human god. And how did you enter my dreams?" He feigned disinterest, but was paying attention to every detail. "I told you, I'm a god," replied Hitagami, smiling as if amused. "I rarely get the chance to talk to someone. Certain things need to align. Today, I came to give you advice." Rigger narrowed his eyes further. "Answer my questions first, then say what you want." Hitagami raised his hands in a theatrical surrender. Calm down, calm down. I'm your ally here." Rigger's eyes gleamed with defiance as he sarcastically thought, "And I'm Superman." He didn't believe him one bit. His instincts had never failed him since arriving in this world, and everything about that being felt wrong. "Well," Hitagami continued, still in his relaxed and sarcastic tone, "it's up to you whether you follow my advice or not. But it will help you become much stronger." Rigger remained on guard, alert for any clue on how to escape. But before he could pressure the strange man further, Hitagami tilted his head and said, "Speak to the dwarf outside the city, Brightstone of the deep earth. Ask him to improve your sword. That will help you grow much stronger." Before he could respond, Rigger woke up with a start, his heart pounding. He was back in his room in Godbard's house. Skull, who had been sleeping on him, was startled by the sudden movement and looked at him with confusion. Rigger ran a hand over his face, trying to process what had just happened. Rigger started his morning by calming Skull, who had been restless ever since waking up tense and battle-ready. After some time, the wolf finally settled down and accompanied Rigger to his commitments. He headed toward Godbard's forge, while the dwarves around him were already immersed in their work, as if the previous day's festivities had never happened. It was impressive how they managed to return to their routine without detoxification magic to help them. As he walked, Rigger's thoughts wandered to the dream he'd had. It felt too real to be just a product of his mind. He didn't trust this human god, Hitagami, not in the slightest, but investigating the motives behind that vision seemed inevitable. Moreover, he needed to find a way to shield himself from these dreams, perhaps some kind of mental barrier, if such a thing even existed. When he arrived at Godbard's forge, he found the dwarf working intensely, testing the erathium that Rigger had negotiated with him. Upon seeing him, Godbard greeted him warmly, stepping away from his tools for a moment. "Good to see you, lad," said the dwarf, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. "This erathium is fascinating. You did a great job with this. I'm glad it's useful, Godbard. As we agreed, I hope you'll make a short sword with this first piece of ore. I've been looking for a durable secondary weapon for a while now." Rigger replied with a slight smile. Godbard laughed. Sure, but is that the only reason you came here?" Rigger spoke in a neutral tone. "There's another reason." The dwarf raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I still want to embed my sword with a magic stone. And since you said you couldn't help me with that, I thought I'd ask, who do you recommend among everyone?" Godbard pondered for a moment and began listing several skilled blacksmiths, all dwarves, renowned for their ability to work with rare metals and magic stones. However, none of them was Brightstone, the name Hitagami had mentioned in the dream. Rigger frowned. In truth, it would be better if that were the case. He could ignore that god if this person turned out to be insignificant. He set the topic aside for the time being. "All right, and who's the best among them? Who's the best enchanter among the dwarves?" Godbard's expression grew serious for a moment. "All the ones I mentioned are among the best. Rigger noticed the evasive tone and pressed further. But who's the best? The dwarf let out a deep sigh, showing some reluctance. You won't want to work with him. He may be the best, but he's also a madman. His name is Brightstone of the deep earth. Rigger raised his eyebrows, intrigued. There it was, the dwarf the god had recommended. So he was the best. Madman? Yes. Nobody likes him around here, Godbard replied, with a faint expression of disdain. But honestly, I won't lie. He's probably the best weapon enchanter there is, maybe in the entire world. Rigger felt inclined to ignore this, but Godbard's words held weight. Where is he? Outside the city. As I said, nobody likes him here. The young warrior nodded, but his mind was already working through the possibilities. Just as Hitagami had said, the dwarf resided outside the dwarven city. Before moving on, Rigger fixed his gaze on the dwarf and asked, Godbard, do you know anyone named Hitagami? Godbard's reaction was one of pure confusion. Hitagami? Never heard of him. Is he some famous enchanter among humans? Rigger observed closely, paying attention to the dwarf's heartbeat, the hairs on his arms, and the subtle changes in his facial expression. Over time, he had honed his ability to read body language to detect lies. It wasn't foolproof, but overall it worked well. Godbard seemed to be telling the truth. He's no one, Rigger said calmly. But if you ever hear that name or find out anything, let me know. All right, Godbard replied, not giving it much thought. With the topic closed, Godbard resumed talking about the blacksmiths. Rigger decided to follow his recommendation and set out through the city to meet them. A guard named Fort Wind was assigned as his escort. As they walked, Rigger remained lost in thought, already planning his next steps in the investigation. Rigger carefully held a sword, analyzing every detail as the blacksmith explained the technical limitations with a firm but patient tone. The problem is the size of the magic stone. If it's too large, it won't fit properly into your sword. The dwarf pointed to the narrow blade with a thick, calloused finger. Broadswords allow more flexibility for this type of work, but ideally, it should be a mage's staff. Only they can house the enormous magic stones of rank B beasts and above, as their purpose isn't to cut or strike. Rigger frowned. So is it impossible? The blacksmith shrugged, crossing his arms. For me, yes. But I've heard stories about Brightstone. They say he can handle this kind of thing with a technique he created, but he paused, scratching his beard with a look that suggested he was carefully choosing his words. But what? Rigger asked, tilting his head slightly, already anticipating something unusual. But he's extreme. Crazy, maybe. A true genius. But no one around here likes the way he does things. Rigger sighed, glancing back at the sword. He had already visited every forge recommended by Godbard. He had analyzed their work, asked each blacksmith about Brightstone, and without exception, all praised him as an unrivaled enchanter. But the stories of his eccentric personality and dangerous methods were always the same. Rigger hesitated. The fact that Hitagami had mentioned and recommended Brightstone's name only made him more suspicious. He wondered, if that self-proclaimed god hadn't brought up the dwarf, would he have sought him out anyway? Or would he simply have followed the standard recommendations? After a long moment of silence, he finally made a decision. I like your swords, Rigger said, looking at the blacksmith. But I'll visit Brightstone. If I don't like him or what he offers, I'll come back to your forge. The dwarf gave a satisfied smile and inclined his head in appreciation. You're welcome here any time, kid. I hope you find what you're looking for. With that, Rigger left the forge accompanied by Fort Wind, who walked at his side like a shadow, and Skull, who seemed eager to leap and run around at any moment. As they made their way toward the exit of the dwarven city, Rigger used the walk to learn more about Brightstone. What do you know about him? Rigger asked, glancing at the guard. Fort Wind scratched his chin before answering. Brightstone's always been peculiar. I've known him since I was a kid. They say that the first time he saw magic, he became utterly fascinated. When they taught about mages' enchantments, he was way more excited than when it came to forging. Rigger raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He always preferred magic over weapons or armor, and he had an obsession with magical stones and shiny minerals. Fort Wind paused, shaking his head. That's how he got the name Brightstone. But that obsession also brought problems. Problems? He started doing crazy experiments, constantly causing explosions and destroying nearby houses that made the other dwarves distance themselves from him. Over time, he was completely ostracized. He was eventually exiled after destroying a sword crafted by the former god of, or while attempting a new technique, and now no one visits him, except his son, who they say still brings him supplies now and then. Rigger listened attentively as they walked. Brightstone's story wasn't much different from what he had expected, but the fact that the dwarf was rejected by his own kind still made him question his decision. "How old is he?" Rigger asked. "Over 300, Fortwind replied. "He was born more than 100 years before me. So he must be around 350 now." Few still remember him. They continued walking along the stone trails, winding through the mountains. The sunlight reflected off the rocks, and the sound of strong winds in the ridges created a tense atmosphere. The silence between them was broken only by Skull's footsteps as the wolf ran excitedly, leaping from rock to rock. "Skull, stay close," Rigger shouted, "and watch your footing." The wolf paused, turning to Rigger for a moment before continuing more cautiously. After hours of walking, they finally spotted the entrance to a cave. It was a massive opening, more than 7 meters tall, surrounded by stones faintly glowing with minerals. Fortwind stopped beside Rigger, pointing to the cave. "There it is. Brightstone's home." Rigger took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the darkness that awaited inside the cave. "Let's go in," he said. They moved into the cave, observing their surroundings. Rigger noticed magical items fixed to the walls, resembling lamps with magical flames inside. These lights illuminated the path with a soft orange hue, highlighting the irregularities of the damp walls. Curious, Rigger activated his magic eye, analyzing the details. He realized that the entire cave contained a surprising amount of mana in its walls. The magical lamps seemed to draw small amounts of mana from the environment to keep the flames continuously lit. It was unlike anything he had seen before, a symbiosis between the natural environment and magic. Although it wasn't uncommon to find mana-rich locations, seeing such an efficient and constant application was intriguing. Fortwind walked calmly beside him, seemingly accustomed to the sight. They ventured deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing against the walls, until they arrived at a large metal door that appeared centuries old. The structure was sturdy, with various runes etched into it, faintly glowing to indicate active magic. Fortwind stopped in front of the door and knocked firmly, producing a sound that reverberated through the corridor. Then he shouted, "It's me, you old lunatic. Open up already." For a moment, all was silent. Then, a muffled voice responded from within. All right, I'm coming." This was followed by the sound of objects falling, glass shattering, and something heavy being dragged. Rigger raised an eyebrow, while Fortwind just sighed, clearly used to the scene. After a few minutes, the door creaked open, revealing a stocky dwarf with disheveled silver hair and beard cascading down his robust frame. He looked slightly annoyed, but his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he glanced at Fortwind and then at Rigger. "To what do I owe this visit?" asked the dwarf, his tone shifting between irritation and interest. Rigger stepped forward, inclining his head respectfully. "My name is Rigger Dedoldia. I may have a job for you." The dwarf crossed his arms and tilted his head, clearly intrigued. "A job, huh? Come in, kid, and tell me what it is." The group entered the workshop, and Rigger immediately noticed the chaos of the place. It was an incredibly spacious and well-lit area, but utterly disorganized, with tools, scrolls, blades, and magical crystals scattered everywhere. Tables were covered in unfinished projects, and forge equipment occupied much of the room. A peculiar smell filled the air, a mix of hot metal, coal, and something he couldn't immediately identify. The dwarf watched Rigger with interest while picking up something from one of the tables, as if expecting to hear something extraordinary. Rigger remained alert, analyzing the man carefully before asking. "Before we discuss the job, I need to know one thing." "What?" the dwarf asked, frowning. Rigger met his gaze directly, his eyes reflecting caution. "Do you know someone called Hitagami?" The dwarf scratched his head and, completely nonchalantly, stuck a finger in his nose. Hitagami? Never heard of him. Why? Is that necessary to take the job? Rigger continued observing the man intently, activating his magic eye once again to try and detect anything unusual. He analyzed every detail, body movements, tone of voice, the mana flow around him. To his surprise, nothing raised any suspicions. Internally, he sighed in relief. No, it's not necessary, he said, changing the subject. But to be honest, I'm still hesitant to follow that god's advice. Everyone says you're the best at what you do, but I want something different this time. The dwarf raised an eyebrow, now even more intrigued. And what do you have in mind? I want to imbue a magic stone into my sword. As he spoke, he drew the blue blade, its surface shimmering faintly under the workshop's light. Its name is... Before he could finish, Brightstone jumped in excitement, his eyes widening as he shouted. Tsukikage. Without hesitation, he rushed over to Rigger and carefully took the blade from his hands as if it were a sacred artifact. Rigger observed cautiously. His instincts told him the man wasn't a threat. He lacked any signs of someone accustomed to combat. However, the fact that the strange god Hitagami had recommended Brightstone kept him on edge. Brightstone examined the sword with a gleam in his eye, turning it this way and that, inspecting every detail. I've made something similar before, he said, without taking his eyes off the blade. In fact, I have an example for you. Before Rigger could respond, the dwarf disappeared into an adjacent room, rummaging through the clutter. The sounds of metal being dragged and objects falling echoed through the workshop until he returned, carrying an enormous sword. Here it is. This is a magic sword I found in a labyrinth, and I embedded it with the magic stone of an A-rank beast. Brightstone announced proudly. The weapon was impressive, a broad blade about 1.7 meters tall and 20 centimeters wide, made of shiny silver metal. Several dark magic stones were embedded along its surface, emanating a powerful aura. Rigger took the sword with both hands. The moment he held it, he could feel the magical efficiency it provided. The blade's mana conductivity was remarkable, offering refined and powerful control. However, he knew that his affinity with Tsukikage, the sword given to him by his master, was irreplaceable. Its compatibility with his fighting style was perfect. He swung the sword a few times, activated his magic eye, and analyzed the dwarf's craftsmanship. Every detail of its construction confirmed Brightstone's reputation. It seemed he had used some technique to split the magic stone into small gems without losing any of their power, allowing larger stones to be utilized in his creations. His skill was indeed far beyond any other blacksmith Rigger had encountered. Impressive. Rigger handed the sword back, now fully convinced of Brightstone's mastery. The dwarf finally took his eyes off Tsukikage and looked at Rigger with a confident smile. Yes, that sword will be perfect, and I already know the ideal payment for this job. Rigger raised an eyebrow, curious. And what would that be? Brightstone crossed his arms and declared, convince the dwarves to kill the white-eyed blue dragon. Fort Wind, who had been leaning against one of the walls, scoffed in frustration and exclaimed, Not this again, Brightstone. We've already told you that thing can't be killed. How many more are you going to send to their deaths before you understand? Rigger furrowed his brow. White-eyed blue dragon. Fort Wind sighed and explained, It's a mutant blue dragon. He's been trying to hunt it down for years to get its magic stone. The argument is that it lives alone, making it one of the few blue dragons that can be hunted without attracting others. But it's not that simple. It's an S-class mutant beast. Whatever the price, Rigger refused this. Brightstone, completely ignoring Fort Wind, shouted, Fort Wind, wait outside. I think the boy can decide for himself. After all, only a strong warrior could wield a sword like that. Fort Wind muttered something under his breath, but stayed put, arms crossed, glaring at the dwarf. Rigger took a deep breath, carefully considering his options. Don't worry, Fort Wind. If I decide to do this, I'll go alone and won't involve the coal mine tribe. Brightstone grinned, clearly delighted. Don't worry, boy. The dragon may be strong, but it's blind. It relies primarily on its hearing and sense of smell. I'll provide you with 2 magical items to mask both your scent and the sound around you, completely erasing your presence. Rigger remained silent, deep in thought. He wasn't concerned about whether he could kill the dragon. As part of his S-Class adventure mission, he already planned to hunt blue dragons. What truly troubled him was the possibility that this was part of Hidegami's scheme, but he was beginning to think he might be overthinking it. He analyzed the circumstances once more. Brightstone, despite his eccentricity, was genuine. His blacksmithing skills were real, and Rigger felt he would have ended up in this situation even without the god's interference. Still, he promised himself to retreat at the slightest sign of anything suspicious. Having made his decision, he finally said, "Very well, I accept. Where's this dragon?" The blue dragon range rose imposingly against the horizon, a vast mountain chain that seemed to touch the heavens. Its jagged peaks were dusted with snow, while the lower slopes displayed dense forests and hidden valleys. Strong winds howled between the cliffs, carrying the echo of distant roars, a reminder to all who dared challenge this domain that the wildlife here was ruled by colossal winged creatures. The rising sun bathed the mountains in a golden hue, creating a striking contrast between the soft gleam of the snow and the deep shadows of the rocky formations. Leaping nimbly between the mountains, a young beast boy navigated the terrain with remarkable agility. His silver hair reflected the glow of the rising sun, while his dark skin seemed to absorb the light, accentuating his golden eyes, which shimmered with intensity. This was Rigger, moving with the grace of a predator intimately familiar with his surroundings. After obtaining a small map from the dwarf Brightstone, he had not hesitated. Determined, he immediately set out for the range. Fort Wind had wanted to accompany him, but Rigger declined. "Go to Godbard and inform him that I'll work with Brightstone to improve my sword," he ordered before heading off alone. Now, standing on a high peak, Rigger observed the path he had traveled. The mountains stretched in every direction, imposing and majestic, as the wind whipped against his body, bringing a sense of renewal. He took a deep breath, feeling the cold, rarefied air fill his lungs. In the distance, the sun slowly rose, painting the world in shades of orange and gold. It was as if the universe conspired to make this moment unforgettable. The roars of dragons echoed far off, mingled with the occasional sounds of other monsters that inhabited the region. It was a wild symphony, a constant reminder of the dangers that surrounded this place. Yet, Rigger felt an inexplicable sense of freedom. He thought about his previous world. He had surpassed by leagues anything a human from his old life believed possible, and even what most of his tribe in this world could achieve. That feeling was refreshing, a testament to his growth and how he had embraced the world he now called home. He scanned the surroundings once more, absorbing the view. The mountain range extended as far as his eyes could see, with green forests in the distance and valleys hidden among the peaks. From that vantage point, he could even glimpse the edges of the great forest, a green mantle stretching to the horizon. His sharp senses caught every detail: the subtle sound of leaves in the distance, the fresh scent of vegetation mingled with the mineral aroma of the rocks. It was as if all of nature presented itself to him. After a few moments of contemplation, he took a deep breath and resumed his journey. There was something about the mountain range that captivated him. As he ran, leaping from rock to rock, he thought that he might return here in the future just to explore and once again enjoy this unique environment. As he approached the point marked on the map, Rigger realized he no longer needed it. There was only one cave in the vicinity. From within, he could hear deep, steady breathing, and a slight shiver ran down his spine, a primal sense of danger. This was the place. He took out the black cloak Brightstone had given him and put it on. Immediately, he felt his own scent disappear. With his keen sense of smell, he could barely detect any trace of his own presence. Next, he donned the triangular-shaped necklace around his neck. As soon as he did, the sound around him vanished. The absence of noise was disconcerting, but also effective. Once again, he marveled at the quality and potential of magical items. Even with my senses, I can barely perceive my own presence. These items are incredible, he thought. The usefulness of these tools reinforced his ideas about the value magical items could hold in this world. It was something he could not afford to ignore. With that in mind, Rigger unsheathed Tsukikage, the gift from his master, which reflected the faint light within the cave. His steps were silent as he moved deeper into the darkness. The dragon's breathing grew louder with each step, and the tension in the air heightened. The air inside the cave was dense, steeped in a darkness that seemed to swallow all light. The walls, uneven and covered with patches of phosphorescent moss, gave the space a macabre atmosphere. The ground, littered with sharp stones and fragments of bones, crunched under Rigger's deliberate steps. The acrid, metallic scent of old blood lingered in the air, mingling with the moisture dripping rhythmically from stalactites overhead. The sound was muffled, almost non-existent, but Rigger could feel the immense presence ahead before even seeing it. There, in the heart of the cave, lying atop a massive rock surrounded by bones, was the white-eyed blue dragon. Its sleek, aerodynamic body defied the stereotype of a cumbersome creature. It measured about 40 to 50 meters in length, with scales that gleamed under the faint light, appearing as though carved from sapphire. Its triangular head, adorned with spikes, held enormous, wide-open eyes that stared unblinkingly at the cave entrance. The bones around it told grim tales. Crushed dwarf skulls and shattered beast ribs lay scattered amidst a bluish mist that slowly escaped the dragon's nostrils, drifting through the air. Rigger held his breath for a moment, his heart pounding. The dragon's eyes were open and fixed, as if watching him directly, but the creature's rhythmic breathing revealed it was asleep. It was strange and unnerving, but it made sense. The dragon was blind. Even so, its other senses were undoubtedly sharp. This was an S-rank beast, a mutant among its kind, with exceptional strength and speed. Few had survived encounters with it, and most accounts claimed no weapon could pierce its scales. Rigger was confident in his speed and strength, but certainly didn't want to test them against a mutant S-rank monster. Rigger knew he had to be swift and decisive. Otherwise, the battle would drag on. He didn't underestimate the creature, but neither could he retreat. His strategy was clear: kill it before the dragon became aware of his presence. He prepared Tsukikage, the blue sword resembling the dragon's scales, and assumed an Aido stance, channeling magic into the blade. Streaks of lightning coiled around the sword, illuminating Rigger's determined face in the dim light. Fire wouldn't be as effective against the dragon, but electricity was another matter. Though his control over lightning was still limited and not something he would typically use in combat, this ambush scenario was different. He knew a well-placed strike could make all the difference. The dragon still hadn't noticed him, a testament to the effectiveness of the items. It couldn't see, hear, or smell him now. With lightning crackling around the blade, Rigger took a step back, charging his burst step to maximum power. He cast a physical barrier spell infused with a significant amount of mana at the cave entrance to prevent the dragon from escaping. Brightstone had mentioned that the creature possessed above-average intelligence for dragons, and Rigger wasn't about to underestimate that information. Everything was ready. With a single thought, he surged forward, becoming a blur of speed as he executed his most familiar technique, the long sword of light. The sword sliced through the air with blinding speed, aiming straight for the dragon's neck. But before it could strike its target, Rigger noticed a contraction in the creature's neck muscles. The dragon suddenly reared back, throwing its body with surprising agility and mobility. Its movement was almost graceful, confirming the dwarves' warnings. It was incredibly fast for something of its size. As it retreated, the dragon let out a low, guttural roar, but Rigger was already on the move. It sensed the movement of the air. Rigger thought, shocked. Even so, his strike wouldn't be stopped so easily. The dragon had only moved slightly back when Rigger closed the gap. The lightning-wreathed blade slashed toward the dragon's neck. The cut was visceral. Tsukikage grew sharper and sturdier the hotter it became, and the lightning provided supreme heat, capable of reaching extraordinary temperatures. The blue blade was honed to its maximum, but Rigger still felt resistance as it cut through the dragon's scales, as if they were made of an exceptionally tough mineral. However, the lightning around the sword and his immense physical strength helped him break through the defenses, slicing halfway into the dragon's neck, leaving a trail of blood staining the surrounding rocks. The dragon recoiled again, unleashing a deafening roar. Blood gushed from the wound, mixing with the blue mist emanating from its nostrils. The pain seemed to ignite the dragon's fury, causing it to thrash wildly, but every movement only worsened the injury. Rigger took a slight step back, his senses on high alert. The battle was nearing its end. He had gravely wounded the monster, and fighting in this condition would be extremely disadvantageous for it. Now, he needed to prepare for a decisive final strike. He began analyzing the dragon's next move and quickly formulated an idea. The cavern fell into an almost absolute silence, broken only by the occasional sound of small stones shifting, silent witnesses to a battle yet to unfold. The blue dragon, an imposing creature about 50 meters long, moved nimbly through the space, as if fearing to stay still and become a target. Its lean but powerful frame betrayed its mutant origin. The wound on its neck continued to bleed, thick drops mixing with the dust and bones scattered across the ground. The fine mist from its nostrils enveloped the area, making the air heavy and oppressive. Despite its impressive vitality, the dragon was already showing signs of fatigue. Its dull eyes scanned the cavern in a desperate attempt to locate Rigger. But the beast boy was entirely camouflaged, his magical items masking any sound or scent that could betray him. Even if the dragon were to look straight at him, it wouldn't see him. Rigger remained motionless, focusing his magic on a stone cannon aimed at the dragon's likely location. Carefully manipulating its composition, he transformed it into an extremely resilient metal. Every second was precious, and Rigger used the time to prepare an explosive strike. When the blue dragon, unable to detect its opponent, attempted to release its signature flames to ignite the entire cavern, its body betrayed it. The wound on its neck caused it to choke on the flames, which escaped through the exposed gash, delivering excruciating pain. A groan of agony echoed through the cavern, but its vitality kept it standing, though unsteady. Instincts warned the dragon of imminent danger. Fleeing was the only sensible choice. In a single fluid motion, the dragon dashed toward the cavern's entrance, its scales scraping against the rocks as it moved with surprising agility for its size. However, as it reached the entrance, its skull collided violently with an invisible barrier, and the impact reverberated throughout the space. A significant crack formed in the barrier, but it wasn't enough to break it. Before the dragon could react, Rigger seized the moment of confusion. The stone cannon, now dark as obsidian, fired with relentless force and precision. The creature, though unstable, tried to dodge by jerking its head to the side, but it wasn't enough. The stone cannon pierced through the dragon's neck near the previous wound, completing what the initial strike had started. The dragon's head was severed from its body, which convulsed in involuntary spasms. Blood flowed in rivers across the cavern floor as silence fell once more, interrupted only by the dripping of vital liquid. Rigger stood beside the imposing corpse, observing the result of his strategy. Reflecting, he thought, information and preparation truly are dangerous weapons. If I had encountered this dragon in the middle of the mountains, it would be hard to say who would win. Its strength, speed, the resilience of its scales, and its ability to fly would make it an incredibly dangerous opponent. Still, he believed he would have a chance, though the confrontation would be far riskier. This realization underscored the importance of always being prepared. Today, he was the hunter, but if he could exploit the abilities and weaknesses of this dragon, others could surely do the same to him. He had witnessed firsthand how easily an enemy could be ambushed if their skills were known and natural counters were available. From now on, he decided to keep some of his abilities hidden as trump cards. At the same time, he acknowledged a hint of arrogance, even if unconscious in his actions. This realization came despite constant reminders to himself and warnings from others. Turning to the corpse, Rigger resolved to make full use of the dragon's resources. Activating his magic eye, he searched for the blue dragon's magic stone. Once he found it, he carefully retrieved it, aware of its immense value. He wouldn't leave the precious scales behind either and planned to take the entire creature back with him. First, though, he crouched and placed a hand on the ground, closing his eyes to focus. Utilizing his heightened sense of hearing and earth sensitivity, he searched for other blue dragons or subterranean activity. This ability, honed after learning the king-level magic earth fissure from his master, proved invaluable. Gradually, he detected distant movement kilometers away. Faint sounds of impact and struggle echoed through the underground. He frowned, pondering. Perhaps the blue dragons are simply fighting each other, he thought. He planned to hunt more dragons. His visits to this area would be rare, and dragon materials were both precious and scarce. He also had his mission from the Adventurers Guild and certainly wouldn't use the mutant dragon scales to complete it. Concluding his investigation, Rigger created an improvised stone box and used ice magic to preserve the dragon's meat. Perhaps it would yield an exceptional feast. After all, he had never tasted dragon meat before. With everything prepared, he turned toward the sounds of battle, determined to hunt more dragons. Rigger moved swiftly through the mountains, ready for any ambush, his figure barely discernible due to his speed as he followed the sounds of battle. As he approached, the smell of blood, scorched rocks, and dragons, many dragons, grew stronger. His master had taught him that all dragon species lived in groups. Now, seeing it firsthand, he realized she hadn't been exaggerating when she said she hadn't met a single person who returned alive after venturing into a dragon's lair. And he hadn't even truly entered the blue dragon's territory yet. He was only on the outskirts. His master had described their true territory as being filled with dragons everywhere. He wouldn't venture there today, but he had plans to do so in the future. Secretly, he harbored a dream of taming a dragon. After all, what man hadn't dreamed of riding a dragon? As he drew closer, the echoing roars gave way to the metallic clash of steel against scales. Confusion settled over him. It wasn't just dragons fighting, there was steel. How? Each step brought him nearer to the source of the conflict, but also heightened his sense of confusion and caution. His brow furrowed, his senses on high alert. The sound of weapons was unexpected. Who could possibly be fighting dragons in such a dangerous place? This could be a trap, Rigger thought, his gaze sharp as a predator's, assessing the terrain. The name of the human god echoed in his mind as a constant warning. His instincts were tingling with danger, though it wasn't as intense as when he'd first met Hidegami. He remained wary of him because of that encounter, but nothing was going as wrong as he'd expected. Slowly, he began to consider the possibility that he might be mistaken. Rigger had already decided not to bring Skull with him, a calculated precaution to avoid unnecessary complications. If things went awry, he wanted the freedom to retreat without having to protect or abandon his wolf companion, whom he had grown fond of. As he got closer, new information reached his senses. A new scent, a dense, pervasive odor of dragons. Many of them hung heavy in the air. But there was something more. He sniffed again, this time focusing. Intertwined with the sulfuric stench of dragons was something familiar, a scent he would recognize anywhere. It was someone of the beast race. Rigger's heart quickened, and his thoughts raced. Someone of his own kind was in that cave, and from the sound of clashing steel and dragon roars, that person was fighting. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered, "A beast race member, but who? And what?" A wave of sulfur hit his nose, and he instantly knew the dragons had used fire in the battle. The smell of nearly solidified, molten earth indicated the fire had been unleashed hours ago, suggesting this battle had been raging for quite some time. This only heightened his caution. Even for an experienced warrior, fighting in an enclosed space against high-level dragons was a recipe for disaster. Whoever was inside had to be incredibly strong to endure this long. Rigger stopped at the cave's entrance. Strangely, there were no blue dragons guarding it. The gaping opening in the mountain was large enough to accommodate massive dragons, yet the darkness inside was oppressive, as though the mountain itself sought to swallow anyone who dared approach. His frown deepened, his thoughts racing. Could this be any more obvious? This feels like a perfectly laid trap. He knew his strength, but he was also aware of his stamina's limits. If he were surrounded by S-rank dragons in a confined space, it would be the end of him. Crossing his arms, he tapped his fingers against his forearm. Should I just turn back and pretend I didn't see anything? The thought deeply unsettled him. He was starting to wonder if he was being overly paranoid about a god who might have little to no power over him. Then he sniffed again. Beyond the scent of the beast race member and the dragons, there was another distinct scent. Fainter, but unmistakable, a human. His eyes narrowed. This made things even more complicated. Who could this human be? An ally? An opponent? Or just another pawn caught in the chaos? Rigger deliberated. His instincts were usually right, and he didn't sense an overwhelming threat as long as he avoided going deep into the cave. Yet prudence urged caution. Still, the thought that they might simply be random victims lingered in his mind. That didn't obligate him to save them, of course, but he felt compelled to try. Finally, he let out a deep sigh, making his decision. I'll assess the situation. If it's within my capability, I'll save them. If it's too dangerous, well, too bad. Despite his rational words, a latent determination burned in his eyes. But he wasn't a fool. I'm definitely not entering that cave. With that resolve, Rigger took a step back, leaped into the air, and began circling the mountain. He would use some unconventional methods to ensure his escape route. His senses were at their peak, registering every sound and scent with sharp precision. Rigger skirted the mountain, keeping to higher ground where he could hear the sounds of battle and feel the vibrations in the earth below through his magic. Once again, he wondered how these fighters had ended up here. This far into the cave system, it was likely crawling with dragons. Pausing to reflect, a sly grin spread across his lips. Some might ask how he could save anyone when dozens of meters of rock and stone separated him from his target. The mountain walls were thick and sturdy, but he had spent years studying magic, learning to use it in every conceivable way. Why enter through the cave's door when I can just create a new one? Gathering his mana, he focused intensely. Placing his hands on the ground, he felt the earth stretching out over several kilometers. The more he connected with the geological structure, the clearer his plan became. Slowly, the ground began to tremble. A faint yellow glow emanated from the soil beneath his feet, and the mountain itself seemed to respond to his command. Rigger thought to himself, I could create a smaller hole if I had more time, but using earth fissure as a base gives me a faster way to do this. Plus, a small hole would restrict my movement. I need to be extremely careful not to cause a collapse inside. With my current level of earth control, this spell should work. While continuing to sense the underground movements, he realized the battle inside the cave seemed to have ceased due to the tremors. The two combatants were running, perhaps trying to escape. After a few more seconds of intense concentration, Rigger finally thought, this is it. The structure is ready. Now I just need to put into action. I hope it works. Determined, he slightly lifted himself off the ground, using wind magic to float. Flying skillfully and at high speed like a dragon was still a challenge for him, but floating was a simple task. While reflecting on how to name his spell, he heard dozens of roars coming from within a mountain. That sound echoed in his mind like a warning, but it also brought an epiphany as he observed the mountain from above. I've got it, he thought with a spark of satisfaction. Raising his hands, he shouted, Mountain Divider! Afterward, he amusingly thought he looked like Pain when he destroyed Konoha. At the command of his mana, the mountain seemed to respond as if it were alive. The rocks and walls began to turn malleable, moving like clay molded by a giant sculptor. In a motion reminiscent of an earthquake, the mountain began to open. But unlike a natural disaster like earth fissure, This process was more orderly, a symphony of control and power. Every stone, every rock moved precisely, creating a path before rigor as if he were parting the sea. The surrounding mountains and ridges trembled in response. Birds and smaller animals fled the source of the tremor, while the roars of blue dragons in the mountain's heart grew louder. Some dragons had already started heading toward the exit, frightened by the noise and disturbance. The scene was breathtaking, and rigor, floating above the ever-expanding opening, prepared himself to face whatever lay ahead. As the mountain began to open before rigor, the scene emerging from within was at the very least unexpected. Amid the dust, rocks, dragons, and roars, he saw two figures. The first was a tall woman, about 1.85 meters, wearing minimal clothing in the traditional style of the beast race. Her long silver hair and ears contrasted with her dark skin, and her eyes, one red and the other green, shone with fierce intensity. She carried a red sword in one hand, while the other firmly held the hand of a child. The girl, with vibrant red hair, looked around 9 or 10 years old and struggled to keep up with the warrior's pace. Despite this, she made no complaints. Both were injured. Scratches of various sizes, bruises, and burns were scattered across their bodies, but the beast woman's injuries were far more severe, with a deep gash across her back shaped like long claws. Rigor observed the situation with a mix of urgency and caution. The two were running toward a formation of taller rocks, seemingly trying to leap toward the opening he had created in the mountain's ceiling. Quickly, he assessed the dangers using his senses and his magic eye. Despite the presence of several blue dragons, his instincts detected no traps. Floating slowly into the cavern, he concentrated magic in his hand, targeting a blue dragon about 60 meters long that was pursuing the two. It was almost upon them, and he needed a quick, high-impact spell that wouldn't harm the pair. He declared aloud with theatrical confidence, "Lightning." He felt a bit embarrassed afterward, realizing he had thought about showing off in such an urgent situation. The magic in his hand burst in a lightning that sliced through the air, striking the dragon almost instantly. The impact launched it a few meters away, leaving it paralyzed and halting its pursuit. The echoes of enraged dragon roars filled the cavern as others began turning their attention toward him. Wasting no time, Rigor manipulated the tall rocks around him, creating an improvised staircase to help the woman and the girl reach the top. There was no denying it. The beast woman was incredibly fast, evading most of the dragons trying to chase them. One dragon sprinted forward, flapping its wings for a short flight toward the pair. Anticipating the attack, Rigor moved slightly ahead and used his howling magic, releasing a powerful shockwave that spread through the cavern like a deafening roar. At the same time, he raised a physical barrier in front of himself. The dragon, slightly intimidated and stunned, lost some of its momentum. When it collided with the barrier, a crack formed but wasn't enough to break it. The dragon hesitated, retreating cautiously. Meanwhile, the beast warrior and the girl were almost at the end of the platform. Seeing they were about to escape, Rigor floated back through the opening in the ceiling. The woman, noticing the proximity of the exit, picked up the girl and leapt with all her strength out of the mountain. Inside the cavern, blue dragons began pursuing them. Rigor, however, was prepared. He cast a quick spell, creating a thin earthen barrier that temporarily covered the opening. It was easy to break through, but the dragons wouldn't know that. At least he hoped they wouldn't. The earthen walls rose rapidly, blocking the dragons and muffling their furious roars. Rigor sighed in relief. These dragons were beasts, after all, so accustomed to always having a roof overhead that they assumed everything was back to normal when it reappeared. Outside, the warrior landed with the girl, both gasping for breath and on the brink of collapse. Rigor, reinforcing the rocks further, ran toward them. When he approached, he stopped 10 meters away, observing cautiously. The beast woman, exhausted and gravely injured, still held her red sword aloft, shielding the girl behind her. Her eyes could barely focus. The blood loss had pushed her to her limits, but her intent to protect the girl was clear and unwavering. Rigger raised his hands in a gesture of peace and calmly said, "It's all right. You're provisionally safe now." Surprisingly, as if his words were a signal to shut her down, the warrior's eyes rolled back as she collapsed heavily onto the rocks. The girl screamed in despair, crouching beside her as tears streamed down her face. Amid sobs, she cried out, "Ghislaine!" And so, silence fell over the mountain as Rigger reflected on what he had just witnessed. POV, Ghislaine Dedoldia. The explosion of light was all I saw before the world around me disappeared. Instinctively, my body reacted. I held Eris tightly, shielding her with my own body as the overwhelming energy enveloped us. My sharp hearing and keen senses were overloaded by deafening sound, and for a moment, everything went blank. When I opened my eyes, the scenery was entirely different. We were in a gigantic cavern, so vast and dark that the ceiling seemed to merge with the horizon's shadow. The walls, hundreds of meters away, glimmered faintly as light reflected off sparse crystals, just enough to reveal the cavern's immensity. The ground was uneven, covered with sharp stones and massive claw marks. The air carried a metallic scent, mixed with something damp and putrid, as if this place had not seen sunlight for centuries. I carefully placed Eris on the ground. The young girl was stunned, looking around, unable to comprehend what had happened. "Stay close to me," I said firmly, drawing Hiramian. The sword gleamed faintly in the crystal's light, its blade reflecting the cold determination in my eyes. I tried to understand where we were. My trained senses, sharp as those of a beast, caught the oppressive silence around us. It felt as if the entire cavern was watching. A shiver ran down my spine. Suddenly, a heavy presence dominated the space. My gaze instinctively shifted to the top of a rock pile a few meters away. Two pairs of yellow eyes shone in the darkness, fixated on us. Pupils narrow like a serpent's studied me with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Slowly, the creature emerged. Its massive silhouette became visible as it moved into the dim light. Its breath produced a faint, icy mist that dissipated into the air. Enormous teeth, shimmering blue scales like sapphires, and long membranous wings projected its dominance. It was a dragon. A blue dragon, at least 40 meters long, the apex predator of the entire world. I kept my expression serious and stoic, though my heart beat faster. This was no ordinary foe, and I knew it. I took only a moment to adjust my stance. Every fiber of my body, trained to the limit, was ready to kill. The dragon tilted its head slightly, its eyes evaluating the warrior before it. Its long, muscular tail moved slowly, dragging stones across the ground. But I didn't waste time. In the blink of an eye, without giving it a chance to react, I launched myself forward. My speed was devastating, impossible to track with the naked eye. Everything around me seemed to slow as I advanced with lethal precision. The dragon tried to retreat, realizing the danger too late. I slashed through the air with Hiramian, its blade resonating with fierce brilliance as I executed the signature technique of the sword god style. When I stopped, I was already on the other side of the creature. The dragon remained motionless for a moment before its head flew off, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud, its eyes lifeless. The impact of my speed was so immense that stones were hurled into the air, and my hair rippled with the wind displacement. There was no hesitation in my movements. I spun on my heels and ran back to where Eris was without stopping to admire my work. "Ghislaine, where are we? Where's the mansion?" Eris shouted, her voice filled with confusion. Her scream echoed and reverberated throughout the cavern. The scream was a prelude to something even more terrifying. Guided by my sharp senses, I sensed the danger before it materialized. Without hesitation, I didn't stop as I grabbed Eris by the collar and dragged her away, just moments before a colossal claw struck the spot where she had been standing. The ground trembled with the impact. A deep roar echoed through the cavern, so powerful it seemed to make the ground vibrate. I stopped on a higher rock and placed Eris behind me. My expression was serious but controlled. "Young lady, do not leave my side under any circumstances and do not run off. We are in a very dangerous situation," I said, my voice firm but calm. It was an unquestionable order, and Eris, though scared, trusted me completely and would not disobey. Before I could plan my next move, more roars began to fill the cavern, each louder and closer than the last. The darkness was suddenly filled with dozens of golden eyes, all fixated on us. I tightened my grip around Hiramian, preparing for battle. The smell of blood and burnt flesh lingered in a small section of the massive cavern, now littered with debris and steam rising from nearly molten stones. For blue dragon corpses lay on the ground. I had taken cover with Eris in a small alcove, a crack in the wall of the vast main cavern. The space was about 3 cubic meters, just enough for us to squeeze in and wait in silence. The dragons were far too large to fit through the narrow opening, but safety was far from guaranteed. Eris was lying on Ghislaine's lap. Her young body was marked with bruises and burns, signs of the battle they had faced. Gizlane held the young girl firmly, but her heart weighed heavy with shame and guilt. She had fought with all her strength, yet Eris had been injured and had come close to death. Protecting a life amidst the chaos of a cave infested with blue dragons was an almost impossible task. Even as a sword king, Ghislaine thought that not even the sword god, her master, could protect someone in such a situation. Her serious expression reflected her frustration. Ghislaine knew she wasn't skilled in complex strategies or deep reflections. She didn't bother questioning where she was or why she was there. Her only priority at that moment was ensuring Eris's safety. Her strength lay in combat, but fighting against dozens of S-rank blue dragons while protecting someone was a challenge she had never faced before. Her body bore multiple wounds. Even so, giving up wasn't an option, nor did she count on anyone coming to rescue her from a cave filled with dragons. "Young lady," she began, her voice calm yet firm, "I won't be able to carry you while fighting our way out. You'll have to run with me. I'll hold your hand." Eris opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion and fear. She had silently cried for a while when she thought Ghislaine wasn't looking. But upon hearing Ghislaine's words, a spark of hope ignited within her. Staggering, the young girl stood, barely able to keep her balance. "I won't hold on to you." Ghislaine smiled faintly, a rare expression of pride on her face. "Let's get out of here." They left the shelter, running quickly through the rocky formations, dodging dragons that roamed the area. Their small size helped them remain hidden for a time, but every step was a fight for survival. Ghislaine was swift and precise, slicing through the head of an approaching dragon with a devastating strike. Yet with every blow, she felt her strength waning. The dragons kept appearing, their roars as overwhelming as a shadow of death. As she fought, Ghislaine released Eris for a moment and advanced, leaping between rocks and cutting down a dragon with a lethal strike. She then returned to grab Eris and continued their escape. With every moment, it became increasingly evident they were surrounded, and the exit was still far away. After a long time, Ghislaine let go of Eris again to deal with an opponent in front of her. But another dragon targeted Eris. After defeating the dragon, Ghislaine rushed back to Eris, shielding her with her body. She felt the blue dragon's claws tear into her back as it roared and prepared a fiery breath. Ghislaine ignored the severe wound and hid with Eris behind a rock. She continued to fight as the dragons amassed due to the noise. She was losing a lot of blood and could feel the cave's exit was still far away. She prioritized fleeing, but the dragons kept coming in dozens. As her strength began to falter, a loud crash echoed through the cave. Ghislaine stopped, her sharp senses detecting a new danger. The dragons also paused, their watchful eyes turning to the ceiling. A massive opening began to form, with chunks of rock falling as if the world were collapsing. In this critical moment, Ghislaine didn't stop to question why it was happening. Her instincts screamed that this could be their only chance. She changed direction, running toward the highest rocks near the fissure with Eris. Her plan was clear: leap to the outside. Even without certainty, she could reach the exit. What she saw next, however, was something she would never forget. From within the opening in the ceiling, a young beast man descended, floating as if he were strolling. His silver hair shone under the light invading the cave, and his golden eyes calmly surveyed the environment as though he were merely passing by and decided to take a look. His aura was overwhelming, his mana immense, the greatest she had ever seen. It was visible to her magic eye. As the rocks moved to form the opening, she noticed with her magic eye that he was manipulating the stone with magic and seemed to be the one responsible for the fissure. Although genuinely surprised, Ghislaine didn't hesitate for a second. She kept running, ignoring the mysterious figure, focused on reaching the exit. The young man looked at them with interest and, in a seemingly casual gesture, raised his hand and said, "Lightning." A streak of blue lightning shot from his palm, striking a dragon that had been approaching from behind her. The dragon's roar of pain echoed through the cave, drawing the attention of the others and causing them to roar even louder and more ferociously. The cave trembled as he moved the earth, creating steps leading to the opening. It seemed he was helping them. She was still stunned by his use of magic, but continued onward. Even as he did this, a winged dragon charged at them. The young man advanced and used magic from the Dedoldia tribe. An ear-splitting roar erupted, a howling magic she had seen once before. Yet, as with everything else he did, this was on another level. The roar echoed through the cave, disrupting the cohesion of the dragon's unity. The dragon chasing them appeared to slam into an invisible wall created by the young man. A large crack formed, but the barrier held. Ghislaine ran as fast as she could, holding Eris's hand. Her body was injured, her muscles burning, but she couldn't stop. She weaved through paths clear of dragons, moving agilely over the rocky terrain. Finally, they reached the top. The boy had already floated out of the cave, and with a final leap, she gathered all her strength to cross the fissure. In midair, as she felt blood streaming from her wounds, she saw the boy blocking the dragons with more earth magic and approaching her. He seemed calm despite the chaotic situation. She raised Hiramian, eyeing the young man. She felt no danger from him, but had to be cautious. The blood loss was nearly making her unconscious, and she needed to ensure Eris was safe. He raised his hands and spoke in a reassuring voice. "You're safe for now." Those simple words dissolved her tension, and as she relaxed for a second, her body finally collapsed from the severe injuries. The red-haired girl knelt beside her, tears streaming down her face. Ghislaine, POV, Rigor Dedoldia. Rigor looked at the crying girl next to the warrior he realized was his relative, Ghislaine Dedoldia. He doubted there could be two beast women as strong and skilled in the sword god style with the same name. It had to be her. He approached to heal her, but the red-haired girl, noticing his approach, grabbed Ghislaine's sword and pointed it at him. Her hand trembled slightly. "You there, do something to help her," she shouted, her tone commanding but nervous and desperate. Rigor raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is that how you ask for a favor from your savior?" She grew irritated for a moment, but looked at Ghislaine, bleeding profusely, and spoke, stammering. My grandfather has a lot of money. He can pay you." Rigor chuckled. If he played around much longer, Ghislaine's life would be at risk, and he wanted to leave the area quickly since the dragons could decide to break through the wall at any moment. "I don't want money. I have enough already. Don't worry, Ghislaine is from my tribe. I won't let her die like this." That seemed to lift Eris's spirits, and she quickly responded. "Then hurry." Rigor approached Ghislaine. Her wounds were severe, especially the one on her back, which had shredded several organs and deeply fractured bones. If it had been just a bit deeper, he wouldn't have been able to heal it even with advanced healing magic. He poured as much mana as possible into his healing spell, and after some time, he managed to close the wounds. Ghislaine was no longer in danger, but was still exhausted and would need time to recover. Rigor then turned to the girl and grabbed her arm. She recoiled at first and asked, "What are you doing?" She almost punched him but hesitated, finally noticing he was using healing magic on her. After treating the girl's injuries, Rigger picked up Ghislaine in his arms. He looked at the warrior more closely this time. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful and attractive, he thought. I hadn't taken a proper look before, but she has all the right proportions in all the right places. Shaking off those thoughts, he addressed the girl. She needs time to recover. Follow me to a nearby cave. By the way, what's your name? The girl looked extremely nervous and worried, but eventually replied. Eris. My name is Eris Boreas Greyrat, she finally shouted. Rigger looked at her blankly and said, All right, Eris Boreas Greyrat, stop shouting. You're attracting dragons and beasts, or I'll leave you in the middle of this mountain for the dragons to hunt. He said this and walked off without waiting for her reaction. The girl almost yelled, Wait, but lowered her voice at the last second. Rigger ran toward the mutant dragon's cave, carrying Ghislaine and with Eris tagging along. His pace was slow, as Eris couldn't keep up. Rigger helped by creating platforms of earth for her to cross the mountainous terrain more easily. Even so, she nearly shouted many times, growing impatient and asking about Ghislaine. However, a single glance from him reminded her of his threat to leave her behind. He quickly realized Eris was an extremely energetic and temperamental child with an incredibly strong personality. Even surrounded by dragons, the situation seemed to affect her only superficially, failing to traumatize her, or perhaps she processed trauma differently. He also noticed how much she cared for Ghislaine, which made him curious about their relationship. Was she her daughter? They looked nothing alike. Finally, they reached the mutant dragon's cave. Its scent still lingered, keeping other beasts from daring to approach, and Rigger intended to use this to his advantage. He fashioned a makeshift bed with soft sand and placed Ghislaine on it before turning his attention to Eris. He then stared at Eris, analyzing her until she lost her patience and shouted, What are you looking at? Rigger rubbed his temples, already irritated. Can you stop shouting? I hear perfectly well. I want to know what you two were doing inside a cave full of dragons. Eris seemed to think of the cave as a safe place. Perhaps that was why she felt somewhat at ease. Even so, she replied defiantly, as if to provoke him. I have no idea, she yelled, as though not knowing was some sort of achievement. She yelled even louder this time. Rigger narrowed his eyes, a thought crossing his mind. She reminded him of Linnea as a child, but Eris seemed like an even worse version, spoiled, extremely aggressive, and noisy. Fortunately, Linnea had learned some lessons to curb her behavior. Perhaps it was time to try something similar? Without a word, he moved in the blink of an eye. Accelerating instantly, Rigger grabbed Eris by her collar and carried her out of the cave to a cliffside. Before she could react, he held her by the leg and dangled her upside down. For a moment, she was stunned, but then she began screaming as she saw the height. Yeah, let me go. Ghislaine, Ghislaine, help me. My grandfather won't let you get away with this. Rigger ignored her screams, keeping her suspended as she tried to grab his arm. She was dressed in training clothes, so he didn't worry about her discomfort in that position. Still emotionless, he said again, Stop shouting. Then, he briefly let go of her leg before catching her again. The motion made Eris let out a terrified scream. Ghislaine, Ghislaine, let me go. Rigger was surprised by her determination, even in such a situation. He decided to let her go completely. Eris screamed, her voice growing fainter as she fell. He watched for a few seconds before jumping after her. During the fall, Rigger created a stone platform to stop their descent. He caught Eris midair, cradling her like a princess. The girl was pale, clearly frightened this time. Rigger looked at her firmly and said, Do you think I wouldn't dare let you go? Not another scream. Without waiting for her response, he jumped back to the cave with fluid ease, landing gracefully and setting her down. Walking back inside, he remained silent. Eris, now mute, followed with a burning glare and a barely concealed murderous intent. Despite this, Rigger was impressed. The girl's strong and determined personality was remarkable. Any other child would have been utterly terrified after what she had been through. This was a point in her favor. She's even more stubborn than Linnea. Unfortunately, Rigger wasn't known for his patience with irrational children. Upon returning to the cave, he sat on a rock while Eris stood next to Ghislaine, still unconscious. He repeated his question, "How did you end up in there?" Eris hesitated, but replied, less aggressively this time, "I really don't know. We were in the mansion, and then a white light appeared, and we ended up here." Rigger raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Mansion? Eris, right? Where are you from?" She replied aggressively, but stopped herself from yelling at the last second. "What are you talking about? We're from Fitoa, obviously." Rigger was stunned and stood up abruptly. "Fitoa? You mean in the kingdom of Azura?" Eris frowned, visibly confused by his reaction, and hesitated before answering. "Where else would it be?" Before Rigger could fully process what he had just heard, a movement nearby caught his attention. Ghislaine was starting to wake up, much earlier than he expected. He decided to wait for clearer answers from her directly. Eris watched Ghislaine with a worried expression as the warrior began to awaken. Her eyes opened slowly, and she tried to sit up quickly, but a muscle spasm sent a wave of intense pain through her body. Ghislaine gasped, forcing herself to support her weight with her hands. Her wounds were deep, and the pain was nearly unbearable. She turned her eyes toward Eris, ensuring she was safe. The young girl's calm appearance seemed to ease some of the tension in her body. Finally, Ghislaine looked at Rigger, who was sitting at a distance, silently observing her. "Hello," Rigger said with a light smile. Ghislaine reached for her waist, searching for her sword, but it was not there. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed the blade was missing. Rigger pointed toward a distant rock where the sword rested. "Your sword is over there, but your injuries were severe. I recommend you rest a bit before moving again." Ghislaine sat up slowly, still feeling the pain, and looked around. The place was different from what she remembered, but she didn't feel rushed to understand her surroundings. She glanced at Eris once more before returning her attention to Rigger. Silence hung in the air for a moment until she finally spoke with unmistakable seriousness. "For saving us and keeping Eris safe until now, I owe you a debt." "Thank you." Rigger looked slightly surprised, a shadow of confusion crossing his face. "Don't you want to know who I am? Or why I saved you?" Ghislaine remained impassive. "A debt is a debt, regardless of who you are or your motives. But yes, I need to know your name to repay it in the future. For now, my concern is ensuring Eris's safety and returning her to Lord Soros's mansion." Before she could finish, Eris interrupted anxiously. "Ghislaine, you need to teach him a lesson." Eris stopped mid-sentence, looking at Ghislaine's injuries, her worry growing. Ghislaine looked at her with an expression of doubt and confusion. Frustrated at not being able to seek revenge, Eris turned her gaze toward Rigger with an irritated, almost murderous look. Rigger, however, remained unperturbed and chuckled softly. "The girl mentioned, you're from Fitoa on the Azura continent." Ghislaine, still alert and vigilant, confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." Rigger let out a muffled laugh. "Well, this really is an impossible situation for you, then. You're now on the other side of the world. This is the Blue Dragon Range, in Millis. I don't know how you ended up here, but the journey back might be a bit long." Ghislaine froze, her expression a mix of shock and apprehension. Eris beside her frowned, not fully understanding. "Is that far, Ghislaine?" she asked, her tone growing more concerned. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful, and whispered, "Indeed, Tall Hand once told me the only home of the Blue Dragons was in the Blue Dragon Range, but I didn't think of it during the battle." She looked at Eris with a reassuring smile, trying to hide the worry in her eyes. "Young miss, don't worry. I will get you back home. However, the journey might take some time." Eris brightened at those words, smiling happily. But moments later, she frowned, glared at Rigger, and, with renewed determination, demanded, "What's your name? I won't forget what you did." Rigger chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of humor. "Pleasure to meet you both. I'm Rigger Dedoldia." After confirming Ghislaine was stable and Eris seemed fine, Rigger stood up and left the cave, saying he'd be back soon. The faint light outside revealed a sky filled with blue dragons flying in circles, roaring in evident irritation. He He watched them for a moment, attentive, before descending the uneven terrain in search of twigs and firewood. When he returned, he carried what was needed to build a fire, ensuring the area remained secure. Inside the cave, Rigger stacked the wood, using fire magic to light the flames with precision. Then, he opened a stone box, pulled out a piece of the mutant dragon he had defeated, and began preparing it. He molded the ground around the fire with magic to create an improvised grill. Both Ghislaine and Eris watched in fascination as he manipulated the elements with incredible skill. Eris was the first to speak, her eyes shining with curiosity. "Hey, how do you do that?" Ghislaine, more serious, added, "Indeed, I'm also surprised. I've seen some mages in my life, but none of them were capable of what you're showing. Your magical proficiency is almost unbelievable, considering you must be only 12 or 13 years old." As she spoke, Ghislaine observed Rigger closely with her magic eye. Noticing the strain was beginning to weigh on her vision. Her normal eye patch was lost during the battle with the dragons. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes and improvised a new one to rest the overworked eye. Rigger chuckled lightly, looking at both of them, but mostly at Ghislaine. "That's chantless magic. It's certainly a rare skill, but you could say I had the best teacher to teach me magic. And, to correct you, I'm 10 years old, miss." Ghislaine's eyes narrowed, not with distrust, but rather careful analysis. Before she could respond, Rigger continued, looking directly at her. "I've heard many stories about Ghislaine Dedoldia in the Great Forest. None of them were very good. I never imagined you'd become such a powerful swordswoman after leaving." Eris crossed her arms with a proud smile, as if the compliment were directed at her. Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her serious demeanor, studying Rigger. Finally, she spoke. "From what I see in your movements, you're also a practitioner of the sword god style." "Yes," Rigger replied, inclining his head slightly, "but not as skilled as you." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. "You're also a very powerful mage. I've never heard of that lightning magic you used. It's extremely fast and hard to dodge." Rigger smiled, his eyes narrowing. "Even so, I don't think it'd be fast enough to use against you in a fight." Ghislaine remained silent for a moment before responding, her voice laced with respect. "Perhaps not." Eris, gradually regaining her energy now that Ghislaine was awake, interrupted the exchange of words with a direct challenge. "Hey, so you know how to use a sword too, don't you? Fight me, but no magic." Rigger looked at her with an amused expression as he pulled the skewers from the fire. He had found some herbs and natural spices around the cave and was curious to test their flavor on the meat. Calmly, he asked, "And your sword? Where is it?" Eris looked around, confused, before blushing as she realized she had lost it during the fight in the cave. Rigger chuckled softly, though his eyes gleamed with interest. He recalled watching her as they ran into the cave. Eris's instinctive use of Tuki was promising, though she herself seemed unaware of it. Testing her would be interesting. "Forget it," he said as he used earth magic to create a stone sword. Tossing it to her, he created another one for himself. "Take this." Eris hesitated for a moment, but soon grinned and assumed a stance from the sword god style, her eager smile revealing her excitement. She had the look of a beast, and Rigger couldn't help but wonder if she was of mixed blood. She was truly ferocious and seemed impatient to fight him. "Hi-ya!" she yelled, charging with a wild cry. Rigger didn't move. He stopped her strike with ease, holding his stone sword firmly. Eris stepped back and attacked again, this time switching between several different positions. Rigger remained impassive, carefully analyzing her movements. After a few moments, he sighed, disappointed. "Is that all?" Before she could reply, he moved his sword swiftly, disarming her with a light strike to her wrist. The stone blade was pointed at her neck before she could recover. Eris froze, her eyes wide in shock. "You've got talent," Rigger said, pulling the sword back. "But you need a lot of training to be a real threat." Eris clenched her fists, furious, while Ghislaine observed the scene with an appraising look. The young man seemed far more skilled than she had expected, and not just in magic. An advanced swordsman could easily defeat Eris, but not like this. He hadn't exerted himself at all, as if he were merely evaluating her skills. Young lady, don't bother challenging him again. He's already at the sword saint level, Ghislaine stated emotionlessly. Eris stared at her in shock and chose to deny it. Impossible. Ghislaine then turned her gaze to Rigger. Though her expression didn't show it, she too was extremely surprised. Rigger merely smiled as Eris grew increasingly frustrated. Changing the subject, Rigger decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. How did you end up in the cave? He looked directly at Ghislaine, expecting an explanation. The swordswoman seemed to ponder for a moment. We were in Roa, in the Azura Kingdom, when it happened. She paused, searching for the right words. A white light exploded after a large concentration of mana appeared in the sky. The next thing I knew, we were thrown into this cave. There were blue dragons everywhere. They attacked us the moment we arrived. Eris remained silent, clenching her fists. Rigger nodded, visualizing the scene. He could imagine the fierce battle against the creatures and the desperation of finding shelter. What about the rest of the city? Do you think the entire city of Roa was affected? Was everyone teleported? Ghislaine seemed to consider this. I don't know. We didn't see anyone else in the cave with us. It might have been a local event, or something much larger. Rigger fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the implications. If it was an isolated incident, their luck was worse than he'd imagined. But if an entire city, or even more places, had been affected, the impact would be catastrophic. So you don't know who or what caused this? Rigger pressed. No, Ghislaine replied in a tone that closed the topic. Meanwhile, the aroma of roasted meat began to fill the cave, bringing a temporary sense of calm. The confrontation might have ended, but the respect and curiosity between them had only started to grow. Rigger silently observed as Ghislaine grabbed one of the skewers and bit into the meat, her serious expression unchanged. Beside her, Eris, still furious over the fight and seemingly frustrated for some reason, grabbed another skewer. She eyed the meat with a mix of doubt and determination before taking her first bite. It didn't take long for Rigger to notice their reactions. Ghislaine remained expressionless, chewing slowly, while Eris made a slight grimace but said nothing. Didn't like it? Rigger asked, intrigued. To be honest, I've never been a good cook. Ghislaine stared at him, her voice firm as she replied, It's very good. I've eaten worse. Eris, who seemed on the verge of complaining, glanced at Ghislaine and quickly agreed. Yes, it's good. Rigger frowned. He was absolutely certain the meat was terrible. He tried it himself and almost spat out the first bite. The meat was overcooked. The spices he'd found were nothing more than moss that left a faint muddy taste, and the smell was a strange mix of smoke and damp earth. Still, while Eris was clearly lying just to agree with Ghislaine, he could see in the swordswoman's eyes that she was being sincere. That left them both confused and curious. What could be worse than this? He shook his head, unable to find an answer. Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. We'll stay here until tomorrow. By my estimation, you should be fully recovered by then. He paused, nodding toward the cave entrance. The dragons are still agitated. With any luck, things will calm down by tomorrow, and we can head to the dwarf city. You can rest there before continuing your journey. Ghislaine finished her skewer and stood, crossing her arms as she stared at him. She remained silent for a few moments, as if evaluating something. Finally, she asked directly, Why are you helping us? I'm still indebted to you for saving us. But what's your reason for continuing to guide us? The question made Rigger pause for a moment. He stared into the campfire, trying to formulate an answer. At first, he thought of the justification he had given himself before and planned to tell them. Ghislaine was of the same race as him. Perhaps it was natural to help her. But as he reflected more deeply, he realized that wasn't all. There was something more. He was intrigued by Ghislaine. She was the first person he had encountered who truly seemed stronger than him after reaching the Sword Saint level. Until now, he hadn't met anyone individually as strong as he was. Not the black troll he fought, not Fendrel, not Gallas, nor any of the dwarf warriors in the dwarf city. None had given him a real sense of threat. Ghislaine was different. Even after reaching the Sword Saint level and King rank in 2 magic disciplines, Rigger had never felt a clearer threat than when he saw her fighting the dragons. Of course, he could easily win if he attacked from a distance, but he was almost certain he'd lose his head before he could do anything if he fought her up close. Furthermore, there was still Hitagami. Could he tell that he wasn't acting exactly as he wanted? Beyond that, the teleportation incident also piqued his curiosity. An heiress, being a noble, could be a valuable asset in his long-term plans for the Iron Legion. Finally, he smiled at Ghislaine, a light, almost teasing, but honest smile. "Just curiosity," he replied. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes, but didn't press further. She turned and returned to where she had been sitting, seeming to accept the answer. The improvised wooden sword cut through the air with force, a hum that filled the silent, mountainous road. A child, Eris Boreas Greyrat, her hair as red as fire, felt sweat trickling down her forehead as she swung the sword, gritting her teeth in frustration. Each swing was a muffled cry, an attempt to ease the turmoil boiling within her. Anger at the situation, the strange place they were in, and at herself. She paused for a moment, panting, hands on her knees, as she took a deep breath. She glanced to the side, where an enormous stone cart rested. It was so massive it seemed impossible to move, yet there it was, perfectly functional, with solid stone wheels and a blue dragon's corpse inside. 2 days had passed since they left the cave, and her anger and frustration grew daily. She was grateful he had saved them and planned to ask her grandfather to reward him, but he wasn't helping her mood at all. Not that he mistreated her, but he wouldn't give in to her demands and would match her aggression with equal stubbornness. She learned the hard way that she had no chance of defeating him. She had even asked Ghislaine to teach him a lesson once she recovered from her injuries, but she refused. The thought hit her like a flood. She gripped the sword hilt tightly and looked at the stone transport he had crafted. Besides being so strong, he also had those strange magics. She hadn't found anything he couldn't do with magic. Everything seemed so convenient for him. How could someone be so infuriating and impressive at the same time? When he made that card, Eris had almost wanted to jump up and scream in excitement. It was just so cool. He said it wasn't difficult, but when he tried to explain, well, she and Ghislaine had exchanged confused looks. Nothing he said made sense. It was something about forces, levers, and other words she couldn't even pronounce. She wanted to learn magic, but she refused to ask him for help. She returned to swinging the sword, now with more force, as if the blade could cut through the thoughts tormenting her. Each strike made her emotions clearer. He's an amazing mage. According to Ghislaine, he's absurdly skilled with a sword too. She bit her lip, remembering how she had miserably lost to him when she challenged him. She had even thought for a moment about ambushing him while he slept, but he had saved her. He had saved Ghislaine too, and that made her hesitate. He's so arrogant, always talking about complicated things like it's easy, like he wants to show off how much smarter he is. I feel stupid every time I talk to him. And yet, she let out a grunt and swung the sword harder, the blade humming louder. Why does he have to be so cute? She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to calm herself, but an image formed in her mind. Rigger's ears, always alert, swaying gently in the wind. His tail, seemingly alive, swaying back and forth as his emotions dictated. It was cute, annoyingly cute. Eris suddenly opened her eyes, as if the vision were an affront. She felt her cheeks burn and swung the sword with all her strength. I can't think that. I can't. She was about to scream, but a sound from the forest interrupted her. A crash, loud enough to make her stop mid-swing and turn her head quickly toward the noise. Eris took a deep breath. Didn't they go that way earlier? POV. Rigger Dedoldia. I raced through the mountains, like lightning ripping across the morning sky. My feet barely touched the ground before propelling me forward again, and wherever I passed, the terrain roared and collapsed, rocks flying high from the impact's force and speed, causing shockwaves. My speed was insane, but the danger behind me was even greater. I sensed a threat before I saw it. Without much thought, I instinctively raised a massive earthen wall, as dense as I could shape it in the minimal time I had. This should buy me a few seconds, I thought. But my instincts, sharp as blades, screamed in warning. With a burst step, I vanished from my position as the ground collapsed from an explosion. In that instant, I heard it. No, I felt it. An absolute slash ripping through the world. The air seemed to falter, and the still-forming wall I had created was sliced horizontally in a clean, lethal line. Not just the wall, but the ground, the rocks, and even the horizon within reach of the strike had been cut. And there, behind that perfect cut, I saw her. Ghislaine Dedoldia, a beast in human form. Her silver hair whipped wildly in the wind, and the green glow of her magic seemed to pierce my soul. Despite her absurd speed, her presence was impossible to ignore. She wielded Hiramyan, the sword given to her by her master, and her stance exuded menace and strength. When was the last time I had to flee for my life in a fight? I thought quickly, try to ignore the cold shiver running down my spine. Ah, yes, the mutant wolf in the great forest. But this is different. This is worse. My blue sword, Tsukikage, roared at my command, enveloping itself in intense flames. With a single motion, I unleashed a flaming wave in her direction. A wave of fire that would have reduced any ordinary enemy to ashes. But Ghislaine was not ordinary. The ground ahead was obliterated, stones melting and trees being destroyed. But she vanished in the middle of the attack. I lost sight of her for a second and felt the air around me shift. Damn, she can see when I'm about to cast magic with that magic eye. The world turned into a silver blur as she charged toward me. My sword rose instinctively to block the strike, but something felt off. At the last second, my instincts saved me again. With hurried magic, I conjured a transparent physical barrier around my neck. The clang resounded like thunder. Even so, the blood-colored blade sliced through the barrier with little resistance, stopping mere millimeters from cutting into my flesh. I had saved my life by a thread, but the impact was enough to make me stumble a few steps back. Finally, I managed to see her clearly. Fierce, relentless, a true predator. Her eyes shone with determination, and her face remained expressionless, befitting a seasoned warrior. Her speed was overwhelming, her attacks calculated with deadly precision. She was faster, stronger, fiercer than me. Even her senses seemed to surpass mine. The only reason I was still alive was my versatility with magic. She charged again, and I barely had time to defend. Rising pillar. The ground exploded into a giant column in her path, but Ghislaine split it in two before it could even hit her. I seized the second of opportunity and shot an electric blast directly at her. Lightning. The bolt roared toward its target, but Ghislaine dodged with superhuman agility, using the explosion of light and debris to conceal herself before rushing at me like a bullet. I raised my flaming sword to block, but her strike was so strong that the shock reverberated through my entire arm. The stones around us cracked. She didn't stop. Ghislaine was a whirlwind of blades, and I was the prey trying to survive. Every attack was too fast to follow and too powerful to ignore. Within moments, I was covered in cuts of varying depths. Explosive circle. The ground around us erupted in flames, but she leapt out of the area as if she already knew what I was going to do. She reads all my magical moves with that eye, but it's more than that. Even if she can see them, it should be impossible to always make the best decision. She doesn't make mistakes. I retreated, casting healing magic to close the deep cuts and burns already marking my arms and legs. My breath was slightly labored, something I hadn't felt in a long time, and the tension in my muscles was evident. But she charged again. I kept my guard up, but I couldn't find any openings. Ghislaine gave no openings. Not a single mistake. As I thought that, I felt something to my left. I moved Tsukikage to intercept the strike, only for it to pass through an afterimage. Damn it, I realized it too late. Before I could swing my short sword to block the real attack, I felt Hiramyan's blade graze my neck. A small trickle of blood dripped before she stopped. I looked at her, panting, facing the 6'1" woman who was smiling slightly with a fierce gaze. Even after such an intense battle, She seemed in complete control. I smiled, exhausted. I lost. Ghislaine sheathed her sword, relaxing her stance but still radiating authority. Your magic is truly dangerous. If I were ambushed from long range, I wouldn't stand a chance. She looked at me seriously. You just need a few more years to completely surpass me. Even hearing that, my admiration for her only grew. She was formidable, yet she looked at all possibilities objectively, without arrogance or humility. I sheathed my sword, taking a deep breath, and glanced far off where Eris should be waiting for us. We had already left the dangerous dragon territory, so we left her there while we fought. Let's head back. She must be tired of waiting. And, side by side, we began our way back, as the mountains echoed the roars of the battle we had just fought. The way back was silent, interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of Rigger and Ghislaine's steps on the beaten earth. The wind gently rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees, carrying with it the damp scent of the forest. In the distance, Rigger's stone cart could be seen, carrying the corpse of the blue dragon he had hunted. He glanced at Ghislaine, who walked with the firm yet relaxed posture of an experienced warrior. Despite the strength she exuded, there was something more, a sense of discipline, like a beast that only attacked at the right moment. Ghislaine, he called, breaking the silence. She turned her head and saw the golden eyes fixed on her attentively. I would like you to be my sword master, he said, looking at her expectantly. For a moment, she held his gaze, assessing him as if trying to gauge his determination. Then, she slowly shook her head. I can't accept, she replied, her voice firm but not harsh. You're already nearing my strength. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to become your master. If you truly wish to learn, perhaps only my master could take you as a disciple. Rigger frowned, intrigued. Galfarion? Is he much stronger than you? He had never met a god-ranked warrior, but he assumed they must be incredibly powerful, or they wouldn't have such title. Recently, however, he began to think that perhaps he wasn't that far from that rank. This wasn't due to ignorance or arrogance, but rather the absolute confidence people placed in him. Anyone who experienced such a sense of strength would develop this confidence, especially when every enemy he encountered couldn't defeat him by a wide margin and only had a chance in groups. After all, he had been a human in his previous life and was now capable of wiping mountains off the map and moving at supersonic speeds, but wouldn't develop some confidence after that. Ghislaine nodded. He's the strongest person I know. I've never faced anyone who came close to his power. If there's someone who can teach you something I cannot, it's him. Rigger crossed his arms, thoughtful. From the few days he had spent with her, he knew Ghislaine wasn't the type to underestimate her own strength. So her mention of Galfarion as a much superior warrior sparked an inevitable curiosity and battle intent. I plan to travel there soon, Rigger said, looking at the horizon, but the journey will be long, and I don't want to stagnate during that time. So, would you at least be my instructor to help me reach Sword King level? Ghislaine pondered for a moment, her face remaining impassive. That wouldn't be a problem, she said with a slight nod. But in return, I'd like to ask you a favor. Rigger raised an eyebrow. A favor? He paused for a moment. What would that be? I'd like you to help us return to the Azura Kingdom, Ghislaine began. Her voice carried a serious tone and an unexpected emotional weight. Neither Eris nor I know how to read, write, or do arithmetic. Besides, many have told me that I'm not very intelligent. I traveled alone for a while after my adventurer group dissolved. By then, I had already become a sword queen and faced several near-death situations, problems my sword couldn't solve. I ended up being sold as a slave in the end before being saved by the Boreas family. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. I thought I could protect her from any opponents along the way, but now I'm not so sure. I also can't properly feed her, give her a place to sleep, or even know the right direction to the Azura Kingdom. I could ask around, but that didn't work out very well last time. With your strength, intelligence, and magic, I believe we'd have a better chance of completing this mission. Rigger noticed a slight tremor in her voice, though it wasn't from weakness. It was as if she were forcing herself to ask for help, something clearly uncomfortable for someone so proud. You've already saved my life and Eris's, she continued, and I already owe you a great debt. But for the young lady's safety, I'm asking for this additional favor. If you accept, I'll owe you for the rest of my life and ensure you're rewarded. Ghislaine seemed extremely serious, but Rigger didn't find it difficult. He liked Ghislaine and wouldn't let her out of his sight so easily. At that moment, they arrived where Eris was. The young girl was training incessantly, swinging her improvised sword against the air beside the cart. She didn't even look at them when they arrived, focused on each strike, with sweat running down her determined face. Rigger lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. Was this a coincidence? I see no reason not to help them. In fact, I want to help. But would I just be following Hidegami's plans if I agree? What is he even a plans? While Ghislaine waited patiently, he pondered for a few moments, battling the nagging feeling of being manipulated. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided, I hope I'm just overthinking this. All right, he said, looking at Ghislaine. I'll be happy to help, but know that I won't travel there immediately. Can you stay with the Iron Legion for a few months? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, considering the proposal. Before she could respond, Eris, who seemed oblivious to the conversation, stopped training and looked at them curiously. That won't be a problem, Ghislaine finally replied, as long as it's not for too long. Rigger smiled and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Eris, who was now watching them with a confused expression and a slight blush on her face. Looks like we're officially travel companions, young lady. He swore he saw steam coming out of her ears as the redhead fumed with rage, her face completely red. Rigger chuckled softly, but quickly looked back to the horizon. Time to upgrade my sword. And with that thought, he kept walking, his determination renewed to face whatever lay ahead. In the middle of the mountains, a massive wagon, resembling a sealed stone box, moved slowly. Atop the wagon, 3 figures could be seen. A tall beast woman with silver hair and an eye patch, sitting cross-legged, a little red-haired girl apparently trying to mimic the woman's posture, and a young beast boy with golden eyes, seemingly in the early stages of adolescence. If a traveler were to pass by and witness the harmonious scene of the 3 talking casually, they might find it unbelievable after noticing the enormous dead blue dragon inside the wagon. And so, I decided to start training the children of the tribe to defend themselves. I honestly didn't imagine at first that it would grow into something so significant, Rigger explained to them. He was describing the Iron Legion, recounting its beginnings and the frequent attacks by slavers that had pushed him to start the group. Ghislaine listened without much reaction, while Eris appeared enthralled, finding the story thrilling. Almost everyone in the tribe supported it, because at the time, there was real uncertainty about whether the children were safe. But there were also some obstacles, Rigger said, glancing directly at Ghislaine. Your brother didn't like me much after I started showing wilder traits. Actually, he didn't like you either. Among the Dedoldia tribe, many don't think of you very positively. Did you know that? The warrior remained silent, her expression unreadable as she looked away. What? Eris practically shouted, jumping to her feet with her hands on her hips. What do you mean they don't think of her positively? Rigger shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. Many see her as a wild girl who was supposed to be the next leader of the Dedoldia tribe, but was irrational and violent. And that's how it was until she was taken by a wandering swordsman passing through the great forest. But no one tried to stop him. That's ridiculous. Eris began ranting, as if it were his fault for repeating what he had heard. Wild? She's amazing. Strong, fast, smart. She taught me how to fight. And Eris clenched her fists, fuming. She always comes to help me when I call. Ghislaine finally turned to face them, her single visible red eye resting on Eris. They're not wrong, Eris. The simple statement hit the girl like a bucket of cold water, and her eyes widened. What? What do you mean? When I was a child, I was violent, Ghislaine explained with her usual calmness. I fought everyone, even my younger brother. I respected no one. I'd pick fights over anything. I barely learned to speak the beast god's language. Eris blinked, confused, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to process this. But, but Ghislaine is the most incredible person I know. Rigger intervened just in time. It wasn't her fault she was so wild. It wasn't something she could control. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow slightly, showing the faintest hint of curiosity. And why is that? He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, before continuing. It's a theory I heard from an elf named Ilya in the Long-Eared tribe. She had a theory about us, the beast race. She believed that the more talented someone is, the wilder they tend to be in childhood. She personally met a member of the beast race who managed to control their wildness by mastering and manipulating their Tuki. She studied later generations and came up with this theory. He paused, then added, "Looking at your example, I'm even more convinced that this theory is true." The warrior crossed her arms, studying Rigger with a mix of interest and skepticism. It makes sense to some extent," she murmured, almost to herself. Eris was just watching, trying to grasp something from the conversation. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Rigger with a sharp gaze. Her red eyes seemed to scan him from head to toe, as if searching for something hidden within him. "You seem to know a thing or two about Tuki, Rigger, so you must realize your theory breaks down with you. You said you're only 10 years old this year, yet you seem much more rational than I ever was. And you're also more talented with the sword and magic." Rigger noticed her gaze and gave a small smile before responding. "Well, let's just say I'm an exception." Eris narrowed her eyes, now more curious than confused. "Exception?" Ghislaine pressed. "When I was younger, I also had a lot of trouble controlling my instincts. Some instances were even worse than yours. I was closer to being a beast than a person," he admitted, averting his gaze. His voice lowered as he recalled those moments. "But I'm also pretty rational, as he said. I sought a solution when I realized I was losing control, and I found one. It was only after reaching the saint level of swordsmanship that I stopped losing myself." Ghislaine said nothing, but there was something in her posture that suggested she was reflecting on his words. Her tail swayed slightly, a barely noticeable gesture that Rigger caught. Eris, on the other hand, crossed her arms and huffed again. "I didn't understand any of that. But Ghislaine is amazing, right?" Rigger chuckled softly, Eris's straightforward sincerity catching him off guard. He nodded. "Yes, Ghislaine is amazing." He glanced at the warrior again and noticed a faint smile on her usually stoic face. His gaze lingered momentarily on the large scar running across her exposed abdomen. The question of how she had gotten it almost slipped from his lips, but he held back. Ghislaine noticed the glance, but didn't react. Instead, she turned toward the horizon. "Let's train, Eris." Eris excitedly jumped to her feet to join her, while Rigger stayed behind to practice his control over barrier magic, which had proven to be highly useful as of late. While training, his thoughts drifted to Ghislaine and all the stories that had shaped her life. Ghislaine was a formidable warrior, but behind her strength lay much that he still wanted to understand. The fresh mountain breeze caressed Rigger's face as he took in the surrounding landscape. They were on a dirt road, surrounded by towering rock formations and cliffs dotted with low vegetation. In the distance, snow-capped peaks stood out against a bright blue sky almost devoid of clouds. The constant sound of wind echoed between the stones, creating a peaceful atmosphere despite the grueling journey. Rigger, his eyes fixed ahead, guided the large stone cart he had created himself. The weight of the dead mutant dragon it carried was immense, but his magic made the task seem effortless. Atop the cart, Eris practiced with an improvised stone sword, striking the air with determined, repetitive movements. Ghislaine stood nearby, observing her with a serious expression, occasionally correcting her posture with brief instructions. Rigger glanced at the scene and sighed. "She's really training hard," he thought. Ghislaine told me Eris has always enjoyed sword training, but ever since they left the Blue Dragon Cave, her dedication has intensified. Ghislaine thinks it's because of me, being only a year older and already a sword saint, but I'm not so sure. He diverted his gaze to his own hands as he tried to form a small whirlwind, experimenting with the wind flow to create a perfect vortex. The magic danced between his fingers, but the vortex lost control. He sighed again, letting it dissipate into the air. After spending some time with Eris, it was easy to understand her personality. She was a typical tsundere, someone who struggled to express feelings directly and used aggression or violence as a way of communicating. Yet her actions spoke louder than her words. From Ghislaine's accounts, it was likely that the near-death experience in the cave had left her with a sense of helplessness. That's understandable. But now, maybe my presence has given her hope that she, too, can become as strong as me. He looked back at Eris, who continued to strike the air ferociously. Ghislaine corrected her grip on the sword, and the girl grumbled something unintelligible before adjusting her stance. Rigger allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. Maybe it's a mix of everything, he pondered. She wants to overcome what happened in the cave and doesn't want to be a burden to Ghislaine again. But she also wants to surpass me. That's not a bad thing. Strength is never wasted in this world. And her fierce personality. I haven't met another 9-year-old who wouldn't have had their spirit crushed after being surrounded by dragons. As he mused, the sound of swift footsteps echoed along the road. The noise grew louder, and Rigger immediately recognized the rhythm. He smiled and leaped lightly from the cart, halting the vehicle with a simple gesture. The ground beneath it shifted to stabilize the load. A dark figure appeared among the rocks. A large wolf with ebony fur raced toward him with elegance and agility. Its amber eyes gleamed with excitement as it leapt directly at Rigger, who greeted it with a soft laugh. Skull was imposing, with a muscular frame and a glossy coat that shimmered under the mountain sun. The wolf licked Rigger's face, and he responded by stroking its head. "You're getting big, huh, Skull?" Rigger commented as he tried to push the wolf off him. "Soon I'll need to find another way to bring you into the city." Eris and Ghislaine descended from the cart to watch the wolf. Eris's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Skull, almost bouncing with enthusiasm. "Rigger, can I pet him?" Eris asked, trying to contain her excitement, though not very successfully. Rigger chuckled. "Only if he lets you." He turned to the wolf and made a silent signal, seeking its permission. Skull tilted his head for a moment, as if considering the idea, before approaching Eris cautiously. She carefully extended her hand and touched his soft fur. Her eyes lit up even more, and a wide smile spread across her face. Ghislaine, however, remained quiet. Her expression was serene, but her eyes betrayed a slight wariness as she observed the wolf. Despite her trust in Rigger, Skull was still a wild and powerful creature. She crossed her arms and gave a slight nod, acknowledging the bond between the boy and the animal. "This is Skull," Rigger introduced. "He's my companion. I found him attacking a slave market, and he's followed me ever since." Eris looked fascinated. "Do you have more like him?" Rigger laughed again, stroking the wolf. "Unfortunately, the others already have owners. We might need to find him a mate if we want more like him." As Eris continued to admire the wolf, Rigger glanced around. The mountainous landscape seemed even more beautiful under the sunlight. The tranquility of the moment contrasted sharply with the challenges they had faced in the Dragon Cave. He took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, fresh air filling his lungs. Skull's arrival meant they were close to the Brightstone forge. Ghislaine now walked alongside the cart, her vigilant posture unchanged, while Eris laughed gleefully as she played with Skull, who bounded and twisted with youthful energy, trying to reach her on top of the vehicle. Rigger smiled lightly as he watched Skull enjoying himself. He sometimes forgot the wolf was still a pup, brimming with energy. Moreover, it seemed like the first time he had seen Eris act like a normal 9-year-old girl. Soon, the Brightstone forge came into view along the mountainside, marked by a massive stone-carved entrance flanked by eternal torches that burned with steady flames. Rigger slowed the cart and carefully parked it, dispersing the magic propelling it. "We're here," he said as he hopped to the ground. Skull was already circling them, full of energy. As they walked toward the cavern entrance, Ghislaine approached and asked, "Why exactly do you want to embed a magic stone in your sword?" Her tone was curious but firm. Rigger looked at her, choosing his words carefully. "I want my sword to function like a staff," he explained. "My fighting style combines swordsmanship and magic in combat. My magic master, Verdia, gave me this sword, which can withstand extreme heat, a trait that's already proven very useful. I can only imagine what I could do with an integrated casting focus. Ghislaine merely nodded silently, absorbing the explanation as her eyes returned to scanning the path ahead. Rigger noticed that she seemed to weigh every word carefully before responding, a trait he found intriguing. Meanwhile, Eris continued playing with Skull. Rigger advanced toward the entrance of the cave and knocked on a massive wooden door reinforced with metal. He waited a few moments, the sound of his heartbeat echoing off the surrounding rocks. In his mind, he wondered about the dwarf fort wind. Did he return to the dwarven city? I think we stayed in the Blue Dragon cave longer than planned. Maybe they assumed I had died. His thoughts were interrupted as the door swung open with a loud bang, and a powerful laugh echoed from the small, yet imposing figure of Brightstone. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Ha ha! Exclaimed the dwarf, his broad smile nearly disappearing beneath his thick beard. Rigger allowed a faint smile as he pulled the blue dragon's magical stone from his bag. Brightstone almost snatched it from his hands, his eyes sparkling with fascination as he immediately began examining it, muttering to himself while performing various quick tests using tools pulled from his pockets. As the dwarf worked, Rigger gave him a sharp look. Your magical concealment items were incredibly useful. The battle would have been much harder without them. And for the dwarves, it would have been almost impossible, even with those items to help. Brightstone paused for a moment, letting out a short chuckle. Things of the past, boy, things of the past, he said before glancing at Ghislaine for the first time. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked, "And who's the musclehead?" "Your wife." Rigger blinked, surprised by the question, and glanced at Ghislaine briefly before responding. "No, I save her in a blue dragon cave, actually. It's a long story, and I'm only 10 years old, you know." The dwarf just laughed and returned to examining the magical stone. After a few minutes, Brightstone seemed satisfied and stood up. "I'll start working on your sword immediately. Don't bother me." Before retreating, he cast a glance at Ghislaine's waist, where her sword, Hiramian, was sheathed. "That one for sale?" Ghislaine remained expressionless, and her response was curt and direct. "No." The dwarf chuckled lightly. "What a serious woman." Rigger then said, "I'm taking the dragon's carcass and having a feast with Godbard. You don't want to join us?" "No, I don't like parties, nor am I welcome among those hypocrites," he grumbled as he began to work. Rigger left the sword and the magical stone with Brightstone and returned to the wagon. Ghislaine commented, "What an eccentric person. Tallhand was eccentric too. Are all dwarves like this?" Rigger chuckled softly. Everyone has their quirks. As they returned to the dwarven city, Eris was riding Skull, who leapt between peaks and cliffs with boundless energy. It was a scene of pure childhood joy, something that stood in stark contrast to the recent battles and hardships. The dwarven city stretched before Rigger and his group like a living stone wall, the sound of forges and hammers striking metal echoing through the mountain. As the cart approached the city's entrance, one of the guards at the gate couldn't hold back his laughter and began laughing loudly. The other, wearing a sour expression, side-eyed his colleague and muttered something incomprehensible. Rigger jumped down from the cart and approached the guards, curious about their reaction. The first guard, still struggling to stop laughing, finally spoke. "Thanks, Rigger. I earned myself a vacation because of you." Rigger frowned, completely confused. "Vacation? How?" The grumpier guard crossed his arms and explained with a sigh. "We bet whether you'd come back alive or dead. Whoever lost had to cover the other shifts for 2 months. Guess who lost?" Rigger was initially shocked, but then found it amusing. The grumpy guard glanced at Ghislaine and Eris sitting in the cart and asked, raising an eyebrow, "Ho, who are the ladies?" "Friends of yours." "You could put it that way," Rigger replied with a crooked smile. "The swordswoman, there is a sword king." The guard's eyes widened, and he practically choked. "What?" "Yeah, she's a sword king. But don't worry, she won't do anything suspicious. She ended up here by accident. They're coming with me." "Oh, and hope you're not on duty tonight. There's a well-preserved dragon corpse in this cart, and I'm planning a grand feast. Whoever's on duty will miss out," Rigger added with a semi-serious tone, though mischievous smile danced on his lips. The laughing guard burst into even louder laughter. I'm on duty tonight, but lucky for me, a good friend of mine will be covering for me. Ha ha ha. The grumpy guard huffed, clearly unamused by the situation. Rigger laughed, and, paying little attention to the sour guard, led the cart into the dwarven city. Back on the cart, Eris looked around and exclaimed, "They're short." Ghislaine, sitting next to her, seemed somewhat impressed by the city's unique architecture. I've never been to the dwarven city. Tallhand always said they make the best weapons in the world. Except for the 49 swords of Julian Jalisco, I'd say they do make the best weapons, Rigger replied thoughtfully, observing the dwarves bustling around. He turned to Ghislaine. Do you have any money on you? Ghislaine gave him a blank look, and Rigger sighed, already knowing the answer. Along the way, many dwarves curiously watched the group, particularly the two new women in the cart. At one point, a young dwarf with a youthful face pointed at Eris and asked, "Mom, why is her hair so red?" Unable to tolerate the teasing, Eris leaped from the cart and shouted, her expression fierce. Do you have a problem with that? The boy flinched, frightened by Eris's intensity, and hid behind his mother, who looked at her with disapproval. Noticing the situation was about to escalate, Rigger intervened with a firm voice. Eris, don't cause a scene. This isn't Fatoa. Besides, I think your red hair is very beautiful. Eris turned to him, ready to retort, but as she heard the last part, her face flushed slightly. She clenched her teeth and turned away quickly, huffing like a true tsundere. Oomph, was all she said before turning her gaze forward, trying to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Soon, they arrived at Godbard's home, where a guard stood waiting for Rigger. As he saw them, he approached with a smile. Oh, Lord Rigger, the Urgod has finished the short sword you requested. He's preparing to forge now. Would you like to see him? Rigger immediately nodded, his expression serious. He turned to Eris before stepping down from the cart and said firmly, Eris, stay here with Skull. Ghislaine and I will talk to Godbard. Eris crossed her arms, clearly displeased but didn't argue. She simply nodded with a slight huff while watching Rigger and Ghislaine enter the imposing forge. The furnace was already lit, and the scorching heat made the air shimmer. The sound of hammers striking and metal screeching filled the environment. Godbard, or God, was intently sorting through a pile of precious metals. His robust figure, with a beard braided into iron rings, radiated authority. Rigger stepped forward and called out, Godbard, they told me you finished my short sword. The dwarf raised his head at the sound of the voice and broke into a wide grin. Rigger, so you're alive. Ha ha ha. He approached and gave Rigger a few firm pats on the shoulder, nearly making him lose his balance. Godbard then turned his gaze to Ghislaine, who stood firm, her penetrating eyes watching him. His gaze dropped to the sword at her waist, and his playful smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Straightening his posture, he asked, Who is she? Ghislaine remained stoic, but Rigger intervened before she could reply. She's Ghislaine Dedoldia, the Sword King, also known as the Black Wolf. Godbard continued, What is a warrior of such renown doing in dwarven territory? Don't tell me she's looking to trade Hiramian. She and her disciple, Eris Greyrat, were caught in a mana disaster in the Fatoa region and teleported to the territory of the Blue Dragons. The dwarf raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised. That again? 2 days ago, someone else showed up claiming to be from the same region, Fatoa. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged quick glances, their eyes narrowing with interest. Ghislaine was the first to ask, Could you tell me where that person is now? Godbard scratched his nose as he thought. He gave the money he had in exchange for joining a caravan that left yesterday for Tinover. They're probably a bit far by now, but he mentioned something about a place called Buena Village. He was a blonde half-elf. Ghislaine furrowed her brow in concentration before murmuring. Then it's confirmed. It wasn't just the two of us. Probably all, or at least most, of the citizens of Fitoa were teleported. That's both good and bad. It increases the chances they're alive, at least. Rigger nodded and asked, What was his name? We'll catch up to that caravan eventually. Godbard snapped his fingers as if trying to remember and shouted outside. Hey, what was the name of that blonde half-elf who passed through here the other day? One of the guards replied. Laws. That was his name. Godbard nodded in agreement and turned back to Rigger. Laws. That was the name. Now, let's get to the point. He walked over to a table in the forge and picked up a sheathed sword. The sheath was adorned with intricate golden details, exuding elegance and power. Here's your short sword. He drew the sword from its sheath, revealing a blade of black gold, gleaming intensely. Along the blade, 2 small magic stones were embedded, radiating energy. I named a night on her. What do you think? Godbard handed the sword to Rigger, who held it with both hands, examining every detail. He closed his eyes for a moment and felt the mana flow through the blade. It was incredibly responsive, amplifying his earth magic by up to 4 times and other types of magic by about 2 or 3 times. It's exactly what I asked for, every detail. Rigger smiled, impressed. You really live up to the title of God of Oregon. Godbard burst into laughter. Ha ha, of course I do, boy. If I didn't, the name of the dwarves would be a joke. Godbard said, this sword certainly has 1 or 2 magical effects, but you will only discover this by using it and finding out more about it. Normally these skills are like a bet, something very good or so or less could come of it. Okay, that's no problem. Rigger carefully sheathed the sword and took the opportunity to inform him of his plans. I'm planning to host a feast with the meat from a mutant dragon I killed. However, I'll need the help of the dwarves joining the Iron Legion. They could transport the scales, fangs, and tendons of the mutant dragon and another dragon I killed to our headquarters. Godbard crossed his arms and nodded. That can be arranged. After all, a mutant dragon isn't something you see every day. I'm sure many will want to taste a piece of that feast. After discussing some details, Rigger and Ghislaine left the forge. They called for Eris, who was sitting next to Skull, stroking the large wolf with a bored expression. Upon seeing Rigger and Ghislaine, she quickly stood up. Let's go to the house where I'm staying, Rigger said, leading the way. Rigger arrived at his house with Ghislaine and Eris, quickly organizing the space to accommodate them. He requested 2 extra beds from the dwarves and calmly declared, You can sleep here tonight. It's been a while since you 2 slept in a decent place. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Brightstone Cavern to pick up my sword and then travel quickly to catch up to Laws. I don't know if you want to join the feast, but you're invited. Eris, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, Finally, and threw herself onto the bed. Rigger glanced at Ghislaine, waiting for a response, but she only started exploring the room. He then left the house to immerse himself in preparations for the feast. During the organization, Rigger participated actively, speaking with the dwarves who had volunteered or been chosen to join the Iron Legion. He discussed the route they would follow and other logistical details, while also helping with food preparation and table arrangements. Once everything was ready, the feast began. The party was lively. Dragon meat was the main dish, and the dwarves praised Rigger for the feat of bringing such a rare item to the feast. Despite his initial worries, the meat turned out to be delicious. The previous issue when he ate dragon meat was simply due to his extremely poor cooking skills. He drank quite a lot with Godbard and the hosts, knowing he could use detoxification later. The hall buzzed with laughter, stories, and toasts. The dwarves were eager to hear more about the battles against the blue dragons, and Rigger recounted the intense fights in detail. His storytelling, combined with his ability to captivate the audience, further increased the dwarves' respect for him. Among the listeners, some were particularly excited about the idea of joining the Iron Legion, impressed by Rigger's strength and skill. After hours of celebration, Rigger bid farewell to the dwarves and returned to the temporary house. Upon entering, he found Eris sleeping soundly in one of the beds. Ghislaine, on the other hand, was sitting in a chair with her eyes closed. As soon as he opened the door, she opened one eye, demonstrating her alertness. Rigger greeted her in a casual tone. You're not going to sleep on the bed? He looked at her from head to toe, once again admiring her impressive physique. He began to feel a bit flustered, but restrained himself. Ghislaine noticed the look, but remained indifferent, likely used to such reactions. She responded in a serious tone. I need to be ready to protect Eris if something happens. Rigger nodded, attempting to reassure her. I know you haven't known me for long, but as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. I guarantee it. With those words, he turned to the room, conjuring magical barriers around the house. These barriers will alert me if anything tries to destroy them, but the chances are almost zero, he concluded, turning back to face her directly. The two locked eyes for a moment. Ghislaine seemed to be assessing Rigger, while he struggled to maintain his composure, admiring her commanding presence. Finally, she stood up and said, All right, thank you. Without further words, Ghislaine lay down on one of the beds. In less than 10 seconds, her rhythmic breathing indicated she had already fallen deeply asleep. Rigger was impressed. Wow, she falls asleep fast, he murmured to himself, smiling. He observed her for a moment before heading to his own bed, lying down as his mind wandered. He thought about Tinover and the current state of the Legion. He reflected on his parents and friends in the Great Forest, and, finally, his master. The image of the golden-haired, blue-eyed elf appeared in his mind, bringing a small, involuntary smile to his lips. But it wasn't long before Ghislaine also returned to his thoughts. Their personalities and appearances were completely different, yet both attracted him in intense ways. He found himself pondering how fortunate it was that the beast tribe's mating season had recently ended. What would have happened if I had met her during that time, he thought. I'll need to control myself next year. With these reflections, he allowed exhaustion to take over, falling asleep as he mentally prepared for the next day. The rising sun painted the sky with shades of orange at dawn as the dwarven delegation bid farewell to Rigger. Godbard extended his hand to Rigger, who shook it firmly. I truly believe that your Iron Legion will be a new starting point for a great change in the lives of dwarves and many other races. I wish you luck and wisdom on your path. Rigger smiled. Of all the places I've been, I haven't found another people who throw a party as lively as the dwarves. The dwarves laughed in unison, exchanging knowing glances. Rigger laughed too, because it was true. Dwarven celebrations were unique. Perhaps it was their lack of inhibition about almost everything, or the way they celebrated each moment with intensity. Either way, he had enjoyed the experience. Godbard turned to Ghislaine and Eris. I wish you both luck on your journey home. The caravan carrying the half-elf shouldn't be far now. Then, he looked at Eris with a challenging smile. And you, little girl, you better not disappoint me. Use that sword well. Eris blinked, confused. Huh? What sword? Godbard only laughed before walking away with the other dwarves. Eris looked at Ghislaine and then at Rigger, who pulled a sheathed sword from his waist and held it out to her. The scabbard was brown leather with silver detailing. The hilt was large, and the guard was subtle but decorated with discreet adornments forming the fangs of a feline. It was a long sword, reasonably big for someone her age. I bought this sword for you. Godbard made it a few years ago, Rigger said. You have great talent with the sword, and I've seen your dedication to training, so obviously you need a proper weapon. Your fighting style is aggressive, so I thought a long sword would suit you best. Eris took the sword, still stunned. Rigger continued, It has the ability to become lighter in the hands of its wielder, so the weight won't be a problem for you, even though you're still small. The girl was speechless, staring at the sword as if she still couldn't believe what she had just received. Rigger was amused by her surprised expression, but didn't wait for a response. All right, now let's go get my sword. Before Eris could react, Skoll dashed ahead, barking excitedly. Ghislaine followed closely behind, but a faint smile could be seen on her face. Eris, still holding her new sword, took a second to realize she was being left behind. Wait, did you just call me small? She ran after them, gripping her new weapon, unsure whether to smile or protest. Deep down, though, she felt something new and exciting, a feeling she didn't quite understand. When they arrived at Brightstone's cave, once again, Eris walked with a gleam in her eyes. She strode ahead, a bright smile on her face. She now carried her sword on her back. Her clothes had changed as well. During their visit to the dwarven city, Rigger had bought her a reinforced leather outfit and a black cloak that swayed gently in the wind. The girl seemed very pleased with her new appearance. Ghislaine, on the other hand, had also changed her attire, though the difference was subtle. Her style was already minimalistic and revealed a lot of skin, so her new clothes simply replaced the tattered rags she had been wearing before. At least now, she looked more presentable, at least as much as one could while still half naked. At the very least, both of them had gotten rid of the dirty, burned, and torn clothes they had worn when they were found. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Eris excitedly jumped into an open space near the cliff and shouted, "Ghislaine, let's train." Before even getting a response, she was already wielding her new sword, repeating the movements of the sword god style. Her eyes shone with determination, and her stance reflected years of training. According to Ghislaine, she had already reached the intermediate level and was now striving to master advanced techniques. The master, without hesitation, followed her apprentice, crossing her arms as she observed her strikes. Rigger looked at Skoll and ordered, "Stay close and keep watch." The wolf let out a soft growl of acknowledgement and sat down, remaining vigilant. With that settled, Rigger turned toward the cave and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the entrance, he felt something different. The air was thick with an intense presence of mana, a wild and heated energy pulsing from deep within the cave. His magic, I detected waves of power flowing like an underground river, all converging at a single point. This wasn't here last time. His heart quickened slightly, and he moved forward until he reached the large iron door. Without hesitation, he knocked firmly. "It's me," he announced. It took no more than 5 seconds before footsteps echoed from the other side. The door opened, revealing Brightstone, who wore a wide grin and an expression of pure excitement. He was actually carrying travel bags. "You're really lucky, kid." The dwarf laughed mischievously, crossing his arms. "This sword of yours is definitely the masterpiece of my entire life. The pinnacle of my methods. I'm sure I've never made anything this powerful." Rigger raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and stepped into the forge. To his surprise, the place was impeccably organized. Unlike last time, when tools and materials were scattered everywhere, the workshop now looked empty, clean, and tidy. "You cleaned up the forge?" he asked. Brightstone let out another laugh and shook his head. "No, I'm moving. I'm heading to Azura to start working for them." "Azura?" Rigger repeated, frowning. "Yes. After enchanting your blade with an S-rank magic stone, I discovered a new method, one that only works with stones that have a high mana concentration. I finally found the path to push my craft even further." The dwarf's eyes gleamed with ambition. "I got an invitation from him a while ago after being expelled from the dwarven city for befriending a noble from there. I believe only the great Azura Kingdom can support the costs of this research. Only S-rank magic stones? Who else would be willing to pay for that? But this will be an innovation for the entire world." Rigger was slightly surprised. All the other dwarves had described him as an eccentric on the brink of ruin, a reckless fool. But now, standing before him, was a revitalized man overflowing with determination. He murmured, "Azura Kingdom." Brightstone laughed again and walked forward, striding through the cave with energy. "And you'll be my advertisement. I expect you to use your sword well, achieve great feats, so I can use that as leverage when I negotiate my position." Rigger remained silent, pondering. Then, his eyes turned to the blade resting on a stone table. Sukikich. Surprisingly, there was nothing different about it. It didn't have the various embedded magic stones anywhere on the blade or hilt, which struck him as odd. However, upon focusing his magic eye, he immediately noticed the immense concentration of mana he had felt earlier was now residing within the blade itself. He slowly approached, extending his hand toward the grip. The instant his fingers touched the hilt, a deep roar echoed in his mind. A dragon's roar, not physical, but reverberating within his soul. On the outside, the sword looked the same as before. But when Rigger tried to engulf the blade in flames, He was caught off guard by an explosion of fire, intense and wild. The flames roared upward, illuminating the entire cave with an orange and golden glow. "Ah, you idiot!" Brightstone shouted as he threw himself behind a stone pillar. The initial shock made Rigger tighten his grip on the hilt, and he quickly controlled the flames, dissipating them. He took a deep breath, trying to understand what had just happened. Then, he realized something absurd. The efficiency of his fire magic had increased ninefold. Almost 10. The same power that previously required a large amount of mana now consumed 9 times less. His eyes widened. What method did he use? And why isn't the magic stone visible? Brightstone stepped out from behind the pillar, now laughing loudly. "Ha ha! You lucky bastard. You're fortunate that I told you I wouldn't charge anything if you brought me the mutant dragon's magic stone. Because this sword isn't something money can buy." The dwarf crossed his arms, satisfied. "I know your previous ability was retained, but I'm almost certain there's a new one as well. I just don't know what it is yet." Rigger continued staring at the blade, feeling the pulsing power within it. "This sword?" Brightstone then grabbed a packed backpack and walked toward the cave's exit. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm taking my leave," he announced. And with that, the dwarf departed, leaving Rigger alone with Tsukikage, the blade that would change his destiny forever. Rigger observed Tsukikage as he reflected on his new acquisition. Fire magic should be the most amplified, considering it came from a dragon, followed by earth and wind, or perhaps the other way around. He frowned, twirling the sword in his hand. "This is incredible. I need to conduct more tests to confirm this weapon's full potential." The thought excited him. If the blade truly possessed this level of amplification, it could drastically change his approach to combat. His eyes turned to Brightstone, who was already walking away. Should I invite him to the Legion? Aside from himself, there was no one in the Iron Legion capable of consistently hunting S-rank beasts. And Rigger would soon be leaving for the Sword Sanctuary. If he wanted to do this, he would need to intensify the training of the members before his departure, creating at least 2 combat groups capable of hunting these monsters. Even so, having someone like Brightstone could change the entire power structure if he could replicate these enchantments consistently. His method was mysterious, but it would strengthen the foundation while Rigger was away. Rigger pondered for a moment before sheathing Tsukikage and fastening it to his waist, now carrying 2 magic swords. Neither Godbard nor Brightstone fully understood the abilities of their creations. Even he didn't yet comprehend the true potential of both blades. But one thing was certain. His strength had increased significantly. Without further hesitation, he hurried to catch up with Brightstone, intercepting him along the path. Ghislaine and Eris were training on a nearby cliff, and the sound of blades echoed through the air. Brightstone raised an eyebrow upon noticing his approach. "What is it, kid?" the dwarf asked, crossing his arms. Rigger kept a serious expression. "Join the Iron Legion." Brightstone blinked, visibly surprised. "What's the Iron Legion?" Rigger almost choked on his response before letting out a sigh and forcing a smile. "It's the organization I created. I want you to join us." The dwarf scratched his beard, pondering for a moment. Interesting." A calculating glint crossed his eyes. He thought for a minute, looked around, and said, "Okay. As of today, I'm part of the Iron Legion. But know that my research will be expensive. You already understand what this sword can do, so be prepared to invest. Also, I want a certain level of freedom in the organization. I don't want anyone giving me orders except the leader." Rigger raised his eyebrows. He accepted way too quickly. I really expected to have to convince him. Brightstone chuckled and started walking again. "Besides, I'll need some assistance, which I'll choose once I get there." Rigger stood still for a moment, stunned. This guy really had confidence in himself. But in the end, it made sense. Brightstone understood the value of his services even more than Rigger did, and he knew he could demand practically anything. The dwarf waved without looking back. "I'm not going with you now. I still have belongings in the Dwarven city. I heard from Fort Wind that some dwarves will be joining the Legion as well, so I'll travel with them. I'll meet you at your headquarters." And with that, without further explanations, he went on his way. Rigger was pleased. If he could use these weapons to equip at least his top fighters, it would already be a huge gain. It would also be a way to attract new members and motivate them through rewards. He really thinks highly of me, choosing to join the Iron Legion instead of the Azure Kingdom. He must truly believe in my talent. Little did Rigger know that Brightstone had misunderstood some things. The dwarf assumed that Rigger was extremely confident in his proposal, first testing the sword's quality before making an invitation. He also believed that Ghislaine was part of the Legion, Rigger and a Sword King together. This organization must be nearly as strong as Azura, right? This was a fortunate coincidence for Rigger, who remained unaware of the dwarf's true reasoning. Brightstone was likely in for a surprise upon arriving in Tinover. Rigger let out a long sigh and shook his head before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. He walked up to them and stopped nearby, observing their intense movements. "Eris," he called, "you'll be riding Skull." The girl halted mid-swing, her eyes widening. Her expression of surprise instantly transformed into pure joy. "Really?" She ran to Skull, stroking the large wolf, which wagged its tail. Rigger gave a faint smile at her excitement before turning to Ghislaine. "Ghislaine, we'll have to pick up the pace to catch up with that caravan. The road isn't safe all the way there. We need to get there as quickly as possible if you want to find the elf from Fitoa." Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Then, she nodded with determination. "All right." And so, without further delay, they set off, leaving behind the Blue Dragon Mountain Range and the Dwarven City, heading toward Tinover. POV laws. The battlefield was a pandemonium of slicing wings and devouring jaws. A cloud of locusts spread through the air like a living plague, a swarm of hundreds of giant insects, each the size of a hunting hound, resonating in an infernal cacophony. The deafening buzzing transformed into an incessant vibration in the chests of the dwarven warriors fighting for their lives. The ground was covered in mutilated bodies and blood, both from dwarves and the insects themselves. Dented shields, broken axes, screams of pain and despair filled the apocalyptic scene. The dwarven caravan, now reduced to half its original size, held firm in a defensive circle, desperate to resist until the horde passed. "Hold the formation. The horde must be close to passing. Do not retreat. Anyone who separates from a group is as good as dead," roared the dwarven leader, his hoarse voice cutting through the chaos. Among the dwarven warriors, a blonde half-elf moved with deadly precision. Laws, with the refined eyes of a hunter, positioned himself strategically behind an overturned carriage. Each arrow he fired a precise strike, saving lives at the last moment. His fingers were slick with sweat and blood. A deep bite from a locust throbbed on his shoulder, but he did not stop. He could not stop. Every second counted. Damn it, what rotten luck. Could Sylphie or Laina be nearby? I thought, gritting my teeth as I pulled another arrow and pierced the head of a locust preparing to crush a young dwarf. The boy looked at me with wide eyes, filled with fear and gratitude, before returning to the fight. The battle seemed endless, a never-ending nightmare, until the wind changed. At first, it was just a strong gust, enough to make the insect's wings vibrate erratically. Then the first locusts began to be lifted off the ground. Some tried to resist, their legs gripping onto rocks, bodies, anything to keep them anchored, but the force of the wind was overwhelming. A whirlwind began to form around the caravan, and soon it became evident what was happening. A colossal tornado spun around them, but did not touch them directly. It was as if an invisible barrier protected them, while the fury of the storm devoured their enemies. The sky, once darkened by the swarm of insects, began to clear. Amid the whirlwinds of dust and blood, Laws saw a figure atop a hill. A beast woman stood with her arms crossed, observing the scene below, while a red-haired girl stood at her side. But it was the third figure that truly made Laws hold his breath, gripping a shining blue sword pointed at the hurricane. Amid the chaotic sky, a young warrior of the beast race hovered in the air, manipulating the natural disaster with surgical precision. His face was expressionless, eyes refined like those of a predator coldly analyzing the fate of his prey. His hands moved lightly, like a conductor guiding an orchestra of destruction. POV, Rigger. Rigger observed the scene below with calculated attention. The caravan group was alive, though reduced and wounded. He had decided to come early as a precaution, but he would never have predicted a locust horde attacking at such a scale. The chances of such an event happening were incredibly low. Those dwarves and laws were truly unlucky. His eyes analyzed the insect storm, now spinning faster and faster within the tornado. Their jaws clicked, shrill cries mixed with the howling wind. It was almost a symphony of chaos. But it still wasn't enough. Raising Tsukikage, his blue sword, Rigger began gathering more mana. The blade of the sword glowed faintly, and then small wind blades appeared around him, dancing and spinning like death's heralds for his prey. He waited for a moment, feeling the storm reach its peak. Then, in a single fluid motion, he swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Saint-level original spell, Tempest of Wind Blades. The initial cut was silent, but a second later, dozens, perhaps hundreds of blades spread from the strike, slicing through everything inside the tornado. Each wind blade cut through the locust bodies like a scythe harvesting wheat. The swarm was ruthlessly massacred, and the sound of cutting filled the air, accompanied by the agonized screeches of the insects being torn apart. Dark blood rained from the sky. The mutilated bodies of the locusts fell like dead leaves, staining the ground crimson. Rigger slowly dissipated the tornado, leaving only a trail of destruction behind. The forest was silent. The surviving dwarven warriors stood frozen, eyes wide at the apocalyptic spectacle they had just witnessed. Laws lowered his bow, breathing heavily, staring at the young beastman in the sky with disbelief. High above, Rigger landed smoothly on the hill where Ghislaine and Eris waited for him. That was much easier than before. A small redhead bounced excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. Rigger, teach me magic. Rigger sighed, observing Eris with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I already knew she wanted to learn, but she never asked, and why would I offer out of nowhere? I gave plenty of chances, but after seeing large-scale magic, she finally couldn't hold back, huh? He looked at the young redhead in front of him, who crossed her arms with a determined expression, a slight blush still on her cheeks. Unfazed by the girl's pride, Rigger nodded slightly and replied, I can teach you, just say pleased. Before she could respond, he turned to Ghislaine, adding, Actually, I can teach both of you. Some spells are extremely useful, even if you can only use the elemental form. But it requires patience, and above all, you need to know how to read and write. Are you willing? Eris, who had looked eager until that moment, immediately hesitated, as if reading and writing were some kind of dark curse. Her sour expression gave everything away. Ghislaine, on the other hand, surprised Rigger by responding without hesitation. I would like to learn to read and write. Actually, even math. But do you think I can learn? Rigger raised an eyebrow, looking at her for a moment before smiling slightly. Of course you can. It's never too late to learn something. As long as you have an open mind and diligence, almost anything can be learned. He then turned toward the remaining caravan, leaving the conversation behind as he moved with quick steps. When he reached the survivors, he immediately began casting healing spells, treating the wounded with efficiency and precision. The members of the caravan looked at him with respect and admiration. The group's leader stepped forward with a tired but sincere smile. Thank you. Rigger, right? I will be eternally grateful. Perhaps this would have been our end if you hadn't arrived. Ha ha ha. It's a shame that so many of ours had to fall before your arrival. Rigger kept a neutral expression and responded naturally. Don't worry about it. The Iron Legion is already allied with the dwarves. Of course I would help. But he then turned toward a man with half-elven features, pale skin, and short blonde hair. His refined eyes were akin to those of a seasoned hunter. You there, the half-elf. Your name is Laws. The half-elf blinked, confused by the sudden approach. Huh, yes, my name is Laws. Do I know you? Rigger chuckled, crossing his arms. I don't think so, but I ask that you come with me. Without further explanation, he turned away, leaving a perplexed Laws behind. The half-elf hesitated for a moment before following Rigger, feeling that he owed that much to his savior. As they walked, Ghislaine and Eris approached. Eris, in a dramatic manner, crossed her arms and declared, "All right, I'll learn to read, write, and do math in exchange for you teaching me magic. Please." Rigger blinked a few times, surprised by her sudden change of heart. His eyes slid to Ghislaine, silently pondering what she might have done to convince Eris. However, he decided to push that thought to the back of his mind for now. As he approached Laws, he gave a brief introduction. "Supposedly, this is Laws from Buena Village in Fitoa." Laws turned to Ghislaine, studying her for a moment before furrowing his brow in recognition. "You are Ghislaine Dedoldia? Were you teleported as well?" Ghislaine blinked, confused. "Do we know each other?" Laws let out a light chuckle and shook his head. "Not really, but I saw you once when I was in Roa with Lord Philip Boreas Greyrat. I recognized you. Where were you when it all happened?" Ghislaine's expression grew serious. "In Roa, at the Lord's mansion." Law's eyes widened before his brows furrowed deeply. "That means all of Fitoa was affected?" He was shocked, absorbing the implications of this information. It took him a few seconds to compose himself before asking urgently, "All right, did you see a little elf girl with green hair? Or a beast woman like you on your way?" Ghislaine shook her head in denial. Laws lowered his gaze, visibly dejected. Eris, who had remained silent until now, suddenly seemed restless. Her gaze shifted between Ghislaine and Laws, tension clearly written on her face. Ghislaine, noticing her hesitation, asked the question that haunted her as well. "Did you see Lord Soros? Or any other member of the Boreas Greyrat family?" Laws hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. "No, I didn't see any of them. But I did see a man's corpse a few kilometers from where I appeared. He had already been partially devoured by wolves. I don't know who he was." They then discussed the details of the incident, sharing what they knew. Rigger listened attentively, trying to piece together the mystery behind this event. Finally, he turned to Laws and spoke seriously. "Laws, I'm the leader of an organization called the Iron Legion in Millis. Given the scale of this incident, searching for your wife and daughter alone would be unproductive. The most likely fate of those who appeared in unknown places is either starving to death or becoming slaves." He paused for a moment to let him absorb his words. "I saw that you're skilled with a bow, so you must have been a hunter. When I return, I intend to form a group within the Iron Legion to search for the missing. Of course, the rescued individuals would have to join the Iron Legion, either temporarily or permanently, and I'd like you to lead this group provisionally. Do you accept?" Laws remained silent for a moment, processing the proposal. Finally, he slowly nodded. "You're right." He then bowed deeply. "I accept, and thank you very much for your help." Rigger shrugged. "Don't worry about it. I have my own interests in helping as well." Even so, Laws maintained his bow. "Still, I believe this action will save many lives." Rigger simply nodded before turning to Ghislaine and Eris. "Do you agree to travel with the caravan?" Ghislaine shrugged. "I don't see a problem." Eris was silent, a really rare thing. And so, the group joined the caravan, continuing their journey toward Tinover. Eris Boreas Greyrat positioned herself in an improvised arena. The compacted dirt and stones had been shaped with magic to create a combat space, a small circle marked by raised earth. Around it, a group of dwarves watched with great interest, exchanging bets and animated comments about the duel's outcome. On the other side of the arena, a burly dwarven warrior held his axe firmly, his gaze determined as he faced his young opponent. Eris advanced without hesitation. Her low, aggressive stance, characteristic of the sword god style, indicated she was about to attack with ferocity. The dwarf grinned, clearly pleased with the challenge, and raised his weapon in preparation. As the fight began, Eris moved swiftly. Her first strike was a fast horizontal slash, forcing the dwarf to step back and block with his axe handle. But she didn't stop there. Spinning on her heels, she launched an upward slash, forcing her opponent to take another step back. The dwarven warrior tried to respond with heavy swings, but Eris was simply too fast. She circled around him, her precise attacks seeking openings in his defense. With each passing moment, her advantage grew. The spectators began murmuring excitedly. Finally, with a fluid and fierce movement, Eris slid inside the dwarf's reach, dodging a downward axe strike, and struck her opponent on the side of his armor with enough force to bring him to his knee. The dwarf gasped for air and raised a hand in surrender. The dwarves erupted into applause and cheers, clinking their beer mugs together and praising the young warrior's skill. Eris, sweaty and panting, raised her sword, satisfied with herself, but soon her gaze drifted to the tent nearby. Inside, Rigger sat beside Ghislaine Dedoldia, holding a letter in front of her. These letters together form the word sword, Rigger explained, pointing to the characters on the sheet of paper. Ghislaine, brows furrowed and eyes fixed on the paper, murmured the words softly, tracing the strokes in the air with her fingers. Her concentration was so intense that she didn't notice Eris had won the match. The young redhead then shifted her gaze to Rigger, who smiled and casually praised her. "Well done, Eris." She immediately turned her head to the side and huffed, naturally, as if his approval meant nothing. But Rigger just chuckled softly, returning his attention to Ghislaine, who continued practicing the characters. The days passed, and the journey continued with few incidents. Occasional attacks from wild beasts occurred, but nothing posed a real challenge. With Rigger and Ghislaine protecting the caravan, any enemy seemed ridiculously weak. Initially, Rigger intended to teach magic and basic studies only when they returned to the Iron Legion, but his plans changed the very same day he suggested the idea. Ghislaine appeared at night, holding a notebook borrowed from one of the merchants. "I'm ready to start the lesson," she said seriously. Rigger blinked a few times before shrugging. He wasn't going to refuse her now that she was already here. "Very well, let's begin." And so, the days became a routine of learning. He taught Ghislaine and Eris how to read, write, and even basic mathematics. Although she struggled at first, Ghislaine's dedication was impressive. Eris, on the other hand, only agreed to learn after Rigger asked Ghislaine to convince her, which she did by telling various stories of her time as a solo adventurer, stories Rigger was also interested in hearing. Additionally, he taught them elemental magic. His initial focus was on fire, water, and healing, as they were the easiest to apply. If they showed enough progress, he would expand the lessons. When he wasn't teaching, he trained personally with Ghislaine, testing different combat styles. Eris, even though she was already adept in the sword god style, absorbed some of his instructions, though she would never admit it directly. In his free time, Rigger also hunted with Laws, the half-elf from Fatoa. He recalled how hunting had been fun when he was younger, but as he grew stronger, the activity lost its challenge. Even so, he enjoyed observing Laws in action, learning his stealth techniques and his incredible precision with a bow. The days turned into weeks, and the caravan finally approached Tinover. Soon, the horizon would be dominated by the city's towering walls and white spires. With their destination in sight, everyone's journey was about to take a new step forward. Rigger watched Eris, who was gripping a piece of charcoal between her fingers with unnecessary force, nearly crushing the small object against the parchment surface. She bit her lower lip, her crimson eyes half closed, trying to force her brain to solve the calculations he had given her to test her progress. This is impossible," Eris exclaimed, throwing the charcoal to the ground and crossing her arms. Rigger chuckled slightly, picking up the charcoal and placing it back in her hand. "It's not impossible. It's like training with a sword. The more you repeat, the better you get. Try again, think through each step calmly." She growled but turned back to the parchment, determined to solve the problem. It was then that Rigger turned, sensing something. Tinover was finally appearing on the horizon, its stone and wooden structures forming a familiar silhouette against the blue sky. He narrowed his eyes, adjusting his focus, and instinctively expanded his senses. First, he tried to catch the sounds of the city. His smile faded. Wasn't the city quieter than it should be? Something was wrong. He frowned, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up his spine. He took a deep breath and inhaled, trying to catch the scents carried by the wind. And then his feeling intensified. The scent of blood. A chill ran through his skin. His jaw tightened. I hope it's just a group of bandits, he thought, trying to suppress the growing sense that it wasn't something so simple. The scent was coming from the direction of the Iron Legion's base. His instincts screamed a warning. Something was very, very wrong. He stood up quickly. Ghislaine, I'm going ahead. I have a bad feeling. His voice was firm, leaving no room for discussion. Ghislaine, who was holding a book in the cart beside him, turned, her feline eyes gleaming with alertness. But before she could say anything, he had already taken off. The surroundings blurred. He ran like lightning, his legs moving in explosive bursts of speed. The wind lashed against his face, the city's sounds growing louder as he approached. But something was strange. Tinover seemed different. The atmosphere was heavy, as if a veil of tension hung over everything. He leaped over rooftops, slid through alleys, ignoring the confused looks of the few citizens crossing his path. The scent of blood grew stronger. Then he saw it, the Iron Legion's base, or rather, what was left of it. The main entrance was destroyed, rubble scattered across the street. The outer walls were marked with deep cuts and magical burn marks. Parts of the second floor had collapsed, revealing devastated rooms. It was the scene of an intense battle. What the hell happened here? His rage grew, his heartbeat accelerating. He activated his magic eye, expanding his perception to track any nearby mana signatures. Energy flowed through his body, and he detected a signal inside the ruined structure. Without hesitation, he rushed inside. Weaving through the debris, he arrived at a partially destroyed room. The ceiling was cracked, allowing daylight to stream through the gaps in the wooden beams. In the center of the room, a woman was tending to an injured man, cleaning the deep cuts on his arm. Rigger entered abruptly, his voice heavy with urgency and fury. What happened here? The woman startled, nearly dropping the blood-soaked cloth. But before she could respond, the injured man moved. His eyes widened at the sight of Rigger, and he forced himself to sit up despite his pain. It was Joseph, the former slave Rigger had rescued. A former mercenary and one of the Iron Legion's most dedicated members. His face was pale, covered in sweat, but a relieved smile formed. "Boss, it's good that you're back." Rigger approached without hesitation, raising his hand and casting advanced healing magic. Golden energy coursed through Joseph's body, sealing his wounds in an instant. The man let out a heavy sigh, his expression visibly improving. "Boss, we need to act quick. What happened while I was gone?" Rigger interrupted, his voice tense. He needed to know. Now. Joseph hesitated. The silence that followed was heavy. The man looked away as if trying to avoid Rigger's gaze. But there was no choice. He took a deep breath and began speaking. Joseph inhaled deeply, his face still pale from blood loss, but his voice carried urgency and tension as he started recounting the events. Rigger remained silent, every muscle in his body tense, listening to each word as if they were being etched into his mind with iron. A few days ago, Pycak discovered that the Joylore House was also investigating us, and that they had already gathered far more information about us than we had imagined. Until then, everything was going well. Trade was thriving. New members were joining every day. Entei's was an impenetrable shield, taking down any strong opponent that appeared, ensuring that we suffered few casualties. Joseph paused, his gaze momentarily shifting to the ground. Rigger noticed his trembling fists. Joseph swallowed hard and continued. But then, one day, a group of Mealy's holy knights ambushed and killed some of our members in Tinover's northern district. It was brutal. No warning, no negotiations. They just massacred our people. Taze didn't hesitate. He took several of us, including me, to confront them. We wanted answers. We wanted to understand why we were being attacked like this. But Joseph gritted his teeth, his face contorted with guilt and rage. It was a trap. Rigger didn't blink. His gaze was locked onto Joseph, the words echoing in his mind like war drums. A troop of holy knights loyal to House Joylore surrounded us, and among them were 3 saint-level swordsmen, 2 from the Water God style and one from the North God style. They accused us of conspiring with the assassin Verdia Solarion and accused you of terrorist and genocidal acts. He exhaled heavily. At first, they tried to lure us in. After a while, we could clearly see that they were waiting for you, the Red Wolf. They played with time, measuring our strength. The more Rigger listened to Joseph, the worse his thoughts became. The most terrible possibilities ran through his mind. Joseph continued, but Taze noticed your delay, and before they could act, he used chantless magic to ambush them and severely wounded one of them. That enraged them. They lost patience and decided to capture the Legion's members to force your arrival. No matter what we did, they were determined to drag you into this fight. When Taze realized the battle was lost, he called 4 more warriors and held them back so the rest of us could escape, including me. Rigger felt a wave of heat rise through his body. His breathing grew heavy. The air felt dense, as if the very atmosphere around him was being distorted. That was 2 days ago. After that, some holy knights came here to the base. Joseph's words started to lose meaning for him. A dull ringing grew in his ears, drowning out any other sound. The world around him began to lose its color, turning into shades of red and black. His chest rose and fell too fast. Each beat of his heart felt like a war drum being struck with brutal force. His eyes wandered, but they no longer saw the destroyed base. They didn't see Joseph standing before him. In his mind, images appeared. Taze, Kidder, and the others wounded, chained, possibly tortured. Their blood staining the ground. Their screams silenced by merciless blades. The cold smiles of the Joylore House Knights as they destroyed everything he had built. Everything he had created with the goal of bringing real change to this world. Guilt coiled in his stomach like sharp claws. Where was he while this was happening? Enjoying himself. Traveling with Ghislaine and Eris. Laughing without a care. Feasting with Godbard and the dwarves. Eating dragon meat joyfully. He wasn't here. He wasn't here when they needed him. He had been warned about this, that mealies would go after subordinates, friends, and family when they couldn't deal with someone directly. And yet, he had traveled far away. His hands began to tremble. The air around him seemed to vibrate. Joseph kept talking, mentioning strategies and countermeasures, something about seeking the Pope's faction for help, and that most of the situation had already been resolved. But Rigger wasn't listening anymore. Something inside him snapped. His breathing turned into a growl. His body burned, not with heat, but with the uncontrollable fury growing within him. Every fiber of his being screamed for blood. His vision blurred for an instant. Then everything became clear in a different way. His beastly instincts decided that the best course of action was to protect his own. There was no logic anymore. No strategy. Only the brutal, inescapable truth. His pack was being hunted, and now he would hunt them back. Joseph was still talking, his voice becoming a distant echo in Rigger's mind. The world around him felt murky, as if he were underwater, but one sound pierced through the haze, the erratic beating of his own heart, accelerating with every word spoken. Guilt bit deeper than any blade. He had been traveling, laughing, enjoying Ghislaine and Eris's company, while his friends were here, being hunted, captured, maybe even killed because of him. His fingers clenched so tightly that his claws tore into the flesh of his palm, but he didn't notice the pain. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, his eyes fixed on nothing, his thoughts spiraling into a storm of growing rage. The room around him felt stifling, as if the very air was bowing under the presence of something monstrous. A deep growl rumbled from his throat, dense and primal, making the wooden debris around him vibrate slightly. Joseph took a step back, alarmed. "Boss, calm down. We already have a plan. We can fix this." His voice was firm but carried hesitation, a justified fear. The woman tending to Joseph was pressed against the wall, eyes wide, body tense, like a deer facing a predator. But Rigger no longer heard them. He was pure instinct now. In an explosive movement, he launched himself at the mansion wall, tearing through it as if it were paper. Wood and debris flew in all directions as he emerged from the wreckage, his eyes blazing with an intense golden glow, predatory. His entire body radiated chaotic energy as if he were about to explode. And then, at the destroyed entrance of the Legion, he saw Ghislaine and Eris. The young girl was mounted on Skull, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening but sensing the danger in the air. Ghislaine, however, understood. The moment she looked at Rigger, her instincts screamed in warning. She rested a hand on her sword hilt, her muscles tensing. Rigger, calm down. What happened? Her voice was firm but controlled, as if she were speaking to a beast about to attack. He didn't respond. He didn't even look at her. Instead, he leaned forward and pressed both hands against the ground, his claws digging into the earth. The world around him disappeared as he inhaled deeply, scenting. Every smell in the city, every speck of dust, every trace of blood mixed in the air formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. He was tracking, searching. His muscles were taut like an animal on the verge of striking. His furry tail swayed slowly, his ears alert. And then he found it. A familiar scent, mixed with sweat and metal. Kidder. A new growl rumbled from his throat, but this time the sound expanded, carrying magic instinctively. Howling magic. The air vibrated. An invisible pressure wave spread out, making the glass around him crackle. Ghislaine frowned. Before anyone could react, Rigger shot forward. His body moved in a blur, running on all fours, his muscles exploding with brutal speed. Each leap, each stride, made the ground crack slightly under the force of his movements. He wasn't thinking logically anymore. At this moment, he was no longer a warrior. He was a beast. POV, Ghislaine Dedoldia. I hadn't really believed him when he said he also had savage outbursts. I thought he was exaggerating, that he had more control than he imagined. But now I understood. What I saw there wasn't a reckless warrior. It was a predator in its purest state. Something I had only seen a few times in my life. Rigger, in particular, looked like a wounded wolf, desperate to kill whoever was harming his pack. My instincts told me not to cross his path, but I couldn't let this happen. Compared to my childhood, his case was much worse. Could he return from this on his own? I wouldn't risk it. I owed him a life debt. I looked at Eris, who was frozen on Skull's back. Her expression shifted between shock and confusion, and the wolf looked afraid. Eris, stay with Skull, I said firmly. Tell them you came with Rigger, but don't leave Skull's side. Understand? She nodded, grasping the gravity of the situation. Then I pushed myself forward, running in the direction Rigger had gone. My mind worked quickly. I knew he wasn't in a state to think rationally. I didn't know if he wanted me to stop him or if he just wanted blood. But if he was in this state, he probably wouldn't use all his strength properly. I needed to be there, before it was too late. POV, Gorfold Joylore. Gorfold, the chief of knights of House Joylore, remained motionless on the stone wall of the estate, his eyes fixed on the horizon stretching beyond the plains. The cutting night wind shook the house's golden banners, while torches scattered across the courtyard illuminated the warriors on patrol. The grand noble residence of the Joylore family, located outside the limits of Malition, maintained considerable autonomy, a reflection of the power and influence its lineage had cultivated over the decades. The alliance with the Cardinal faction, the faction advocating for the expulsion of demonic races, guaranteed House Joylore privileges and political security. However, in recent years, this stability had been eroded by the growing restlessness of its leader. Linstar Joylore was consumed by fear and obsession. The Knight Commander saw it clearly. The man who once ruled with unquestionable authority was now sinking into paranoia and insomnia, plagued by recurring nightmares. The origin of his torment traced back to 4 years ago, when he had hired North Saint, a renowned assassin named Kalinowski. The mission was simple: eliminate the last surviving assassin responsible for his parents' deaths. Everything was planned. Linstar had conducted thorough investigations and was certain that the target would return to help her tribe in a time of need, and a North Saint should have been able to kill her with relative ease. But the plan failed catastrophically. Not only did Kalinowski fail to complete his task, but he also met a humiliating death. Rumors claimed that the one responsible for this turn of events was merely a 6-year-old beast child, aided by Vertia Solarion, the true target of the attack. The Knight Commander vividly recalled the impact of this news on Linstar. He had refused to believe it, roaring in rage and disbelief in the main hall. The idea that a brat barely out of infancy had overcome a North Saint seemed absurd, an affront to logic. But the survivors' reports were consistent. With each messenger bringing new information about the child, Linster's expression grew darker, his eyes carrying a silent fury that threatened to explode at any moment. Not satisfied, Linstar sought out another assassin, someone even more formidable. That was when he contacted Larix, a king of the north, a feared mercenary across the Begaric continent. If Kalinowski had failed, then a warrior of even greater caliber should be sufficient. However, Larix refused the contract upon discovering the target's identity. If it were just the elf, fine, but I don't kill children, was his response. The unexpected rejection sent Linstar into despair. His face turned pale, his expression a mix of incredulity and uncontrollable fury. From that moment on, the name of that boy became a specter, a shadow looming over House Joylore. Over the years, the young bee's skills continued to grow at an alarming rate. Stories about him spread like wildfire. Linstar began losing sleep, the deep bags under his eyes reflecting the crushing weight of his paranoia. His nightmares were filled with visions of the boy becoming an unstoppable monster, coming to destroy everything he had built since his parents' deaths. Imagine that. The boy's master had killed his parents, and now the disciple would come to finish off the son. The guard sighed, shaking his head. To him, all of this was unnecessary. What was the point of so much effort against a mere child? A 6-year-old brat killing a saint? That was a joke. If it were true, then now, at 10 years old, he should be out there massacring emperors? The thought made him scoff, but his expression soon turned serious. The Knight Commander found it all madness, but he was loyal to House Joylore. If Linstar believed in this, then it was his duty to ensure that House Joylore was prepared. He turned his gaze to the great fortress behind him, where lights shone through the windows of the main hall. The atmosphere inside was tense. The Joylore family could feel the patriarch strain. The servants spoke in whispers. The children avoided questioning their father about his constant worry. Even Linster's wife, Lady Felina, could no longer soothe him as she once had. He had become an obsessed man, and that obsession was slowly poisoning everything around him. The house leader had no other contacts of king-level assassins to hire, so he decided to make preparations for when the boy arrived. He reached out to Kalinowski's disciple, a new North Saint named Uri, and hired him as a temporary guard. Additionally, he forged disadvantageous alliances with other noble houses to secure help in dire times, and even negotiated with Galgard, the commander of the Church's Order of Knights, claiming he was being hunted and forging evidence of threats against his life, securing 2 personal guards at the saint level. Of course, all these negotiations were conducted with extreme secrecy and only with high-ranking individuals, so very few were aware of what was happening. As a result, House Joylore, with its barriers and reinforcements, had become an extremely secure place. However, these maneuvers were gradually staining the house's trust among its allies. He cast a look at the horizon and recalled the past few months. The house leader had grown even more anxious upon learning of the rise of the so-called Iron Legion. He had tried to convince Mealy's to eliminate this organization before it grew too powerful and, indeed, had garnered some support. After all, the Legion's activities were directly interfering with the interests of many noble houses. Freeing slaves? Teaching them trades? That was dangerous, a threat to the established order. But in the end, his request was unanimously denied. And the reason for this boiled down to a single name, the Red Wolf. Rigger's feat of reducing the Black Troll mercenary group to ashes had spread some fear. No one wanted to provoke him, as, until that moment, he had done nothing directly against Mealy's. But Linstar Joylore would not accept this. He knew. He was certain that boy would come after him sooner or later. He couldn't wait for that to happen, so he decided to strike first. However, the boy was not where they expected. After some conflict with the Iron Legion, They decided to capture several Legion members as hostages to lure him out and, perhaps, obtain valuable information. As he pondered, the guard turned his gaze to the plains. For an instant, something gleamed in the distance. Lightning? He blinked, trying to understand what he was seeing. And then, in the blink of an eye, a beast-like figure shot toward him, lightning dancing in its claws. His eyes widened. His instinct screamed in alarm. He opened his mouth, desperately drawing breath to shout a warning, but all he could do was gather his final thoughts. Enemy, ATT. The impact came before he could finish. POV, Rigor Dedoldia. Rigor charged at the barrier surrounding House Joylor's mansion with overwhelming speed. Lightning crackled around his claws, pulsating with destructive energy. In the next instant, the barrier cracked like fractured glass before shattering into fragments of blue light. The guard standing before the door barely had time to react, managing only to let out a startled cry. A fierce strike tore through his throat, silencing him before he could finish his warning. The young beastman moved like a predator unleashed upon defenseless prey. His senses were razor-sharp, picking up every sound, every scent. Bodies fell around him, his enemies unable to comprehend what had struck them. It didn't matter who they were, servants, guards. Everything that moved was mercilessly slain. The stench of fear saturated the air, mingling with the scent of warm blood. Yet amidst it all, something stood out. Rigor lifted his head and sniffed. He could sense it. Kidder, Taze, and the other warriors were beneath the mansion. He was no longer conscious of his own thoughts. His instincts had taken over, whispering only one command: protect your pack. Kill your enemies. His eyes gleamed with silent fury as he looked at his hand, charred from the lightning. His skin was burned, but it slowly regenerated. Before he could reflect on it further, a shiver ran down his spine. Suddenly, something cold touched his neck. A thin blade pressed against his skin, sinking in just enough to draw blood. His instincts roared in alarm, and without thinking, Rigor leapt backward. The metal sliced across his neck, leaving a thin line of red, but it wasn't deep enough to be fatal. He landed on all fours, his stance that of a beast preparing to pounce. Narrowing his eyes, he launched himself forward without hesitation. His claws aimed straight for his attacker's throat, a savage, lethal strike. But once again, danger flashed before him. Something made him hesitate for just a fraction of a second, and instinctively, he pulled his arm back. At that precise moment, a sword gleamed in the air, slicing just millimeters from his forearm. Had he continued his attack, his arm would have been severed. Even so, a shallow wound opened, blood dripping onto the floor. Rigor retreated, still on all fours. His tail swayed from side to side, his fur bristling, his ears twitching at every sound. A deep, threatening growl rumbled in his throat. 3 figures stepped forward. 2 warriors in golden armor approached, the sacred insignias of the Order of Melees gleaming on their chests. Between them stood a slender swordsman, holding a thin blade that still dripped with blood. His cold eyes studied Rigor with curiosity. "Uri, what is this?" one of the paladins asked, frowning. "You said he was a skilled swordsman and mage. But the boy isn't even using a sword. He fights like a wild beast." The swordsman, Uri, chuckled, twirling his blade between his fingers. "I'm surprised too. The reports we have on him seem inaccurate. But hey, that's an advantage for us, isn't it?" The other paladin scoffed, clearly unimpressed. 3 saint-ranked warriors ganging up on a child. If word gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. Where's that old man from House Joylor? Uri smirked and shrugged. "Feel free to fight him alone, then." The old man said he has to protect Linstar from any other threats that might show up. The warrior remained silent for a moment before assuming the classic defensive stance of the water god style. His gaze locked onto Rigor, analyzing him carefully. To think he'd dare attack a noble house alone. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't seeing it myself. This is an insult to St. Melees. Remember, even if we can't kill him, we just have to hold out until Lord Bonnard arrives. He'll make quick work of this heretic. Rigor only growled in response, his eyes smoldering like embers. His muscles were tense, electricity crackling around him. His body instinctively prepared for the next attack. Then, in a flash of lightning, Rigger lunged. He was no longer the same. He wasn't just fighting. He was annihilating everything in his path. His speed was beyond human, nearly impossible to track. His fist tore through the air, striking with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. He charged at the nearest enemy, a paladin. The impact was colossal. The knight, wielding both a sword and a shield, managed to block the punch, but the sheer force sent him skidding 10 meters backward. Rigger didn't stop. He was already in motion again, a blur of destruction, his power manifesting in raw, untamed brutality. Uri reacted swiftly, sidestepping Rigger's assault. With fluid precision, his sword sliced through the air, aiming for Rigger's throat. But Rigger was faster. He evaded at the last second, forced to retreat only because of the second paladin reinforcing the attack with his broadsword. The three enemies were relentless, their strikes coordinated and deadly. They attacked together, forcing Rigger to dodge and counter at a furious pace. Every blow he landed was like a thunderclap, yet he barely used his greatest advantage, his magic. Rigger's body was covered in blood, but he felt nothing. No pain, no satisfaction. He was lost in a frenzy. Every attack, every strike, every wound on his enemies an extension of his own primal rage. This was no mere battle. It was the full expression of his beastly nature, unleashed at last. The battlefield lay in ruins, and at its center, Rigger stood, breathing heavily. Blood dripped from his body, yet he felt no exhaustion, only an uncontrollable, murderous instinct. Uri, now confident in their victory, smirked as he stepped forward. He knew they had the advantage. Rigger wasn't even using half of his true strength. "When I'm done with you," Uri sneered, his voice laced with hatred, "I'll hunt down that bitch, Verdia Solarion, the one who helped kill my master." The words cut through the air like sharpened blades. Verdia Solarion. The name crashed through Rigger's mind like a surge of electricity. Something inside him trembled, as if the chains of his fury had finally snapped. Verdia, his mentor, the woman he deeply respected. He stopped moving. His mind wavered between reason and instinct. His focus returned, though only faintly, the rage still simmering like a slow-burning fire in his chest. His eyes burned with newfound intensity as he gazed ahead. He knew what he had to do. For the first time in a real battle, he drew both of his swords. Rigger drew both his swords, his movements fluid like a predator preparing for the hunt. He took a low stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He was using a dual-wielding technique from the North God style, a technique designed to fight multiple enemies at once. His focus was there on the battle, but his mind, his reason was beginning to waver. The rage, the adrenaline, and the savagery made it difficult to think clearly. Rigger knew that if his thoughts started racing again, he would lose control once more. The objective, only the objective. He knew what he had to do. Move forward, rescue his subordinates, and get out. There was no more room for hesitation. His brief moment of rationality was enough for him to realize that fighting in his current state wouldn't be advantageous. The blade in his hand began to glow with the fire magic he was gathering. One of the holy knights glanced at Uri with a judgmental expression. "You've ruined our advantage, Uri." The knight's deep, authoritative voice echoed like thunder. "Finish him off before he fully recovers." Uri, wielding his thin sword, advanced first. His face was displeased, his brow furrowed, knowing it was his own words that had awakened the boy. The other two paladins, in a well-rehearsed maneuver, began moving along the flanks, forming a perfect encirclement. They were ready. The pressure on Rigger increased, but he wasn't ready to stop. With a thunderous sound, Rigger lifted a foot and stomped hard on the ground, as if carrying the weight of the world. The earth beneath him shattered, fragments of stone exploding in every direction. The impact disrupted the momentum of the three knights, forcing them to slow down. In milliseconds, Rigger used the brief moment of advantage to strike. With Tsukikage and Night Hunter in hand, he entered a dance of blades, holding off the three attackers simultaneously. The paladin's swords clashed against his, but Rigger remained focused. He dodged with the agility of a feline, his reflexes heightened by the wild instincts in his body. But the battle wouldn't be easy. Then Uri, with a mocking grin, laughed and charged again. His eyes gleamed with cruel confidence. He seemed convinced that the fight was under control. He believed Rigger still wasn't using magic, a fatal flaw in his reasoning. Looks like he's still not using magic. Ha ha ha. Uri taunted, and Rigger sensed his movement. He knew what was coming. At that very moment, Rigger turned with terrifying speed. His eyes shone with magical power that he made no effort to hide. He knew he had to be fast and decisive. With a precise motion, Tsukikage sliced through the air in a long arc, and a wave of fire erupted outward. The attack was immense, a flame slice that left the air hot and charged with power. Uri, caught off guard, retreated quickly, trying to evade the wave of flames, but it wasn't enough. The scorching fire engulfed him, searing his clothes and nearly burning his skin. He barely had time to process what was happening. But what he didn't expect, what no one expected, was what happened next. From within the flames, a black sword emerged, spinning at an astonishing speed. Night Hunter, the blade, crackling with lightning, cut through the air at an insane velocity. Uri tried to block, but the moment his sword met Rigger's blade, the impact was devastating. Uri's weapon shattered into pieces, unable to withstand Night Hunter's power. Before he could even react, the blade pierced his forehead with deadly precision, driving through his eye and killing him instantly. Everything happened so fast that the other two knights were left stunned. The shock was palpable. Rigger had killed Uri, which was not expected. They had no information about Rigger's second magic sword, a blade capable of piercing common swords and covered in lightning, increasing its speed. A single moment of surprise had been enough to cost Uri his life. With a quick and fluid motion, Rigger extended his hand while running. Night Hunter responded to his command, vibrating as it pierced through Uri's skull and returned toward him. The blade flew into his hand, and Rigger caught it with dexterity, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. There was no time to waste. Rigger did not pause to boast or to look at what was left of his enemies. The two holy knights, now dazed, were still in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. But Rigger was not there to waste time with them. He needed to find his subordinates. Kidder, Taze, and the others were there. He quickly followed their scent, his focus now entirely on his goal. He dashed through the corridors of the house with the agility of a predator, his feet practically gliding over the floor. The sounds of battle faded behind him, and he did not look back. Rigger raced through the mansion's corridors with the agility of a fleeing predator. Each step was calculated, each movement a desperate attempt to reach the stairs that, according to his sharpened instincts, led to the lower part of the house. His ragged breathing mixed with the echo of footsteps, while the latent pain from his wounds blended with the adrenaline driving him forward. Upon spotting the stairs ahead, a guard blocked his path. Without hesitation, Rigger charged. In a lightning-fast movement, Tsukikage's blade slashed toward the man's neck. The strike neared victory. The blade gleamed, ready to meet flesh. However, in a split second, a visceral instinct flared in his mind. Death. The warning rang with an intensity he had never experienced before, freezing his thoughts for a brief second. He knew that in the next moment, if he did not act, he would be doomed. With the speed of a primal reflex, Rigger focused all his energy and wove, in an almost automatic gesture, the strongest barrier he could muster around his neck at that instant. Without wasting a second, he activated a burst step, and his body exploded into motion. But then, Rigger saw it, a silver sword emerging from the chaos. The gleaming blade had a golden hilt, finely crafted in the shape of a stag, with two branches mimicking antlers. It advanced slowly but with lethal precision, slicing through the flames of his burst step as it approached. Time seemed to slow as the sword neared. No matter how fast Rigger moved with his superhuman speed, that attack seemed inevitable. He managed to avoid decapitation, but the impact was devastating. The silver blade, driven by overwhelming energy, swept across his left arm with a clean and precise cut, severing it up to the elbow. The searing pain and the sensation of emptiness mixed in his mind, but Rigger did not allow despair to consume him. Determination screamed within him. Amid the chaos, his eyes locked onto the guard blocking the staircase entrance. Unlike the others, this man wore silver armor, not gold, signs of wear and a face that had seen more than 50 years of life, with graying hair and a well-groomed beard. At first glance, he might have gone unnoticed, appearing as just another guard. But something about his presence, an aura of calm and at the same time, subtle danger, set Rigger's feral instincts on edge. He looked at his severed arm on the ground, several meters away from the guard. He could still heal it if not too much time passed. He thought about grabbing it. But before he could move, the old guard raised his hand. With a controlled motion, he pulled out a paper inscribed with a magic circle that activated instantly. A sphere of fire formed and, with surgical precision, was launched directly at Rigger's severed arm. Rigger shifted his gaze to the old man, whose eyes now gleamed with an unsettling serenity. The guard advanced with firm, measured steps, and his voice, surprisingly calm, cut through the battle's tumult. "You are a great warrior, boy. Few, only 4 opponents in my lifetime, have survived after attacking me without knowing who I was before you. I am Lord Danos Bonard, head of the noble house Bonard of Meles, the protector of Meles, and ranked as a water god-style king." The revelation caught him off guard. The old man's voice was serene, yet carried the weight of authority and a history of battles. Noticing Rigger's hesitation, that wavering between reason and instinct, Lord Bonart let out a slight sigh, as if lamenting the tragic fate of such a formidable warrior. "Are you still rational? What a pity! A formidable warrior who opposes St. Meles, and now, more beast than man, taken over by demonic energies. This is the inevitable fate." As he spoke, he prepared his sword with calm precision, as if every movement was part of a long-practiced choreography. Rigger's mind spun with countless thoughts. The pain from his lost arm throbbed, mingling with adrenaline and rage. His instincts, now sharpened by the sight of Lord Bonard, a figure who at first seemed like just another guard but whose threatening aura became clearer with each passing second, screamed for action. As his mind wavered between reason and instinct, Rigger felt the need to push past this obstacle. An inner voice urged him in a battle, to keep fighting even with one arm missing, to eliminate any threat standing between him and those who depended on him. With a restrained growl and eyes that held a mixture of madness and determination, Rigger lunged toward Lord Bonard. But before he could gain speed, an imposing figure blocked his path. His steps faltered for a brief instant as his eyes focused on the woman standing before him. She was a very familiar beast woman, silver hair and dark skin. Ghislaine Dedoldia, gathering all her social skills to convince him, spoke in a toneless voice. "Rigger, regain your senses." The phrase echoed through the corridors, causing the mist clouding his mind to begin to lift, even if just for a brief, painful moment. He regained his senses, or at least enough to recognize what stood before him. However, as clarity returned, his primal instincts screamed at him. This woman was blocking him, preventing his advance. Ghislaine remained motionless, her lips slightly parted in an almost inaudible murmur. So it didn't work on. Her eyes revealed no emotion, but her posture was firm and resolute. Observing the scene, the protector of Meles watched in perplexity, murmuring to himself. What didn't work? Was that her best attempt? Doubt hung in the air, but Ghislaine seemed convinced that she had done her best to persuade him with words. When Rigger, his eyes bloodshot and his spirit still unbalanced, took his stance to attack, she also positioned herself, paying attention to the movements of the old guard in the background. With a violent impulse, Rigger lunged forward. But as his muscles stretched to deliver the sword strike, he saw a red blade approaching rapidly, surpassing him vastly in speed and power. Yet, strangely, the sensation of death did not come. He tried to react, but time, merciless as ever, did not allow it. The blades clashed with fatal precision. A long diagonal cut opened across Rigger's chest, pain exploding in his mind like 1,000 knives. He felt the steel of Hiramian slicing through his flesh. For a moment, as he fell to the ground, the world shrank into a succession of flashes. The burning of his wound, the muffled sound of his ragged breathing, the scent of blood and magic mixed in the air. His mind, once a chaotic battlefield, suddenly cleared. Every thought, once shrouded in disorder, returned to order in an almost miraculous way. He lay on the ground, bleeding from both his severed arm, cut off at the elbow, and a massive wound on his chest. Yet, surprisingly, a faint smile formed on his lips. "I'm alive," he murmured to himself, his voice broken by pain. His now clear and serene gaze met Ghislaine's as she approached. She looked down at him, and upon seeing that he no longer seemed out of control, she gave a barely perceptible smile. "You once said during our training, Rigger, that as long as you had mana, you could heal from any injury quickly, except for lost limbs or shredded organs." Ghislaine glanced at his wound, then at the old man, who still blocked the door to the stairs. "I don't know what happened in Tinover, but I know you'll handle everything much more easily if you're lucid." At that moment, the two holy knights who had been fighting Rigger, whom he had left behind, finally reached the hall. The old guard, now with his silver armor gleaming under the flickering lights, kept his gaze fixed, observing every movement with an almost unsettling calm. Ghislaine turned to them, her voice unwavering in determination. "Heal yourself quickly, Rigger. I'll hold them off." As she spoke, Rigger struggled to rise while channeling advanced healing magic throughout his body. Pain pulsed with every beat of his heart, but the mental clarity that had returned now shone in his eyes. His once murky and imprecise thoughts were now sharp and focused. He realized he might have made a mistake in attacking the Joylor estate so rashly and had likely killed many innocent people. But these were things he couldn't afford to dwell on now. He was here, and now that it had begun, he would kill them all, including this old man, to ensure there were no witnesses left. He sharpened his senses, trying to detect any reinforcements that might be arriving, but he felt nothing. Then he thought that old Donos must be the reinforcement, and he really is a massive obstacle. Even in his weakened state, he knew he couldn't allow himself to sink into pain. Every wound, every loss, was a cruel reminder of the price of the path he had chosen. But in that moment, Ghislaine's intervention offered him a new chance, a chance to regain control and keep fighting, even with only one arm. As Ghislaine fended off the attacks of the two knights, the old guard was finally forced to intervene. This put Ghislaine at a disadvantage, as the sword god style was restricted by the water god style. Yet, even so, she fought fiercely, precise, and calm. Rigger, blood still dripping from his wounds, but his mind now clear, gathered his strength and rose to his feet. Objectively speaking, Rigger was as strong as a king-level combatant, but it wasn't that simple. There were many variables in a person's combat strength. For example, if Rigger concentrated a large amount of mana into a single hellish slash, as he had done at the Black Troll's base, and ambushed Ghislaine, she would almost certainly be killed, and if she survived, it would be by sheer luck and with grave injuries. If he kept his distance, he could even use the king-level spell Earth Rupture to massacre an entire army, as he was almost certain he could wield its superior version, the Emperor-level Earthquake. However, in the midst of close-quarters combat, these spells couldn't be used casually. His ability to manipulate mana was already extremely fast, allowing him to cast spells even in high-speed battles, but they had their limits. Against Ghislaine, he couldn't strengthen his spells as much as usual, because a single delay would result in his defeat. Other variables included nearby allies who restricted his magic, the information the enemy had on him, natural counterattacks, such as the flow of the water god style, which could cut through magic, among others. This was also why he was truly enjoying lightning magic. It was fast, lethal, contained, and nearly indefensible. The same went for barrier magic, which had incredible versatility and potential. The night at Joylor's mansion was torn apart by a deafening shockwave. Sparks cut through the air as Ghislaine fought Donner Bonnart and the two knights. All three opponents had mastered flow, severely restricting Ghislaine's long sword of light. They seemed unwavering, and the beast woman was at a great disadvantage. Her swift and lethal attacks were always defended against and countered. And whenever she had a chance to kill one of them, Bonnart would always interfere. Ghislaine vanished into a blur, her sword whistling through the air. Her strike was met by the blade of one of the Saint Tyr knights, who slightly tilted his weapon, redirecting the force of the attack into the ground. The floor cracked under the impact, but the man remained firm. Donner and the other knight moved simultaneously, flowing like waves toward Ghislaine. But Rigger, who had regained consciousness, had finally healed his wounds enough to fight. He wielded only Tsukikage, as only emptiness remained where his left arm had once been. Rigger dashed forward, his blue blade gleaming as it reflected the flames he had conjured. With a snap, he unleashed an arc of fire, attempting to force Donner to halt his attack. But the water god, King, merely rotated his sword toward it, slicing vertically through the incoming wave of fire. Rigger watched intently with his magic eye. That use of Tuki was truly mysterious and fascinating. TCH, Rigger growled, leaping to the side the moment a swift thrust from the other knight attempted to pierce his flank. He conjured a stone barrier between them, causing the blade to ricochet. Donner advanced, stopping beside Rigger with an upward slash. The silver blade gleamed, reflecting the lightning Rigger instinctively conjured in counterattack. Electricity exploded across the battlefield, and Donner was momentarily stunned as he witnessed this unknown magic. The speed of the attack and the element of surprise prevented him from making an adequate defensive move, sending him flying like a ragdoll. The mansion's walls and pillars collapsed from the impact of the lightning. Rigger didn't stop the lightning and redirected it toward the knight closest to Ghislaine. The man felt his arm hairs stand on end, but remained calm. When he thought of using flow to absorb the attack, it had already struck, sending him flying dozens of meters just like the first. The knight flanking Rigger didn't allow him to continue, attacking from behind, forcing him to block with Tsukikage, interrupting his spell. Ghislaine smiled. Her body moved a mere instant after understanding what had happened. She targeted the knight attacking Rigger. Before he could react, Ghislaine was upon him, executing a perfect longsword of light. He focused all his attention on defending the lethal strike, barely managing to redirect the blow with his sword and suffering a wound to his shoulder. Rigger didn't waste the opportunity. Fighting with only one arm felt strange, but he still had his legs. He spun, confusing the knight, and landed a kick to his ribs. The force sent the knight hurtling backward, leaving a deep trench in the stone floor and crashing through wall after wall. At that moment, Donner Bonnart emerged from the rubble, holding a glowing magic circle in his hand, likely what he had used to dispel the electricity from his body. Analyzing the battle, he spoke with a look of disgust. Demonic magic. Only Laplace could control magic at such a level. It seems you've delved even deeper into the demonic path than I had imagined. When Rigger saw him, he frowned. Those healing magic circles are a problem. We have to kill them immediately when we wound them. Ghislaine silently agreed and charged again, while Rigger rushed toward the other knight who had been struck by lightning before he could recover. Donner remained impassive like a mountain. His body moved like water flowing over a rock, dodging each of Ghislaine's attacks with supernatural fluidity. Shockwaves from their clashes rippled through the debris-filled battlefield. Then he struck. Rigger reached the knight, who was getting up and assuming the water god-style stance, but still seemed dazed. In that brief pause, Rigger channeled as much mana as he could into Tsukikage. Since his sword now required 9 times less mana for the same level of attack, Even those few instants were enough for high-temperature purple flames to course along his blade. Rigger attacked with a magic-infused stance, his magic eye scanning beyond the warrior to ensure no one else was caught in the crossfire. The warrior saw Rigger's intent, and terror flashed across his face. He retreated as fast as he could, but his muscles were still stiff from the lightning. It was enough. Rigger spoke in his mind, hellish/reduced. The saint-level warrior desperately raised his sword to defend, but it was futile. A massive, flaming slash erupted forth. Rigger's low stance allowed him to launch the strike upward, his ascending slash tearing through the space ahead like a whirlwind of pure destruction. The purple flame expanded violently, rising like a demonic wave of fire toward the sky, consuming everything in its path. The upper half of the warrior was turned to ashes, while the lower half fell to the ground with a dull thud. Rigger heard the other knight, the one he had kicked away, screaming as he charged toward him. "No, you freak, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Ghislaine struck at Donner from all sides, but the warrior remained untouchable. He raised his blade, and for an instant the world seemed to freeze. As Ghislaine attacked once more, he used the water god-style's secret technique. "Tidal flow," Donner recited, his voice as sharp as a blade. Ghislaine was moments away from completing her strike when she heard it. Her instinct screamed at her, and she abandoned the attack, leaping back. But contrary to her expectations, she couldn't escape the range of his sword. No matter her speed, it felt as if she were being pulled in, as if the attack was inescapable. But Ghislaine was no ordinary warrior. She observed and analyzed the situation in an instant, making the best possible decision. She struck Donner's sword with Hiramian. Their blades clashed, like a speeding car crashing into a stationary truck. Neither side gained the upper hand, and a shockwave erupted, cracking the ground around them. Ghislaine, her sharp gaze locked onto Donner, sensed the danger of this technique, realizing that this must have been what took Rigger's arm. Rigger was locked in combat with the remaining knight, but used Flash Step to instantly distance himself. He began chanting earth magic. His hands glowed with heavy energy as he summoned massive stone pillars that erupted from the ground, forming impenetrable barriers that disrupted Donner's movements. But that alone wasn't enough to destabilize tidal flow. Donner reacted swiftly, cutting down any attacks aimed at him. He was confident in blocking almost any magic with his sword, except for lightning magic, which forced him to retreat. But killing him wasn't Rigger's goal, only restraining him. "Now!" Rigger shouted. Ghislaine wasted no time. With her blinding speed, she surged forward like a storm, delivering a lethal strike to the last remaining knight. The man attempted to dodge using flow, but he was already exhausted and had bruised ribs. Ghislaine struck him with a swift, deep, and precise cut. He staggered, staring at the diagonal wound that had sliced through his organs and bones before collapsing heavily to the ground. The tide of battle had shifted. Donner was now alone. "It can't end like this," Donner muttered, his face dark. He tried to regain control, but Rigger and Ghislaine's confidence was overwhelming. The battle was about to take a decisive turn. With a resolute movement, Ghislaine attacked again. The Joylor mansion was rapidly crumbling from the intensity of the battle. Few structures remained standing after the relentless fighting. Donner looked around, frustration twisting his face. He knew he was only alive because he practiced the water god style, focusing on defense. But at the same time, there was no turning back. He could only stall for as long as possible. Those flashy magic attacks had undoubtedly drawn the attention of Militian. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The Joylor mansion, now mostly in ruins, trembled under the force of explosions and clashing blades. The intensity of the fight had devastated the area. It was only a matter of time before they killed him. One mistake, and he would be struck by lightning. But at that moment, Rigger heard, in the distance near Militian's gates, about 10 people rapidly approaching the mansion. They were winning, without a doubt, but time was against them. Militian certainly wouldn't send weaklings knowing Donner was already here. Rigger was decisive. He wouldn't hesitate, and allow reinforcements to arrive and settle the fight. Donner Bonart, now visibly exhausted and wounded, was struggling to maintain his composure. Rigger spoke. Ghislaine, Militia has sent reinforcements. I'm going to free my subordinates, and we're leaving immediately. Can you hold them off? She looked at him. The intensity of the battle was immense, yet Ghislaine remained calm, her gaze unwavering, without hesitation. I can. Without hesitation, Ghislaine launched herself at Donner with lethal speed, her blade slicing through the air with precision. Donner, now more aggressive, unleashed a furious attack, using tidal flow in an attempt to regain control of the fight. Seeing the opportunity, Rigger did not hesitate. He shot forward toward the staircase leading to the prisoners, his only hand gathering lightning magic into Tsukikage. Meanwhile, Ghislaine continued pressing Donner. The force of her attacks made it impossible for the already wounded and exhausted knight to stop Rigger. Rigger quickly found the staircase and ran without stopping. The air underground was dense, saturated with the acrid scent of dried blood and rotting flesh. Heavy footsteps echoed through the damp corridors as Rigger descended the stone stairs, his mind still reverberating with the adrenaline of battle. His heart pounded rapidly, but nothing could have prepared him for what he would find below. As he crossed the final passage, he froze. The scene before him was a living nightmare. Bodies. Mutilated bodies hung from iron hooks embedded in the ceiling, their mangled forms swaying slightly in the cold, fetid air. Arms and legs had been torn off at the base, leaving only bloodied torsos and faces twisted in agony. Puddles of blood soaked the stone floor, forming a crimson swamp around the corpses. Some mouths were still open in silent screams, frozen in the torment of their last breaths. The flickering torchlight trembled over the macabre scene, casting grotesque shadows on the damp walls. At the center of the chamber, a young guard wearing the blue armor of the Templar Order held his sword with trembling hands, protecting Linstar Joylor, the man who had sent assassins to kill Verdia, the one who had captured his subordinates. Beside Linstar, a mage, or perhaps a priest, stood with a neutral posture, observing everything with no apparent emotion. But Rigger couldn't take his eyes off the mutilated bodies. Apparently, they were behind a magic barrier as their last line of defense. His chest tightened as he recognized the prisoners hanging near the barrier. 6 had been taken, and now 5 were hanging. Among them, Kidder, the man who had been with Rigger since the early days of his fight against the slave traffickers in the Great Forest. Kidder was dead. There was no movement, no sign of breathing. His glazed eyes stared into nothingness, his mouth slightly open as if he still wanted to say something. Rigger felt something inside him shatter. Of the other 4, 2 were barely alive. Their weak breaths and skeletal bodies were covered in marks of torture. One of them was Taze. Only one still had all their limbs intact, unconscious and hanging like the others. Guilt struck Rigger like a serrated blade. He should have arrived sooner. He should have been faster. His mind swirled in a whirlwind of emotions: shock, rage, sorrow, guilt. A primal scream threatened to escape his throat, his consciousness teetering on the edge, his eyes burning with restrained fury. But then, a voice cut through the silence, snapping him out of his thoughts. "You see, I told you to go help in the fight. Now what will you do?" Linstar shouted in desperation, casting a panicked glance at the guard beside him. The young knight hesitated, adjusting his stance. "We're surrounded by a king-level, physical, and magical barrier. And I'm here to protect you as a last resort, sir." He never finished the sentence. A thunderous crack tore through the air. In one instant, the guard was alive. In the next, his body was split in half. Rigger's blade, cloaked in violet lightning, cut through him as if slicing through air. Only after Rigger had already crossed the space between them did the shockwave hit, sending blood and viscera exploding across the floor. Rage boiled inside him like magma, his body pulsing with an almost tangible killing intent. Linstar collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with pure terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a foul stench filled the air as he wet himself. "Don't kill me," he begged, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Your master killed my parents first." Rigger didn't blink. The hatred in his gaze was deep, abyssal, something that consumed any trace of mercy within him. "What a shame I don't have time to give you the most painful death possible." His voice was as cold as ice. "Despite everything, you still have some luck left." Linstar opened his mouth to scream, trying to utter another desperate plea, but all that was heard was the sharp crack of a stone fired at absurd speed. The projectile pierced his skull like a rifle shot, scattering bone fragments and brain matter across the bloodied floor. Linstar Joylor died without even understanding what had happened. Rigger slowly turned to the priest, his eyes still burning with fury. The man showed no fear, only acceptance. "If you can heal their limbs, you're free," Rigger said, his voice empty. As if he had been expecting it, the priest nodded. "You can heal them faster. Their wounds aren't fatal, just blood loss. But to restore their limbs, saint-level magic is required." He pointed to a sack nearby. "The bones and limbs of the 2 survivors are in there." Rigger wasted no time. He rushed to Taze and the other survivor, activating his healing magic. The wounds closed, the bleeding stopped, and their breathing steadied. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. Taze opened his eyes for a moment, his gaze empty, but a miserable smile curled his bloodied lips when he saw Rigger. "I didn't tell them anything, boss." His voice was a whisper before he slipped back into unconsciousness. The smell of blood lingered in the air, thick and nauseating, mixing with the stifling heat of the hall filled with bodies. The floor was drenched in crimson, and the knight's scattered entrails gave the scene a grotesque appearance. Rigger took a deep breath, suppressing the fury burning within him. There was no time for mourning now. His gaze shifted to one of the hanging bodies, still intact and breathing. Polak, the beastman of the Dedoldia race, was hanging from a hook, bound by chains, his breathing ragged and uneven. Rigger quickly approached and woke him with a slight shock. His eyes shot open, wide with terror. He choked on a sob and tried to move, but his body was still weak. When he finally focused on the figure before him, his fearful gaze turned into pure relief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he mumbled, his voice trembling. "Finally, boss." The others. Rigger cut him off abruptly. The rumbling from the upper floor echoed through the mansion, reminding him of the urgency of the situation. Mealy's reinforcements were on their way, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. "There's no time for explanations. Taze and Feel are still alive. Take them back to Tinover." His voice was firm and unwavering. "And take this bag. It has their missing limbs. The journey will only take a few hours, but I'll meet you on the way." With precise movement, Rigger raised his blade and cut the chains binding Polak, healing his wounds swiftly. The beastman collapsed onto his knees for a moment, still trying to process everything, but soon his expression changed. The fear clouding his eyes was now replaced by determination. "I won't fail you again, boss." He nodded and, with effort, carefully lifted Taze and Feel onto his shoulders. Wasting no time, Rigger raised his hand and focused his mana. The air vibrated around him, and with a single sharp glance from his magic eye, he fired a concentrated blast of fire at the ceiling. The stone structure gave way, opening a hole wide enough for Polak to pass through. Then, he quickly molded an improvised staircase with earth magic, creating a safe path for escape. Polak didn't hesitate. With his comrades on his shoulders, he climbed through the passage without looking back. Rigger watched his figure disappear through the opening before turning his attention to the priest, who still stood motionless amidst the massacre. "Are you a saint-level healing mage?" Rigger asked, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. The priest, a man in white robes with weary features, nodded slowly. Rigger narrowed his eyes. "Where does House Joylor keep its spells?" The man didn't hesitate. He simply pointed to a side door in the hall and answered directly. "There's a barrier protecting them. The password is a combination of codes." While speaking, he was already walking toward the door, touching its surface and murmuring low incantations. A slight magical ripple swept through the invisible barrier protecting the entrance, and a metallic sound echoed as the lock disengaged. Rigger frowned. He had intended to extract information from the priest by force and then kill him. But now the situation was becoming confusing. Why was he helping so readily? He narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Who are you, and why are you helping me?" The priest seemed surprised by the question. After a moment, he murmured, "Didn't you make a deal with the Pope? Then why haven't you killed me?" Rigger narrowed his eyes. "The Pope? I made no deal. I simply invaded the Joylore house after learning that my subordinates were here." Now it was the priest's turn to look truly shocked. His face paled as he muttered, "You're insane." He took a deep breath and, now showing slight fear, continued, "I was sent here by the Pope to ensure your loved ones wouldn't die. Unfortunately, Kidder provoked Lord Linstar too much, who killed him personally, but Taze Dedoldia and Feel are only alive because I kept them that way. Someone from your legion contacted the Pope's faction after the kidnapping, since you weren't around to help. That's why I thought you hadn't killed me, because that was the deal." Sweat began to drip down the priest's forehead as his eyes darted to the shattered remains of the Joylore knight on the ground. It was obvious he had realized how close he had been to death. Rigger remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the priest, evaluating his breathing and heartbeat. Nothing indicated a lie. That only deepened his disappointment in himself. His rage had completely blinded him, and now, the mistakes he had made that night could not be erased. At last, he sighed, "I'll believe you for now." The priest nodded quickly, relieved. Without further delay, Rigger entered the spell chamber of the Joylore house. The shelves were filled with ancient grimoires and well-preserved scrolls. His eyes scanned the rows of books, quickly grabbing any spell or enchantment he had yet to master. His master possessed vast knowledge, and few books here were new to him. However, what he managed to gather amounted to a heavy backpack. And then, his eyes widened as he found something unexpected. A healing spell and some detoxification spells at saint level. In just 30 seconds, he gathered everything he could carry and left the chamber, still feeling his heart pounding as memories of his actions that night surfaced. He couldn't afford to stop and think. Rigger took a deep breath, focusing on his surroundings. His beastly senses picked up the faintest sounds from the surface. With his sharpened hearing, he discerned the heavy, coordinated footsteps of Mealy's reinforcements approaching the main entrance of the Joylore house. His magic-enhanced eyes gleamed as they pierced through walls and obstacles, revealing the presence of multiple warriors emerging from the shadows of the night. Time was against him. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. Ghislaine, the Black Wolf, faced Donnerbonart, master of the water god style. The fight was evenly matched. As fast and precise as she was, the fluid and relentless form of Donner's defense nullified her attacks. Her blade was deflected, her offense repelled. However, Ghislaine's beastly instincts allowed her to avoid the lethal strikes of the secret technique, tide flow, keeping her alive. Then, realizing the disadvantage of continuing the duel, Ghislaine leaped back, putting distance between herself and her opponent. The next instant, the ground where she had stood was shattered by a brutal impact. A massive hammer descended like thunder, cracking the earth with its destructive force. The blow came from one of the new opponents who had just arrived. 10 knights emerged around the battlefield, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. The silver, blue, and white colors marked their affiliations. Knights of the Church Order, the Temple Order, and the Order of Instruction. Each of them was at least a saint-level warrior. 4 of them, however, emanated an even more menacing presence, surpassing that classification. At the center of the group, imposing and unshakable, stood Galgard Nash-Vennick, the man known as the strongest man in Mealy's, commander of the Order of Instruction. His silver armor shone brilliantly, his broadsword resting at his waist like a slumbering beast. The aura he exuded was heavy, dense, almost suffocating. Ghislaine glanced at him and frowned. He was dangerous, almost as dangerous as her master, Galfarion. The priests moved quickly, healing Donnerbonart while Galgard analyzed the scene. His cold, meticulous gaze studied Ghislaine, capturing every detail of her stance. Then, his voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. What does the renowned Black Wolf have against melees to justify this attack? His voice was deep, expressionless, laden with absolute authority. He rarely smiled, and even standing still, his presence was overwhelming. Ghislaine remained firm, her expression serious and vigilant. "I came to help a friend." Her response was simple, but her determination was clear. Before Galgard could respond, the ground beneath them exploded. From underground, a figure emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. The searing heat spread instantly, distorting the air around him and making the knights instinctively step back. The presence was overwhelming. Rigor Dedoldia burst from the rubble, wielding Tsukikage with his lone arm. Fierce flames enveloped the blue blade, dancing like hungry serpents. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with incandescent determination. "Ghislaine, fall back. Leave this to me." His voice was firm, unquestionable. Ghislaine hesitated for a second, analyzing his expression. Then, seeing the unwavering confidence in him, she nodded and stepped back. Rigor turned his gaze to Galgard and the other knights. He raised his voice, clear and imposing. "I am Rigor Dedoldia, of the Dedoldia tribe and leader of the Iron Legion." Silence lingered for a moment. Then, one of the knights from the temple order muttered, his tone dripping with contempt. "Don't forget to add genocidal to your introduction." Before he could continue, Galgard shot him a sharp look. The knight immediately fell silent, feeling the weight of his leader's presence. Rigor did not waver. His flames flared, crackling with increasing intensity. His gaze locked onto the strongest man of the Order of Instruction. The tension was palpable. Rigor Dedoldia. The name was spoken firmly by Galgard Nash-Vinnick. The man kept his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Rigor's sword, Tsukikage, burned with violent blue flames, and the ground around them had turned into a sea of molten rock. The scorching heat distorted the air, and the nearby walls were already turning to ash. Even so, Galgard did not move. "I hope you have a good explanation for your indiscriminate massacre of the Knights of the Temple Order and House Joylor." His voice was as sharp as his blade, each word carefully chosen. Rigor raised an eyebrow at the choice of words. He didn't say Knights of Melees, but instead deliberately separated the groups, leaving room for justification. Even so, the knights surrounding Galgard frowned, some clenching their fists, others their jaws. Their anger was palpable, but still contained by the presence of their commander. Rigor took a deep breath, expanding his barrier against the heat so that his own flames wouldn't consume him. "I came to rescue my subordinates, who were being cruelly tortured and killed when I arrived." His voice carried pure hatred. Galgard continued staring at him, seemingly unfazed by the fire accumulating on the blade. "And do you have proof of these events?" Rigor scoffed, mocking. "Just look into Mansion's underground. You will see the rot of a noble Melee's house." He spat on the ground, but the saliva evaporated before it even touched it. The knights shifted, even more irritated. However, none of them moved. Everyone there knew what that sword in Rigor's hand had done in the Zamport forest. They hesitated not out of a lack of courage, but out of pure survival instinct. Galgard furrowed his brow, his expression growing even more severe. "That justifies the guards and even the Joylor family. But what about the servants? Even the children who lived in this mansion? Is this how the Iron Legion does things?" Those words hit Rigor like an invisible strike. For a moment, his mind went blank. He had been avoiding and pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind. Amidst the heat of battle, his fury and thirst for revenge, he had struck indiscriminately. But he couldn't afford to show weakness now. "Taze Dedoldia is 13 years old," he retorted aggressively, trying to stifle the growing guilt. "Do you think he's not a child? I found him mutilated, missing all 4 limbs, covered in lacerations. Is this how Melees does things?" His voice trembled with genuine rage, but his own justification sounded hollow even to himself. The images of the battle resurfaced in his mind. He remembered the cuts he had inflicted, the fire-consuming bodies that perhaps weren't warriors, the absolute destruction he had caused. And now, faced with Galgard's accusation, he tried to appear unaffected. Galgard remained silent, but his expression hardened, a slight disgust clearly discernible on his face. Indeed, the Joylor family deserved the fate that befell them, if your claims are true. But from what I've heard, Dedoldia was a warrior. The children in this mansion were not. His gaze swept across the scene. The Church of Mealy's offered a partnership, yet you spat on our goodwill by massacring civilians and innocents due to your own petty rage. I must say, from the stories I've heard of the Red Wolf, I expected more. Every word Galgard spoke was like a dagger piercing him. The insults hurt even more when they were true. And the truth was that at the first real hardship he encountered, Rigger lost control and threw away any cooperation Mealy's might have been willing to offer. But I don't want to risk you still being in a frenzy and deciding to unleash your magic upon Mealy's and my men without regard for innocent lives. His gaze held a measure of caution, but also a barely concealed contempt. The temperature around them rose uncontrollably. The hellish slash was fully formed. The Saint-level knights had retreated due to the heat, while the King-level ones barely remained standing. Rigger's skin burned and regenerated simultaneously due to the proximity of his own devastating energy. But Galgard did not yield. He raised a hand and touched the sheathed sword at his waist. In the next instant, an oppressive aura spread through the air. Its weight bore down on Rigger like a mountain, and he knew, without a doubt, that Galgard was an opponent he could not defeat in a direct duel, not even by unleashing the hellish slash at this distance. Stand down immediately. Galgard's voice was an absolute command, and a warning. If you ever point that flaming sword at the city of Mealy's again, I will hunt you to the ends of the world, no matter the price I must pay. Rigger felt his heart grow heavy. He wanted to fight. He wanted to scream. He wanted to argue and say that he was right. But the words got caught in his throat. No experience in either of his lives had prepared him for this situation. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing, then murmured, "Ghislaine, let's fall back." The flames around Sukikij still roared as he turned, walking slowly toward the forest. Little by little, the intensity of the flames waned, but the weight in his chest did not lessen. With every step he took, he felt as if something inside him was changing, as if he were nothing more than a bandit fleeing the scene of crime. When he looked back, he saw the Joylor mansion disappearing into the distance. And for the first time in a long while, Rigger wondered if, that night, he had become exactly the kind of person who wanted to destroy. The forest seemed to swallow everything around Rigger. He and Ghislaine ran side by side. He, with slumped shoulders, his body covered in dirt and blood, and his left arm missing, did not exchange a single word. Every step he took without something pressing him to act was more time for him to think. He could not clearly remember the attack on the Joylor estate, but in some ways that made it worse. He only recalled flashes. Anything that moved was mercilessly slaughtered in his fury, and images of him tearing out the throats of guards and servants flashed in sequence through his mind as his thoughts began to settle. Every movement felt heavier than the last. Every second he ran, without something to distract him, the weight of guilt seemed to glue his feet to the ground. He could no longer shake off the image of the dead, their screams, the sound of his claws cutting through flesh, the same way his doubts were cutting through himself. The silence stretched between them. Ghislaine, running with the energy that kept her moving forward, noticed something was wrong. The boy, once so focused and direct, now seemed distant, lost in thoughts she could not guess. Each passing second was another step toward the abyss he was sinking into. But she was not good with words, nor with comfort. So she simply remained silent, glancing at him sideways while keeping her pace steady. Ghislaine's eyes drifted toward him for a moment. When she first met Rigger, she thought of him as a prodigy, a boy with more talent than anyone she had ever seen. But as time passed, and she learned more about him, what fascinated her the most was his intelligence and the maturity he displayed, always so focused and capable. When he faced the Holy Order of Mealy's, She admired his courage and fighting spirit. Over time, without realizing it, she had begun to see him as an equal. But now, something about his posture had changed. Then, finally, they spotted the rest of the group. Palak, Taze, and Feel were ahead, running quickly. Palak, carrying Taze and Feel on his shoulders, seemed slower than usual. When he noticed the two approaching, he slowed down, abruptly stopping and turned to face them. Without hesitation, Rigger shouted, "Palak, it's us." The beast man stopped, and upon seeing Rigger's condition, his eyes widened. He stared for a moment, but what shocked him the most was the absence of his leader's arm. Horror spread across his face. "Boss, your arm!" he exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Rigger took a deep breath, as if trying to shake off the weight on his shoulders. "Don't worry about that. Give me the two of them. We need to get back as quickly as possible." Palak glanced at Ghislaine, but she remained expressionless, her gaze focused elsewhere. He wanted to ask more, but seeing Rigger's grim expression, he knew he shouldn't. The decision was made in silence, and the three of them departed without another word, heading for the Iron Legion's base. Tinover was close to Militian. Just a few hours of running would be enough to reach it. Rigger and Ghislaine arrived even faster, fueled by Rigger's fury. What awaited them at the base initially seemed like relief, but quickly became another reminder of the battle, a reconstruction after destruction. The scene was one of frantic activity. The base was being rebuilt, rising more imposing than before. Markers and targets were placed along the walls, and new plans for fortifications were being drawn. Upon arrival, Rigger quickly distanced himself, speaking to no one. He approached Palak, who watched him with a mixture of concern and reverence. "Tell everyone I'll be learning Saint Tier healing magic to heal Taze and my arm. I don't want to be disturbed," Rigger ordered, his voice low but carrying a weight that was not just physical. Palak wanted to say something, wanted to question him, but fear and apprehension silenced him. He simply nodded, understanding that his leader was not himself. Rigger walked toward the main building, his residence, Ghislaine following in silence. When their leader departed, all Palak could do was watch, a strange sense of helplessness consuming him. It was obvious that Rigger was deeply troubled, but why? What had truly happened? Rigger, meanwhile, walked in silence. The pain of losing his arm did not bother him as much as his own thoughts. He felt utterly unworthy. His role as leader seemed empty to him now. How could he be worthy of leading when he was the first to succumb to chaos when faced with difficulty? The massacre he caused, the suffering he inflicted. He no longer knew who he was. Learning Saint Tier healing magic would only be a band-aid, a temporary fix for a much deeper problem. Since Rigger was reborn into this world, he had been confident he would achieve great things with his knowledge. The more he grew, the more he saw the injustices in this world, against his race and many others, and he decided he would change that. His confidence grew with each passing moment, reinforced by those around him. He had ambition, an ambition born and strengthened by everyone around him since birth. They called him strong, talented, and just. He never saw himself as a hero. He never cared for those who were not close to him. He would kill his enemies without hesitation. That was what his instructors had taught him. But they had also taught him leniency and the wisdom to judge who was an enemy and who was not. He could blame all his mistakes on his beastly instincts, but would that bring back the innocent people he had slaughtered? I thought I would have more control after reaching Saint Tier. The confidence he had built based on his strength and the people who believed in him was gradually beginning to fade. Am I really someone worthy of being followed? How am I supposed to look them in the eyes? How can I give orders again? Will they still follow me out of respect and not out of fear? He pondered as the corridors of the base seemed to stretch endlessly before him. He no longer felt like the leader he once was. He felt smaller than anyone else there. Meanwhile, at the time of teleportation, POV, Rudius Greyrat, I was dreaming. In this dream, I was flying through the air, holding Sylphie in my arms. My mind was hazy, but somehow I knew I was flying. The world around me was nothing more than a blur, with shapes and colors constantly shifting. I soared through the air like a sound wave or a particle of light, my body randomly tossed in different directions. I didn't know why this was happening, but I was certain of one thing. No matter what I tried, I would eventually lose speed and crash into the ground. So I focused. I looked down at the ever-changing landscape, trying to find a relatively safe place to land. Something inside me was screaming that I had to do this if I wanted to survive. Even so, we were going too fast, and suddenly we started to slow down. Ah, shit, I'm gonna fall. Panic surged in my chest, but now I could see the ground below me clearly. I needed to land in a field. Crashing into the ocean or hitting solid ground directly would be bad. The forest would obviously be dangerous, but if I could aim for a field, I forced myself to land, hoping for the best. Our speed rapidly decreased as we dived toward a vast stretch of yellowish desert land. A moment later, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a completely white, empty space. Some kind of lucid dream. However, for some reason, my body felt strangely heavy. I looked at myself and widened my eyes. I was back in the old, familiar form I had for 34 years. Seeing this, memories of my previous life resurfaced. I was still the same bitter, vile, insecure, and selfish trash as ever. The 7 years I spent as Rudius suddenly felt like nothing more than a dream. A crushing wave of disappointment washed over me. I had returned to my old, pathetic body, and I found it disturbingly easy to accept. So it really was just a dream, huh? As far as dreams go, it lasted a ridiculously long time. But in the end, it was all too good to be true. I was born into a loving family and managed to befriend my master Roxy and Sylphie. I guess it was good for 7 years of life. Still, I wanted to enjoy that life a little longer. Oh well, I guess it's over now. As I thought that, my attention drifted. Eventually, I noticed that a strange figure had appeared right in front of me. The individual had a blank face with nothing on it except a huge, wide grin. I simply couldn't make out any distinguishing features. Whenever I tried to focus on a specific part of their face, it would immediately fade from my memory. My mind refused to form their image. It almost felt like a person was being blurred out by a pixelated mosaic. Still, somehow, I got the impression that I was dealing with someone calm and patient. Hey you. Nice to meet you, Rudius. HM. I had been so busy drowning in self-pity, and now some weird censored guy, like in a porno, was calling out a chat. Actually, that voice was pretty ambiguous. Maybe it was a guy, maybe a girl. Please, let it be a girl. That would make the pixelated thing seem kind of sexy, wouldn't it? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you. Excellent. It's good to see you have some manners. I hadn't actually spoken out loud, but it seemed like my new friend here could hear my thoughts. I figured it would be best to keep communicating that way. Wow, nothing rattles you, does it? That's definitely not true. Yeah, no need to be so modest. Anyway, you're who or what exactly? Can't you figure that out for yourself? I can barely see anything beyond a mosaic. Are you the Mighty Spur Man or something? The Mighty Spur Man? Who's that? Does he look like me? Oh, definitely. He's got all his pixels blurred out just like you. So there's someone like me in your world too? Well, no, not really. What? All right, let's move on. I'm a god. The human god, to be specific. The human god. Sure. I must say, you don't seem very impressed. I'm just wondering why a god would waste time talking to me, I guess. Also, isn't it a little late for you to show up? The god is supposed to appear in the first chapter, don't you think? The first chapter? What do you mean by that? Never mind, it's nothing. Please continue. Right. Anyway, I've been watching you for some time now. You've been living quite an interesting life. Spying is always fun, isn't it? Oh, absolutely. And that's why I decided to take care of you. You're taking care of me? Wow, thanks. Speaking of superiority, what am I, your pet or something? Come on, no need to be so hostile. I'm only talking to you because I can see you're really in trouble right now. Well, it is a critical situation. Anyone who suddenly shows up offering to solve all your problems while you're struggling is definitely a scammer. No, I'm on your side, buddy. And now we're buddies? Don't make me laugh. I met guys just like you in my past life, pal. People who showed up and said, do your best, or I'll take care of you. They were all liars. They didn't really care. They just assumed everything would go the way they wanted once they lured me out of my room. No one ever tried to understand the real problem. Everything you're saying reminds me of those people. I'll never trust you. My, that is a problem. Then how about I just give you a piece of advice, huh? Advice? That's right. Feel free to ignore it completely if you want. Right? I get it. So this is your method. I know this one too. People loved giving me advice. They thought they could shove a bunch of self-help into me and make me focus on something other than my own misery. Give me a break, just get to the point. What good is a positive thought going to do for me now? I've already passed the point where my emotional state makes any difference. Being optimistic will only lead to more pain in the future. I mean, this is exactly the case in question. Why the hell did you let me dream? Alternate reality, my ass. I clung to this second chance at life, and then you come along and pull the rug out from under me? Did you really have to be such a damn sadist? Wait a minute. I think you don't understand what's happening. I want to help you with your current life, not your previous one. HM? Then why am I like this? This is your astral form. It's different from your current body. My astral form? That's right. Your body is perfectly fine. So this is just a dream? When I wake up, I won't be stuck in this horrible body. That's right. Since you're dreaming now, you'll go back to normal as soon as you wake up. Better now? Wow. All right. So this is just some weird dream. Well, it's not just a dream. I'm speaking directly into your mind. It's hard to believe that your mental image would be so different from your real body. Telepathy, huh? Fine, whatever. But what do you actually want from me? Do you plan on sending me back to my old world? Since I don't belong here or something like that. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't send you anywhere other than the hexafacial world. Obviously. Maybe that's obvious to you, but I'm in the dark here. A very reasonable point. Wait a minute. If you can't send me back, then you're not the one who reincarnated me into this world, are you? Exactly. Anyway, reincarnation isn't my department. That's the specialty of a certain nasty dragon god. HRM. So there's even an evil dragon involved? Anyway, do you want to hear my advice or not? No, thanks. Huh, why not? You really give off the impression of a con artist. And that's really a good reason to ignore me? At this rate, you'll end up dead. I will. Why? The Begarit continent is a very dangerous place. For one, there's not much to eat. On the other hand, it's full of monsters and labyrinths, especially compared to the central continent. You don't know their language, and nothing will be like what you expected from your old home. Are you really confident you can survive? The Begarit continent? What? Hold on a second. You mean the desert on the other side of the world? Why would I be there? You were caught in a massive magical disaster. You ended up being teleported. A magical disaster? Are you talking about that light? That's right. So, that was some kind of teleportation spell. Wait, I wasn't the only one hit by that thing. The people from Buena Village were teleported too. Do you know anything about that, buddy? Would you really believe my answer? You don't even want to hear my advice. Good point. You'd probably just lie and laugh about it. All I'll say is that they're all praying for your safety. Everyone wants you to return alive. Well, yeah, of course they do. Did you really believe that? Isn't there a part of you that thinks they might have been relieved to be rid of you? Yeah, I'd be lying if I said that thought hadn't crossed my mind. At the end of my old life, no one cared whether I lived or died. I still have some self-esteem issues because of that. Well, people in this world care about you. It's better if you come back in one piece. All right, you're right. I won't give you any guarantees, but I think you have a good chance of making it back alive if you follow my advice. Wait, before that, I want to know why you're doing this. Why are you so concerned about me? Hey, you're persistent. I just think things will be more entertaining if you stay alive, got it? Isn't that enough? People who only care about their own amusement tend to be scumbags. You should know. Is that how it was in your past life? All the time. I met some guys like that, and they all loved making others dance like puppets, just for fun. Well, I like doing that from time to time, too. I won't deny it. And what's so fun about watching me? You're just interesting, that's all. I almost never get to see what someone from a completely different world is doing. Great. So, I'm a pet monkey, and you want to teach me some new tricks. Is that it? Sigh. Look, you haven't forgotten my question, have you? What question? Then I'll repeat it. Are you sure you can survive? Stuck in a dangerous and unfamiliar land? No, not really. Then maybe you should listen to me. Like I said, it's up to you whether you follow my suggestions or not. All right, fine. I get it. Go ahead. Give me your advice if that's what you want. What was the whole point of this pompous conversation anyway? You could have just told me what I need to do from the start and save me the headache. Okay. Now listen carefully, young Rudius. Right after you wake up, you'll see a scorching desert. Make it rain as hard as you can and build a house out of earth. As those last fleeting words echoed into the void, the blurred god disappeared completely.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.